Here we are once again. floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Okay, here we are. Wednesday, midweek report. Lot to talk about here tonight, but first, some shout-outs, and I gotta get myself together here. There we go. Now I'm ready for the show. Shoutouts, Joe47771, Mr. Spock, and MoenNoep123 in the YouTube chat. Carissa Close Fourth. Horologist also here. Glitchmaster. Sasha, Look Bovine. Sean L. Kearns. Ducky, also here. Jaeger Larson. Yes, of course. Good to see all of you here this evening. Lot to talk about. Lot to talk about tonight. Boy, oh boy, very busy. The Hassan election bomb. We'll almost call it the Halal election bomb.
What now?
The Hassan election bump. And the LA primaries. The Louisiana primaries, to be specific, in case that wasn't clear. Bunch of other election-related stuff as well. Epstein files. The economy. Super El Nino 2026. What does it mean? Let's find out. Oh, of course, Operation Epstein Fury is still technically happening. And Trump in China.
Intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this kid.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I would like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, there you go, Space Fams. Unbelievable. People are still talking about this guy. This creep. Jeffrey Epstein. Although, really, it's less unbelievable than a lot of stuff, actually. When you think about it, you could probably make a very long list of things that is more believable than. Like that the war in Iran ever ended, or that there's a ceasefire going on right now, or that gas prices are going to plummet some point in the near future. All things said by Donald Trump. The financier, that's right. Exactly. Eric McKetton gets it. It's very weird. People are still talking about this guy, the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. It's weird.
That's really weird.
You know what else is really weird? Republicans, after having passed that bill to release the Epstein files, have completely stopped talking about them. Because Donald Trump, of course, said, please stop talking about it.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And so there's been no investigations, no follow-ups.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. This guy's been talked about for years.
It's true, Omega. He's been talked about for years. Thank you for the bits. So, Democrats had to hold a rather impromptu oversight committee composed of only Democrats outside of the normal chambers, since Republicans who are in control of Congress right now refused. This was that hearing.
Well, good morning, everyone. And I want to begin by opening up this hearing. Of course, we're here in Palm Beach County. And Oversight Democrats are here because we're launching a new phase of our Epstein investigation. Our committee, of course, has been leading on this over the last year. Now, we're here, of course, in Palm Beach, of course, just miles away from Mar-a-Lago, from key locations where this Epstein investigation has taken us, because from the very beginning, we know that Florida has been a key place where so much of the horrors and crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have happened.
Illegal.
The survivors of Jeffrey Epstein deserve to be heard, and as a committee, we should always uplift their stories, and I want to thank them, of course, for being here today. We know that many of our witnesses today that you'll hear from were actually failed by their own government. We will hear how the FBI ignored Maria Farmer's courageous report in 1996. We will hear how Alex Acosta, the future Secretary of Labor at the time, overruled some of his own prosecutors and worked with Epstein's attorneys to grant a sweetheart deal which allowed Epstein to continue assaulting women. We will learn how...
It's true. Although none of those things feel like revelations at this point. It's just that the government has done nothing. It's just the government has done nothing to investigate, even though we've had all of this now presented to us, even if in an incomplete format. Here's a question. How many people were affected as a result of the inaction of the government pre-Epstein files partial release? Right? Because it's been repeated failures over and over again to do anything. That allowed any of this to go on for as long as it did. Here is Lois Frankel.
Thank you to Mr. Garcia and my colleagues. I've been trying to get this hearing here for many years, and I thank you so much for finally bringing folks here. Because, folks, so much of the truth lies here, hidden in Palm Beach County, and we still have yet, under oath, heard from some of the key players. Barry Krischer, who was state attorney at the time, the two prosecutors he sent in to a grand jury room to debase our survivors. We need to hear from them, and I can give you another list of associates, law enforcement, state attorney employees who have some of the answers to the big question is, why did Epstein get such a slap on the wrist? Secondly, to Courtney Wild, a bill has been filed actually numerous times to deal with her concern that the survivors were not given notice of the plea and had any opportunity to weigh into that. And I'm just going to end by saying this, because what makes this so tragic and sad is how many lives could have been spared the agony of abuse had the prosecutors in Palm Beach County acted properly, or
if the prosecutors in Palm Beach County had acted properly.
not been overpowered, I should say, overpowered by Jeffrey Epstein and his team of lawyers, politicians, business people, whoever.
Alex Acosta, Pam Bondi. These are people that come to mind. Of course, Pam Bondi was the state attorney general at the time. Now let's go here to MSNBC.
All right, today the House Oversight Committee Democrats took the Jeffrey Epstein investigation back to what they call the scene of the crimes, Palm Beach County, Florida, where Epstein recruited, trafficked, and abused underage girls and young women for years. It's also the place where prosecutors had the opportunity nearly 20 years ago to put Epstein away for good. Instead, the former federal prosecutor, Alex Acosta, who later became a member of Donald Trump's cabinet, oversaw the sweetheart deal that Epstein got that outrageously allowed him to serve just 13 months in jail, most of which was on work release, after pleading guilty to state charges of solicitation of prostitution.
Yeah, I mean, even Mr. Velshi here isn't managing to put it as clearly as we're talking about. I mean, he basically just got to spend all of his time at his Palm Beach mansion, one that was like literally next door to Donald Trump's house, and just live his normal life with access to literally everything. And then he would go back and he would like sleep on the weekends or something, or like he would like never had to actually deal with like any of the real consequences of his life. He just had to sleep kind of rough, you know, and that's about it. Like he had to sleep on a cot, I guess, like one of those bunks. I don't know. I guess a bunk, right? Like, but like that's it. Like he would just go back home every single day, have access to his computer and phone and money and literally everything in his life.
And of procuring a minor for prostitution. For nearly 3 hours today, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee held what they called a shadow hearing in West Palm Beach, allowing survivors of Epstein's abuse to tell their stories in a formal hearing setting for the first time.
When I was 14 years old, I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein. He abused me until I was 17 years old. What happened to me was terrible, but what happened after that by our own government changed my life just as much. I came here today to ask for one simple thing, to make sure this never happens again. I filed a case under the Crime Victims' Rights Act because government secretly made a deal with Jeffrey Epstein. They signed a non-prosecution agreement. They made the deal behind closed doors. They never told me, and they never told any of us. Instead, they sent letters telling me to be patient, even though they knew the case was already over. For years, I believed there was an investigation happening. There wasn't. When I found out the truth, I went to my lawyer, Brad Edwards. He took my case in 2008, and he fought for me against the government for over a decade. We wanted to do the right thing for all victims. Together, we wanted answers to a simple question: how could this happen?
I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein in 2004 and 2005. That was 8 years after Maria Farmer first reported Jeffrey to the FBI. Although discussing my abuse is far from easy, I live with diagnosed PTSD from that experience. My story is actually one of the safest stories to tell. The key abuser who caused me physical harm is dead. It's imperative to understand that the stories you are hearing today are a tiny fraction of the whole. I am one of more than 1,200 girls and women.
Joining us now is the Democratic Congressman Maxwell Fry.
You know, I think that that's the most disturbing part of this, is that this woman, just a second ago, who was just talking there, had been abused by Jeffrey Epstein 8 years after the first noted FBI accusation against Jeffrey Epstein that went completely ignored. One of it seems perhaps many. And like the Congresswoman just said a moment ago, how many people could have been spared being abused if the FBI had just done its job, just done the bare minimum and done the, like, investigated. But they just basically ignored these victims completely. It took quite a lot just to get him indicted on the one thing, and then he just skated by. It's insane. This banana isn't really watching this. I see the switch. This is a fraudulent banana. A fraudulent banana. Look, I don't even know whether to be offended by that, because I'm not a banana. Like, I know that you're calling me a banana, which I'm not. But I don't appreciate this.
Want us to move the Epstein investigation forward.
There was a so-called new survivor, Rosa, who had emotional testimony today, in large part because she was one of these people who says her name was only brought forward in the documents that were exposed. I want to listen to a little bit of what she said today.
I stepped forward along other survivors, hoping those who allowed this to happen will be held accountable. I kept my identity protected as Jane Doe. I woke up one day with my name mentioned over 500 times. While the rich and powerful remained protected by reduction, my name was exposed to the world. Now reporters from across the globe contact me. I cannot live without looking over my shoulder.
Now, the woman sitting on her right, our left, had said her testimony is the safest because her abuser is dead. There is a real concern that these women have, that they're
No, that's just fucking disturbing. You know, they redacted all of the co-conspirators' names while completely failing to do the job of protecting the victims themselves. It's just a complete betrayal of the job that they're supposed to be doing. You know, like I've said before, they're like these victims are being forced to relive these things, some of these things, whether they like it or not. In many cases, right? This woman's now being like harassed by journalists because her name appeared in the files when she had not come forward, which should be the right of every victim. But that right was just taken away, you know, just completely without thought. If anything, out of malice, it would seem like it's been accusations this was done in an attempt to shut the victims up and to scare them.
I'm Emily Randall. I represent Washington State's 6th District, and I have been moved over and over and over by the stories of such brave women who are forced by a system of power to relive their trauma over and over and over in pursuit of justice. And what I hear from my neighbors, and I know that my colleagues hear from the American people across the country, is that this case isn't only about survivors of Epstein's trafficking and sexual crimes, but it is about survivors everywhere who finally feel a little bit of hope that their stories will be listened to and that they will be able to imagine a future in which there is justice. But we're not there yet, because we still are experiencing a Department of Justice that is engaging in a massive cover-up. 2.5 million documents still unreleased in this Epstein investigation. And yet, the release over and over and over again, thousands of times, of the names and personally identifying information of survivors.
Yep. It's a disturbing fucking trend that shouldn't be allowed, but Republicans apparently are perfectly fine with it. They signed that bill and they said, great job, DOJ, on the cover-up. You figure voters will ever hold Republicans accountable for any of these things that they supposedly care about and them not doing them? Like it just seems so crazy to me. All right, let's go here to Ayanna Presley for the last clip from this hearing.
Thank you, Congressman. Next up is Representative Presley.
Thank you to Congresswoman Lois Frankel. Thank you to Ranking Member Garcia, to Congresswoman Summer Lee. Your efforts made today possible, and of course, thanks to our courageous survivors. I've been on this committee since I was a freshman, and Elijah Cummings, the great Elijah Cummings, our chair at the time, would often remind us that the role of the Committee on Oversight, our mandate, is to be an efficient and effective pursuit of the truth. Now, that pursuit is what brings House Democrats here today. Because instead of Epstein's victims being met with efficiency, they've been met with obstruction and delays by law enforcement and by the Department of Justice. Instead of Epstein's victims being met with effectiveness, they've been met with systemic cover-up. And I would add cowardice of those who were intimidated by the power and the privilege of Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and their co-conspirators. So today we are.
Yeah, exactly. It is a massive cover-up. It has neglected the concerns of and the experiences of the victims while protecting people like Ghislaine Maxwell, who's sitting in a cushy ladies' prison. Low security with like a puppy and access to like like a concierge service or something. I mean, it's out of control. It is out of control. Let's go here to CNN from right before the stream to a fired whistleblower with juicy details on the Ghislaine Maxwell treatment while in prison.
Tonight, a former employee at Ghislaine Maxwell's prison is speaking out and sharing emails with Outfront that she says show that Maxwell received special treatment at the facility. Now, in one email, Maxwell is exuberant about the minimum security prison she was mysteriously transferred to just a week after her 2-day interview with then Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. She writes, quote, "The food is legions better. The place is clean. The staff is responsive and polite. I feel like I have dropped through Alice in Wonderland's looking glass. I am much, much happier here, and more importantly, safe." Interesting to describe it as happy. It comes after our MJ Lee spoke exclusively with other inmates at the prison who gave examples about the special treatment Maxwell's received, including one inmate who spoke to MJ anonymously because she's still serving time inside that prison.
She'd get bottled waters and clamshell meals delivered to her room.
All of this raising very serious questions about why a convicted child sex offender was not only serving time at a minimum security facility, but also allegedly receiving this kind of treatment. Up front now, Noella Turnage, a former employee at federal prison camp Bryan, who was fired for sharing Maxwell's emails. And Noella, these emails are obviously so important to understanding what's happening here. And I want to read more specific emails that you've shared with us. But first, what we just heard there, clamshell meals, bottled water delivered to Maxwell's room. What more can you tell us about the special treatment that Maxwell is receiving?
Well, Aaron, what I think it's important to understand is I never actually laid eyes on Maxwell. Everything I knew about what happened with her was from the content of those emails, which were what she was sending home to friends, to family, so on and so forth. What I can tell you is that the things that were being done for her were not common for any of the other inmates, not even the other high-profile inmates.
Right. So it was this woman's job here to monitor Ghislaine Maxwell's emails from prison, right? Because she was just allowed to do whatever the hell she wanted. Computer access, puppy access, apparently hand-delivered meals in her cell, doesn't even have to get up.
Common for any of the other inmates, not even the other high-profile inmates.
And what were some of the things that stood out to you from the emails exchanges that you read?
Well, the two main things for me were the visit that was arranged for her, because what wasn't very highly publicized about that was the lengths they went to provide a private visit for Maxwell actually caused visitation to be shut down for the rest of the inmates that weekend. They were not able to see their families that Saturday to make way for Maxwell to see her visitors. There was also the warden's personal handling of her mail, which may not sound like a big deal to some people, but the other inmates in that prison, Aaron, they have a hard time getting out their regular mail, much less anything needed for court filings and things such as that. So for them to go out of the way to make sure that Maxwell had that opportunity was pretty disgusting to me.
What the fuck is going on? Let me talk about one of the visits that you're, I believe, referring to, an email that you shared with us from Maxwell to her brother, which gave details about his upcoming visit to her, in which she writes, quote, "I believe they will provide some water, coffee, and snack. You will not go without anything after flying all the way from the UK. Also, you will arrive at the front like everyone else, but there will be a corned-off area for you. Only you will go there. They will be waiting."
A coned off area. What? I'm sorry. The special Ghislaine area in the prison. Don't worry. Don't worry. We will cordon off an area of this sufficient size for a person of your stature. Oh my God.
This is ridiculous.
You'll know because the cones will have your name on them. To say Ghislaine area.
Come on!
Utterly fucking ridiculous. Oh, the level of special treatment this woman is receiving is beyond me. It's just beyond anything I can imagine. Like what are we doing? Oh. And what I love is that there isn't some massive outrage over this. Like, it is certainly not being directed at Donald Trump. Even though he's definitely the reason this is happening. We all understand that, right? Like the attorney general met with her 2 days straight with no guarantees, no promises to, like, I mean, it's insane. They just met. It's out of control. And people should be directing their anger at Donald Trump over this because he is the reason for all of the sweet deals that she's getting and all of these people are getting. The cover-up is his fault. You know, because he put the people in charge who are literal just Trump sycophants in the places that matter. The FBI, the DOJ. Oh, God. I don't think we're ever going to... I don't know. The only thing I can do is laugh right now because it's just so insane. But I don't think we're ever going to get any justice. Like, they spent years telling everybody about how they were going to, like, drain the swamp and release the files. And now they've done the exact opposite. And there isn't some, like, massive implosion in the GOP. GOP support for Trump is still the same as it was over a year ago. It's ridiculous. Like, the only chance that we get these people out of power and then somehow get some other people in power who are more likely to pursue justice. That's at least, I mean, at the closest, I guess, like a year from now. But then you still got Donald Trump in office. He'll try and veto, like, literally everything they try and do, right? Like, once Democrats take power, he's going to try and veto everything. It's going to be super unpopular. Everybody's going to hate him for it. But he's going to try and do it. Now, one man who's certainly at the center of the Epstein files, the Epstein files cover-up, is Kash Patel, who went to Congress this week and gave testimony, answered the question, well, that he was asked questions by Congress people. Not as much answering of the questions, I would point out. A lot more yelling. Mostly yelling, if I'm being honest.
Thank you. Director Sakata, you hold a position of public trust. Do you agree that you should lead by example and be held to at least the same standard of conduct as you expect of ATF agents?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take corrective action or disciplinary measures?
Yes, sir.
Director Seralta, same question for you with respect to the U.S. Marshal Service. Do you agree with the responses from Director Sakata?
Ranking Member Van Hollen, that would be correct. I would do that after a thorough investigation by our internal affairs.
Administrator Cole, same question to you with respect to the DEA.
Yes, sir. I would echo what Rob and Gaddy have said. After a thorough review by our OPR, Office of Professional Responsibility, yes, sir.
Director Patel, you agree with these three gentlemen as the
Yes, sir.
FBI? So you agree?
I'm sorry. But I was waiting for that moment for so long. It's just asking everybody down the line, hey, do you agree that if you had somebody working at one of your agencies who had a serious drinking problem, would would you look into firing that person immediately? And every single person is like, yeah, that's our policy. And then we get to Cash Patel. You know Cash. Crazy eyes, Cash. You know, this guy. this guy right here. Yeah, Cash Patel, Crazy Eyes Cash. Look at him. There's our FBI director. Totally normal guy.
Director Patel, that if one of your agents was unable to perform his or her duties because of excessive drinking, you would need to take corrective or disciplinary action. You agree with that statement?
We would implement the inspection review process, just like these other agencies have their own internal investigations, and complete that review.
As I said in my opening remarks, I really don't care about your personal life so long as you are able to perform your public and official responsibilities, which are awesome responsibilities. Multiple reports, including reporting by The Atlantic, have alleged episodes of excessive drinking, unexplained absences, and behavior that concern current and former FBI and DOJ officials. You have publicly denied those allegations and filed a defamation lawsuit. So today, as you testify before Congress, is it your testimony that those allegations are categorically false?
Unequivocally, categorically false.
So there have been no occasions during your tenure when FBI personnel were unable to promptly reach you?
Absolutely not. You can ask my entire workforce. They hear from me at every single hour of the day, as do these great gentlemen here, as do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so
I love how he's still writing as he, like, the whole time he's answering the question, he's also writing something. I don't know what he's, like, doodling. It's not clear what he's actually writing over there. But the allegations are that, like, over a dozen different FBI agents and other sorts of employees are all saying the exact opposite of that. So that's the thing. Like, Cash is saying you can ask anyone. Well, the thing is, they did ask a bunch of people, and they all, I mean, in fact, I don't think they actually asked. I think like a dozen people like reached out to the Atlantic independently to say, hey, dude, the FBI director is like straight up like asleep under his desk. Dude has been drinking. Nobody can get a hold of him. We think he might be dead. Like, I mean, like, that's basically where we're at right now.
There have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you. Is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
and
unlike
so
baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in Washington, D.C. at the lobby bar was you. So the only individual in this room
You see how quickly it changed. He tries to play like this blasé attitude. He's like over here, he's scribbling notes while he sort of blithely answers these questions. Like, oh no, dude, it's totally unequivocally false, bro. Like, nobody ask anybody, man. Ask anybody. I've never drank. And then it shifts to him like screaming like random accusations, like unfounded, like very clearly unfounded accusations. Against Senator Van Hollen, and it just it's quite a tone shift.
Thinking on taxpayer dime during the day.
Are you polygraphing?
Is you.
Director Patel, come on. These are serious allegations that were made against you. They're in a lawsuit that you filed.
You drinking margaritas with a gangbanger is true and on video.
It just goes to show you
running a $7,000 bar tab at the lobby bar has been filed by your own.
He's out of control. He switches from fuck it, I'm gonna stop answering questions. I'm just gonna start lobbing random accusations at senators in a loud voice. And that's basically the vibes of this hearing. he had fairly cordial discussions with the Republicans and then screaming matches with people like Senator Van Hollen. But it didn't, it didn't, I would say, even with Republicans being there to kind of help cash out, I don't feel it went well for him. Did not go well. How are we doing on time? Not bad. Doing pretty good, actually. Let's go here to CNN real quick from 23 hours ago for a little bit more on this Cash testimony. Did you know that Cash's real first name is Cash App? It's pretty crazy. You can contribute to the Galactic News Network on Cash App, too. Pretty fun fact. The series of fun facts, really. You're welcome.
We're following a contentious hearing on the Hill where FBI Director Kash Patel is appearing before the Senate Appropriations Committee. And just moments ago, there was a shouting match that broke out when Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen brought up recent allegations against Patel regarding excessive drinking.
Unlike your baseless reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in El Salvador on the taxpayer dollar with a convicted gangbanging rapist was you.
You know,
the only person that ran up a $7,000 bar tab in
Hold on, we already
Washington, D.C. at the lobby bar was you.
You don't know what you are talking about.
Senator Van Hollen went on to ask Patel whether he'd submit to an alcohol use disorder identification test.
He did do that.
Are you willing to take the test, that it's called the audit test, that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem?
Do you notice that Cash seems like extra focused on anything other than Senator Van Hollen? Like he's like looking off into the right, down at something. I can't quite tell what he's focused in so intently on, but it's like you see him. Look at how focused he is. Just watch his eyes from the other. Just like normal human beings would look at the person who's talking to them. That's at least and I'm fairly certain that Chris Van Hollen is not tiny and sitting on his desk. I'm fairly certain he's a normal human-sized man who's sitting in front of him, and maybe slightly to the left.
The test, that it's called the audit test, that members of our active duty military and others take to determine whether they have a drinking problem.
Look at his eyebrows.
I'll take any test you're willing to take.
I will take it.
You see his eyebrows? Thing. You can tell that he's a guy he's like you would love to playing poker against Cash is probably really, really fun, like a money-making opportunity. But like what he just did with his eyebrows was fucking hilarious. Like he makes it very, very clear that he is not trying to look at Senator Van Hollen. Like he's just trying to disregard him and look at literally anything else.
Director Patel, I'll take it. You ready to take it?
Let's go.
Yes or no?
Let's go. Side by side.
I'll take it.
Let's bring in former FBI Director Andy McCabe. What did you?
Yeah, I'm good on the rest of this clip. It's Andy McCabe and James Comey. Yeah, I'm good on those two guys. But there you go. A little bit more from Cash's fascinating day in Congress this week. He's really kind of a deranged individual, isn't he? I mean, like he's acting like a dude who has a drinking problem. Is it just me, or I feel like I've known a number of dudes who had problems with drinking, and Cash is giving those vibes big time. He's being super evasive about talking about it. He's, in fact, getting combative. Very, very, he's snaps to being combative really quickly when it starts going south on him, I mean, like, he's exhibiting some telltale signs. I mean, let's not forget about Valhalla and whatever else, all the other crazy shit he's done, posting evidence on Twitter. just talking about random FBI theories. I mean, he's a fascinating character. Like, do you remember when he was holding the press conference and he just started, like, spitballing about the theories that they had about the shooter? Like, maybe there was, like, a second shooter. Like, he started doing, like, conspiracy theories. Like, actually, there could have been a second and third shooter or something like that. We're really investigating it. Like, basically handing to the defense, like, a serious nugget of what do you call it? Like, I cannot, of like plausible deniability, I guess is the word. Like, the FBI literally said they thought there was another guy. How can you say definitively? All right, I'm delaying because I'm trying to set up the next one. Because I don't think they've done a clip of this yet. But we need to do this one. When I wake up, like, if I don't wake up before the Majority Report starts, I wake up by, like, literally listening to the Majority Report and Democracy Now! Most days, if I have the time. But we got to go here to the Majority Report here to couple spots in here. I'm trying to think of where they were. Might as well just start here. Fuck it.
He looks like a monster. Like
looks?
Yeah, physically his face.
Like a universal monster from a monster movie in the 30s.
Well, you can see the backlighting also allows his jowls to really kind of just take shape.
Should we gonna play Hegseth or should we play Patel? What number is Hegseth?
Hegseth isn't involved in this clip. It's Mitch McConnell failing to conduct this hearing.
Oh, let's get to that later. Let's get to that.
Let's
get that with Fetterman so that we can do both sides.
Oh yes, very fair.
Fetterman and McConnell,
both sides of the oatmeal brain.
Each side has a vegetable in the on the plate, as it were. But first,
staying in the race.
Senate budget oversight hearing. Senate budget oversight? What is that? It's not the Senate budget oversight, is it?
It's an oversight hearing on the budget for budget requests.
Oh, for the FBI.
Yeah.
So here is Chris Van Hollen speaking to Kash Patel based upon the recent reporting. Kash Patel, my understanding, was going to sue. Was it the Atlantic?
Yeah, hundreds of millions of
Was
dollars.
that suit already kicked out, or they?
He had a different one that was kicked out.
Oh, the other one was kicked out, and we're going to wait for this one to be kicked out. Here is Kash Patel responding. He doesn't seem in any way defensive to Chris Van Hollen.
No, not at all.
As do the men and women of the interagency and state and local law enforcement and the White House.
And so there have been no occasions when your security detail had difficulty waking or locating you, is that right?
Nope, it's a total farce. I don't even know where you get this stuff, but it doesn't make it credible because you say so.
I'm not saying it, Director Patel. It's been written and documented.
You are literally saying it.
No, I'm saying that these are reports, Director Patel.
No,
And
unlike
I will
baseless
say,
reports, the only person that was slinging margaritas in that.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna skip some of this as we watch all this already. Oh, yeah, but yeah. This is where I want us to go back to. Okay.
To make provably false statements in a hearing like this is extremely troubling. And it leads me to ask whether or not the other things you've been saying are false statements. And so because That's a provably false statement. You made a couple others that are provably false. And this is from the mouth.
He's having the tremors.
The only one that makes false
question-
statements is you.
My final question to you, Mr. Director, is
I
do you
changed
know
my
that it is
I
a
changed my
crime to
story.
lie to
You're the
Congress?
only liar.
You know that. That's my last question.
Oh God!
I have not lied to Congress.
I didn't ask you
that.
that.
Lied to Congress is you.
It worked. It worked for Russell Brand, and so he's just like fingering around different, like throwing around. I've got list right here where you drank in office, sir.
Sounds like he's playing
Look at
ping
his
pong.
face.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who looks like.
Totally not under pressure. Everything's fine.
I've got it right here. I've got proof right here that I'm not drunk. Wait
you're
a
the
second,
liar,
right here.
actually.
Yeah.
And
Here. Here's the statement. Cash
lie,
Patel
you
did
lie.
not come into the liquor store today. There it is.
He's like, you know what that reminds me of? Like this, like this back and forth. He reminds me of like a kid who's in like a group project at school. It's funny how this analogy comes up a lot, or the school like analogy, like school related analogies come up a lot in the Trump administration. But he seems like a child who was in like a group project who did not do his side of the homework. He's got the binder in front of him. Everybody else put in a fair amount of work into it, you know. Printing out the pages, hole punches, the research you would assume that went into it, and he's just over here. He doesn't know. He doesn't know where in the binder the thing that he needs is. And he's just like furiously going through it. But the problem is what he's looking for probably just doesn't exist. That's the problem. He didn't do the research, so he has no idea what he's actually looking for. He's just hoping it exists.
Right here. I've got proof right here that I'm not drunk. Wait
you're
a
the
second,
liar,
right
actually.
here.
And
Here. Here's the statement. Cash
lie,
Patel
you
did
lie.
not come into the liquor store today. There it is.
Know that it is a crime to lie to Congress. You know that. That's my last question.
I have not lied to Congress.
I didn't ask you that.
Lied to Congress is you.
Yeah. This is the problem. He wasn't part of making the binder, so he doesn't know that there's no proof that he didn't lie to Congress in the binder. He's thinking maybe there is. That's why he keeps looking like maybe in the binder there's proof that I didn't lie. I mean, it's a silly thing to think, but Cash, let's be real, he's having a tough time over here. He already lost his number 2. Let's not forget. We cannot forget. Dan Bongino is gone. He'd been hiding in the basement drinking for who knows how long. Now that he's gone, Cash, it's all on Cash. And he is clearly faltering quickly. He's imploding.
I'm not testifying here, sir, and I don't lie.
Maybe the next time you run up a $7,000 bar tab, we can talk about it.
Well, see, there you go. Lying again. You suggested
the FTC report. I'll post it right now.
You suggested it was public. It wasn't public money, as you know. That was for a 50-member staff party.
So it was a $7,000 bar tab.
Mr. Patel, I'm glad. Let me just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, 2 things. I'm glad that you have agreed to take the test regarding, whether you have alcohol problems. I'm glad you agreed with me to do that. You still haven't answered my final question. Do you know, Mr. Director, that it is a crime to lie to Congress? Do you know that?
Illegal. I do not lie to Congress.
I didn't ask you that.
And you're insinuating that I am.
I asked you whether you know.
You want to correct your time in this session where you got steamrolled by the facts so you can have a Twitter narrative.
Mr.
So you can go
Director.
raise more money and spend more money on $7,000 bar tabs.
Just let the
And
record
I'm not
show,
going to give
Mr.
it
Chairman.
to you.
The director of the FBI apparently does not want to answer the question about whether or not it's a crime to lie to Congress, and I find that extremely troubling.
I find it troubling that you lie to the American
with
people
law
every
enforcement.
day.
You are a disgrace, Mr. Chairman.
You know,
Not nearly as
The
big
fact
as
that
you
you can't answer that question. I will. That
I don't have a drinking problem. I could drink you under the table.
Yeah, it's not a problem for me. It's a solution. Also, like the FBI directors used to lie about things that like were of national importance to the country, like our
Are we spying
involvement,
on Muslim teenagers.
but spying on Muslims, our involvement in the assassination of civil rights leaders, or
but now we got Gash. He's a serious guy. He's he's into other stuff. He's got more sort of like other kinds of interests. He's not your normal. He's not your normal FBI director. Okay, he's got a very diverse background.
They literally they get in 3 squares, and they're in a Caribbean island, for God's sake.
Better than I am.
Exactly. I'd love to spend some time at a Caribbean island.
it's also just so notable how even amongst this cast of horrible characters with Trump, that Kash Patel has the shortest fuse of them all. And isn't he supposed to be covert? He's like basically wearing like a peacock outfit and strutting around. Notice me, notice me.
If he was J. Edgar Hoover, he would have done that hearing in drag.
I'm trying to find
the children's book.
Oh, there it is. There.
Kash Patel is not just the FBI director.
He's the author.
He is the author of this children's book entitled "The Plot Against the King." And look at right over here. You see who the king is? King is, of course, Donald Trump. And then right over here, there's the wizard.
Oh my God.
The wizard Kash Patel. And let me just read you a little bit of this before you go to sleep, everybody. Let's see. All of the heralds and all of the knights, here we go, filled into the room. The shifty knight, that would be
Adam
now
Schiff.
Senator from Shifty Shift. The shifty knight stood at the very front.
Mom, what's shifty mean?
Yeah, here he is. There's the shifty knight right there, somewhere around there. Kash declared, "The steel box paper is not true. We went to Rushonia and we discovered there is no Swirly Tower Tavern. So now I need to know,
Swirly Tower? Is that a drink tower?
I have no idea. Do you have any other reason to believe King Donald cheated in any way?"
This is impossible to follow.
One by one, they all scratched their heads and cleared their throats and said,
Wow.
No, I don't.
Wow, Emma doesn't like the narrative from this book. She thinks there's plot holes in Emma thinks there's plot holes in Cash's children's book. Come on. It's ungenerous, Emma. Let's be fair. Let's be fair to the director of the FBI on his children's book.
Of any reason or any way. Good night, Tommy.
Because this is about
Good
2016,
night,
right?
Mary.
Right. So
Yes.
Swirly Towers.
This is
where he
about
goes to get
Russiagate.
peed on, right?
Huh?
Swirly Towers where Trump goes to get peed on.
That's where it gets. No, I think swirly is a different. I think it's a different kink.
Yep. Oh, right.
A swirly.
The head in the toilet.
Yeah. But understand, like, this is a way of looking at Trump's followers and saying, like, how am I going to make a book off of these guys? How am I going to make a buck off of these guys? Oh, I know, a kid's book. And also, I'm clinically insane, so I'm going to make myself
Also
the hero
clinically
of the
insane.
book.
Right.
My name's Kash Patel.
And I'm also clinically insane. My name's Kash Patel. Yep, that's our FBI director. The special guy. My God. What a display. What a display from him all around. Truly a fascinating individual. He's the one who's in charge of making sure we get those Epstein files. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should write a children's book about how Kash is never going to release the Epstein files. It's called the plotting. Oh god, the plot against the files. We'll talk about how evil wizard Kash Patel did naughty things, redacting the great files of the realm which had been passed into law. Oh. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to write a children's book. I really want to. Maybe I'll do like a short. I'll do like a second. I take it back. I think there already is. I think he actually has a series. I think it's like 3 different books. I have to read them all. I wouldn't want to ruin the lore of the series. I'd be hammered by the fans. Well, let's move on from the plot against the king to the plot against the people. Tennessee.
Having grown up in rural Tennessee, I don't think I would have been against this if I didn't find your commentary in early adulthood, so thank you. And what you do matters in these places too. No, absolutely. These motherfuckers all speak like a Dem presidency is a lock in 2029, when in reality, it couldn't be further from a lock. I know. You know what I'm feeling right now? I'm feeling the same sense of danger, immediate danger that I felt on like the second day of the DNC, where I was like, why are these guys fucking doing victory laps right now? I think we're already there, but all right. So the first story was Virginia. Now we go to Tennessee. This Twitter user says the KKK is alive and well in Tennessee. The sergeant of arms blocks Representative Justin Pearson, who's goated, from entering a committee meeting about redrawing the map specifically for the district he represents. Shameful. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on in Tennessee. Protesters are demonstrating against Tennessee redistricting that could give GOP an advantage. Now, that's a very nice way to put it. What the GOP is doing is basically eradicating the last black majority district in the state of Tennessee. They're just saying, nope, Tennessee's all red.
Are giving their party a better chance to win every congressional seat in November. They voted to eliminate the state's only black majority district on Thursday. Opponents held a passionate...
Like, that's insane. Look at this.
Eliminate the state's only black majority district on...
It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. My district is... I just don't even know what we're supposed to do now in Memphis. Because remember, when you lose that political representation, your district no longer is going to get the funds necessary, for example. Like, you need to have someone represent your interests. Okay? So you have to remember, like, even having one guy in that situation matters quite a bit. Okay? This is a huge problem with Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico doesn't have the adequate representation, for example, and that's part of the reason why Puerto Rico gets shafted all the goddamn time. It's a territory. This is voter disenfranchisement through and through. For the black voters.
No, exactly. And this is why I'm saying if they want to do this on the supposed grounds of one person, one vote, we should talk about one person, one vote. Let's talk about the concept of one person, one vote, because we don't have it right now in the United States, right? Whether it's the Senate or the Electoral College, these things are anti-democratic and the diametric opposite of one person, one vote. You have places like Montana with 2 Senate seats and 2 House seats, and places like California with 2 Senate seats and like 25 House seats, because the populations are so mismatched. And yet somehow Montana has the same power in the Senate that California does and can block legislation much easier than California can. And the Senate is, one of the bodies that's preventing us from actually getting anything done. And the fact is, we've like written into the Constitution, essentially, that you need the Senate for all of this stuff. You need 2/3 majority to impeach a Supreme Court justice or a president, or, you know, do this or that. All right, I'm skipping ahead a little bit because we've talked a bunch about this. I hadn't seen this clip.
9 Republican and Democratic controlled states across the country have redrawn their maps. 3 more here in the Deep South may do so ahead of November's elections. Gail?
Okay, everybody's watching this one, Ed. Thank you very much.
These maps are racist tools of white supremacy at the behest of the most powerful white supremacist in the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Memphis is the most beautiful place on the planet. It's the place that raised me, my parents, my grandmothers, and where my ancestors' bones rest. And what you are doing today is eviscerating the only black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority black. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. You put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched black folks on poplar trees. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here. No matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
We're here today once again for a white.
I love Justin Jones, Justin Pearson are so goated. They're dope.
A White Sheets Caucus meeting in which they're trying to disenfranchise people.
There's objections in Jones once again. That is out of order.
You know what?
Is it out of order? Didn't they literally find Klan's robes in the where did they find it? Hold on. Oh, it was in Mississippi.
Okay. That's the clip that I wanted. I don't know where Hassan found that one, but Justin Pearson saying a bunch of stuff that I was saying yesterday in a much better, more clear manner, I feel. I want more from that Hassan clip right now. Well, I figured that out. Actually, no, because I have another clip that I wanted to go to from Tennessee. I'm going to start the Galactic content goal. Naps with Cat. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. What is that sound? I'm already wearing sunglasses, lowercase. You know that, I know that, everybody knows that. And yet, here you are spending like 3,000 galactic credits or something for those sunglasses. At this rate, I'll just be wearing sunglasses and a tinfoil hat for forever. I've basically stopped counting how many extra hats and sunglasses people have paid for. A little out of control.
So hot right now.
Oh no, I'm out of tea. Or am I? Oh. We're gonna go back to Hassan for 1 second, actually. I think this last part is also probably valuable. When does it switch over to that? Yeah.
About all of this in the short and medium term?
Yeah, I mean, what we're watching right now is incredibly infuriating to watch in Tennessee, a state with a significant black population, just carve up Memphis, one of the blackest cities in America, and ensure it has no Democratic representation. It's infuriating and it's deflating. And that's ultimately the goal, right? The people who do gerrymandering and voter suppression want you to give up. They want you to feel like your power is being taken away so that you stop using your power. Like that's the ultimate win here. And so we obviously cannot let that happen. And here are just like 3 things. And none of these are satisfying. I want to be specific. None of them are satisfying. But here are the things where we can focus our energy right now. The first is we have to redouble our efforts to take the House and hopefully the Senate in 2026. That is the foundation for the governing coalition that we will have in 2029 with a Democratic president to actually pass things like a ban on partisan gerrymandering, to do real electoral reform, to make our system more small d democratic. The second thing, and this is critically important, is we have to pour our time, our money, our resources into state legislative races, because there's going to be efforts to redraw the maps in 2028, in 20.
Yeah, so this is exactly why I wanted to watch this last clip here from this Hasan video, because this is basically what I've been saying. I unfortunately do not have the ability to go this deep. We need to find a way to start focusing in on these state races. The state Senate races, right? And I'm not talking about the federal, right, elections. We're talking about the ones for the state houses that dictate all of these maps. And it seems like that is going to be very important. And a lot of those elections are dictated by very, very small vote margins. So a small amount of effort could potentially get you outsized results. But you just have to put in the effort, and it's quite a task, because you got dozens of these things per state across the nation, right? Probably over 1,000 races. Like, if you think the midterm primaries are long, for those of you who have looked at the list that I've been compiling, that is nothing compared to what it would look like if we were also doing the state Senate races. But we really should be trying to figure out a way to do that. It's just difficult. And it's also like about finding those candidates, because it's such a niche audience. In some cases, you may not know who is. It may be very difficult to figure out who's running early on to some degree. I'm trying to think of how much it would take to put in this sort of effort. It would be a lot, but I think it needs to be done. But thankfully, I've already created some kind of an apparatus for people to share information like that in the Discord. We created the state-by-state election channels inside of the elections category. Just because it feels like we are in a moment where we need to be focused on democracy. And not just the big elections, all of the elections. Especially since Republicans are doing everything that they can right now to disenfranchise people from the vote. I don't see any other option but to wake up. Start taking this shit super seriously before democracy is meaningless. Let's go to this one next. Haven't had a chance to find a different version of this clip, so don't skewer me for this one. It's the only one that I still subscribe to because it's just clips. This is in the Tennessee House, the very house we were just talking about.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted next amendment, Mr.
As you can see, Justin Jones over here
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of committee amendment number 1. Probably second. Any discussion?
walked over and put up a rebel flag, a Confederate flag. The one I'll bet a bunch of these guys probably love having their back of their truck or whatever.
Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment.
This
number 1
guy,
say aye. Aye.
oh, look
All
how
those
mad
opposed
he
say no. The
gets.
ayes have it. You
Oh,
adopted
he's
next
really
amendment,
mad.
Mr. Clerk.
Oh, he crumbles
House
it up.
Amendment 2 by Representative Jones and Davis.
He
Mr. Speaker was not timely
Oh,
filed.
Representative
he
Jones,
drops
you're
it on the
recognized.
ground. Litters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just handed the Representative Lambert the Confederate flag saying we will not go back because you are trying to bring us back to the Confederacy by bringing us here for this racist,
Representative
immoral.
Jones, I'm going to stop you right there. You've got 1 minute to do your amendment, which is untimely filed. We are not grandstanding on this floor talking to another member in that regard.
Oh, how dare you talk to that member in that regard. So rude.
How rude.
Oh, the Tennessee House is so very upset by this disrespect. A Confederate flag, which I proudly fly on my lawn. How dare you put it up here? Like, how many Confederate flags do you think are sold? Like, what percentage of Confederate flags do you figure are sold in Tennessee? It's got to be pretty high, right? I don't know exactly what the is, but you know, like, and these guys are like, how dare you? How dare you put that up? That flag that I totally support. Everything it stands for. How dare you do that? That's disrespectful. It's about time, I think, Democrats start waking up. I mean, it's been past time. It's been many months past time. Years, perhaps. Many years.
All right, y'all, here's the question. Are Democrats finally learning their lesson and whipping their asses into shape over what just happened in Virginia? So for those of you who didn't follow this, we had a direct vote in Virginia about whether or not we should redistrict or gerrymander in order to counter the right-wing rigging and gerrymandering, right? So a bunch of red states started to gerrymander because Trump told them to, so they're creating more Republican seats, and then a bunch of Democratic states were sitting around with their thumbs up their asses, acting like there's nothing they could do, and in Virginia, Democrats decided, nah, fuck that, we're going to do something. So with all you red states gerrymandering, now we're a blue state, we're going to gerrymander for Democrats. And so if one side cheats, ironically, the way to make it more fair is for your side to cheat. Because if you don't cheat, then you're just letting them win the game illegally and wrongly, right? So it's all in the name of fairness. Now, it also said, when you went to go vote on the thing, the wording of it was, if they stop doing this, we will stop too. So, like, it embedded into this move was an inherent fairness and kindness that Republicans never offer Democrats. And so it passed. It was 51-49 was the vote. It was actually closer than I thought it would be. I thought it would be more like 55-45, right? It passed. But the Supreme Court in Virginia said, no, we're going to strike it down. And so as a direct result of that, we're now in an untenable position where the country cannot survive like this because all of the red states are gerrymandering and most of their courts are upholding their gerrymander, right? And some of them aren't, but I'll get to that more in a second because Republicans are still getting their way. And in the Democratic states, you can't have courts go, yeah, but you're not allowed to do it. So red states can gerrymander, but blue states can. No, this is like, it's getting absurd. It's getting unpalatable that like the Republican Party is the whiny little fucking disgusting bitch ass party that does anything and everything, cheats, lies, steals to get their way. And then if you fight back even 5% as hard as they do, how dare you? It's not fair. Fuck you. We don't like you. We're not playing around anymore. We have no interest in dealing with your fucking little dumbass tantrums anymore. We're done. We're done here.
We're done, says Kyle. All right, where does he actually switch over to this? Oh, okay, here we go.
According to the New York Times, some Democrats are proposing a plan to overturn the state Supreme Court ruling that invalidated the referendum, invoke the circuit court ruling that invalidated the referendum due to county officials not posting notice of it at courthouses 3 months before the election to invalidate the 2020 constitutional amendment that created the Independent Redistricting Commission by arguing that the courthouses also did not post notice of it at the time either. And 2, lowered the mandatory retirement age for justices from 75 to 54 or less. That would remove every justice on the court. The Democratic majority in the legislature can then appoint 7 new justices. And then 3, Democrats would then be able to redraw their map. So we don't need to get into the specifics here, but just understand that what they're talking about is an intelligent political and legal maneuver to basically dismiss the entire court, bring in all Democratic judges, and then rehear the case on other grounds because they're challenging the law which led to the redistricting vote, right? And then get the correct decision through the new court. That's basically, so it's a political and legal maneuver here to say, we saw what you did. It's unconscionable. It's egregious. It's wrong, legally and morally. And so now there are going to be consequences.
Consequences. Will we see Democrats actually pull the lever on consequences for Republicans? Oh, I can't wait to see that. I'm still rather skeptical about them actually doing such a thing. But it's nice to see them even threatening it. There's a change. That is certainly a sea change from what we've seen in the past, perhaps. Adrian Vixen, good to see you in here. Randomly appearing in my chat. All right, let's continue talking about the Republican attack on the Voting Rights Act. With Democracy Now! And an ex-DOJ civil rights chief. From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, headed to Middleburg, Virginia tonight, and then to Atlanta on Friday and to Austin and Houston, Texas over the weekend. Juan Gonzalez joins us from Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
We begin today's show looking at the growing attack on voting rights across the United States following the Supreme Court's recent gutting of a key provision of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Republican lawmakers across the South are racing to redraw congressional maps in a move that's expected to lead to a historic drop in the number of black representatives in Congress. In Tennessee, Republican Governor Bill Lee signed into law last week a new Republican-drawn map that aims to eliminate the state's only majority black district. And in Alabama, the U.S. Supreme Court just cleared the way for Republican lawmakers to eliminate a district held by a black Democrat. NAACP President Derek Johnson responded to the unsigned ruling by saying, quote, "We are witnessing a return to Jim Crow." Meanwhile, in Virginia...
Yeah, I mean, one of these maps was literally struck down by a state court. I can't remember which state it was now. But one of them was literally struck down by a state court for being discriminatory, for being racist, right? Like they were like, and they're like going back to that because now the Supreme Court actually says racism is fine. It's anti-racism that's the real racism, okay?
Democrats have suffered a major setback after the state Supreme Court struck down a new congressional map just weeks after voters approved it. The new map could have allowed Democrats to win 4 additional House seats in November's midterm elections. On Monday, Democratic leaders in Virginia asked the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn the state court's decision. To talk about all of this and more, we're joined by Kristen Clark. She's general counsel of the NAACP. During the Biden administration, Clark served as Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. She's also the former head of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law. Kristen Clark, it's great to have you back. We used to often interview you when you were head of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Then you were in the Justice Department, now the new general counsel of the NAACP. Before we get into specifics, can you talk about what's happening to civil rights law in this country, what's happening at the Department of Justice, and for a global audience to understand the Supreme Court's decision gutting the Voting Rights Act?
Well, first, thank you for having me at this turbulent moment in American democracy. A lot has happened in 14, 15 months into the Trump administration, but what we knew from day one is that this is an administration that would be hostile when it comes to enforcement of our civil rights laws. We've seen a Justice Department that is nothing but a shadow of its former self. The Civil Rights Division was once the crown jewel of the Justice Department, is no longer engaged in the business of standing up to protect our nation's most vulnerable communities. They have driven out career professionals and have weaponized our civil rights laws to target communities, to target Black people and other vulnerable communities. The Supreme Court's devastating decision in the Louisiana versus Calais case, has really turned our country upside down. I am a lifelong civil rights lawyer. I have spent the vast majority of those years working on cases in the South, in the Deep South. The southern part of our country is a unique place that really wrestles with the legacy of discrimination. It is a place where you see tremendous suffering. It is a place where you see tremendous poverty, and a lot of those problems rear their ugly head in our politics, in our electoral politics. It is a part of the country where Black folks have had tremendous difficulty getting a seat at the table, have had tremendous uphill battles when it comes to having success getting elected to office. And the Voting Rights Act has proven to be the one tool that has helped to open the doors of democracy by giving Black voters a fair opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
Yup. I mean, the Supreme Court, Republicans are dragging us back into the 19th century before anybody had any rights. Aside from landowning white men. It is a disturbing but unfortunately true reality that we are all witnessing in front of our eyes. It is the agenda of white supremacists, okay? There is no other way around it. What is next? Okay, yeah. Let's see. We're going to talk a few of the primaries before we get to the Louisiana primaries again. We got a bunch on that. Let's start in New York, the 10th Congressional District. A fight between Goldman and Lander.
Democratic primary in the 10th Congressional District is an intense fight where former controller Brad Lander is trying to unseat Congressman Dan Goldman. Political reporter Marcia Kramer says it may come down to who's got more clout, the governor or the mayor.
Governor Kathy Hochul headlined a labor rally for Congressman Dan Goldman today.
We need something from Washington, D.C. Dan Goldman is our good go-to man. He knows where the levers of power are. He knows how to fight.
With the June 23rd Democratic primary for the 10th Congressional District just around the corner, the question of which big-name politician is in your corner could very well decide who represents the voters in Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn. Brad Lander has Mayor Mamdani's endorsement, a testimony to his decision to help Mamdani by cross-endorsing him in the mayor's race.
I'm Brad Lander, a lifelong progressive, and I'm running for Congress.
A lifelong progressive? You mean you haven't sold out the special interest?
So, Congressman, why does the governor's endorsement mean more than the mayor's endorsement of Brad Lander?
I don't think it necessarily means more or less. I think it is based on their own experience. And the governor has been in office the whole time I've been in office, and so we've built a close working relationship.
Lander's campaign played up the mayor's support.
I love how Marcia just comes in there. What do you think about how important the mayor's endorsement is in comparison to how unimportant Kathy Hochul's endorsement is? Oh, I love that. That's fucking hilarious. It's true, though. I'm fairly certain that Marcia's right. That the endorsement of Zoran is more important than the endorsement of Kathy, also because Zoran is way more popular than Kathy Hochul is, if I recall correctly.
Spokesperson saying, quote, unlike Dan Goldman, NY10 strongly supported Zoran in the mayor's race, and Brad is looking forward to being a partner to help advance the mayor's affordability agenda in Washington. Political experts point out that Hochul is a moderate Democrat, Mamdani a Democratic socialist.
This is a battle, Marcia, for the heart and soul of the Democrat.
Ooh, yeah, Kathy Hochul's favorability rating is 41% statewide. Somewhere between 41 and 46%. I think it's even lower in New York City. And wow. Yeah, I mean, Zoran's popularity just keeps going up and up and up. What is Zoran's approval rating right now? %? I thought it was higher than that. Because I could have sworn I saw a poll of like 65% or something like that, or like 70%. Maybe that was of Democrats.
Party. Is this going to be the normal Democratic Party, or is this going to be now the party of the very far left?
Voters are taking their time.
Well, there you go, Kathy Hochul, Zoran Mamdani, putting their political weight behind their preferred candidate in New York's 10th Congressional District. In the fight between Dan Goldman and Brad Lander. I think we all know who I would prefer. Lander should be the next congressperson from the 10th district. All right, now to California politics with Hassan. Hey, I'll be right back.
2 new posts about Hamawi and Shoykot. Yeah, we got one good poll, one bad poll. Really good internal for Hamawi. The Hassan bump is alive and well, very real. Okay. Hamawi, and I'm just joking, it's not me, obviously, but like Adam Hamawi went from being third place at like 5% to an internal poll, which is always going to obviously favor Hamawi. Hamawi for New Jersey is out with an internal poll that finds him leading New Jersey 12 splinter Democratic field with 90%, way up from the 5% he received in a prior unreleased poll conducted a month ago. A friendly super PAC spent $1 million in the interim. The New Jersey field's top four in the May 5-7 poll is Adam Hamawi at 19%, Sue Altman at 12%, Brad Cohen at 11%, Verlina Reynolds Jackson at 10%. I mean, Adam Hamawi obviously is a stud, and he's gotten tremendous endorsements, Bernie Sanders being one of them. So I do think that, what the bro, I'm over here doing election analysis, and this guy goes, fart of the year, please watch. It's like I literally have to laser in on chat all the time, and I see this and I have to watch now. What the do you mean fart of the year? No. No.
Whatever.
No. How is she not laughing? This gotta be fake. That's gotta be fake. Bro, how is she not perishing? Hello, Fox News. Yes, we are looking at farting horses. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Let's get back to it. Anyway, that was the good news. Hamawi is doing really well. He deserves it. Absolute stud. You guys already know. I mean, he literally saved Tammy Duckworth's life. Like, can you be more of a stud? He throws his life on the line. He throws his body actively. He was a combat medic. And he, on top of that, throws his body in the crossfire. He's been to Gaza. He's worked in not one but two different the active genocide zones. He's incredible, and you know I'm obviously honored to endorse him. He's fantastic, and I'm glad that New Jersey 12 is seeing that as well. So that's the good poll. The bad poll is California's 11th congressional district jungle primary. Top two vote getters advance in November. You got Scott Wiener, who's lost a little bit of sauce. He went from 43 to like 38. Connie Chan has picked up some steam at 22%, and Shoykat Chakrabarti at 21% in third position, following Connie closely. Now, initially, some of the polls showed Shoykat having a much bigger bump, a much bigger lead on Connie, which was good because, like, the hope is at this point to have it go to the general and have Shoykat be the guy, and then the local organizations end up reluctantly endorsing him, even though he doesn't have any. A lot of the left has been like, nope.
9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji. Hoy estoy declarando al despotado a StreamLord mi enemigo. Mi ha molestado bastante. Quiero que el FBI lo arresto ahora. Gracias por su atención a este asunto. El presidente Ray Donald Trump.
That. I don't speak Spanish, you know that. Thank you for the bits, Looney Tunes.
Did the Dean Preston is unbelievable. We are always going to consider you to be a carpetbagger and outsider, even though he's not. Like, he is just as much from San Francisco as, like, you know, Scott Wiener is. Scott Wiener is just more involved in local politics because he's a recognizable figure in California politics in general. But what did he do? I mean, he's just rich. And the left in San Francisco understandably hate tech bros. And he's technically a rich tech bro. He's just a rich tech bro with very good, very radical views. But the local left organizations despise him because he's made local donations that are against the San Francisco left in because a couple years prior, I don't know if you guys remember, but San Francisco had like a growing leftist movement. He's fucked up and now he's paying the price. Oh, East Bay elitist. Yeah, I hate this shit. I hate this argument. He's fucked up and he's paying the price. Okay, dude, then have a worse person overall as your congressional representative. He undermined a DSA comptroller. No, it's not. No one gives a fuck about. Okay. Yes, people do give a fuck about that because the entirety of the DSA, San Francisco worked very hard on the Preston campaign, and he was great, to be fair. But in San Francisco, there's two things, okay, that people treat like the Sunni Shia split. I've talked about this before. The NIMBYism versus YIMBYism. You will never understand it. San Francisco is like its own internal local politics system where you're either a NIMBY or you're a YIMBY. It's the Bloods and Crips. It's the Sunni versus Shia. As a matter of fact, I think Pax Islamica could happen. The entire Ummah could unite before the NIMBYs and YIMBYs can arrive at like a reasonable conclusion on what to do with housing. Anyway, wait, these people had no issues voting for Nancy Pelosi in every election? See, that's the other side of the story. Nancy Pelosi is a towering figure in American politics, and it's mostly liberal. San Francisco's actual voter base is not even leftist anyway. It's actually rich liberals. So if you have any sort of like crossover appeal with a guy like Shoykot, who is like getting flamed by the local left organizations, who actually has, in my opinion, really good national politics and would be a fantastic congressperson, one of the best congress.
Is it just me, or am I the only person who preferred the old camera angle where you could see Kaya just like in the corner rather than the separate Kaya cam? I preferred where you can see both of them. It confuses my brain when I look at that. Anyway, there's a little California politics update there from Hassan. Not done talking California, though. Let's talk about the governor's race. And Tom Steyer, who, as you probably know, I've had
mean anything beyond that.
A little bit of skepticism around. But, of course, as many of you probably know, I've sort of come around on that, and I think to some degree, you don't have another better option in this race.
All right, people ask all the time, not all the time, that's an exaggeration, but I get asked, like, who are you interested in for California governor? And I would have to say, like, I am probably more interested in it not being Becerra than of the three top Democrats at this point. But I have to say, I think Steyer's stuff here is somewhat compelling. I do think a billionaire would garner my support if they were to say, like, job number one is to tax people situated like I am out of existence, which is not to say I want the billionaires to be disappeared. I just want the legality of their ability to maintain that wealth to be gone. Not going to put them in jail. It's going to tax them. But here is Tom Steyer on with Hassan Piker, and I found this to be somewhat compelling. I mean, the guy did give a lot of money for environmental stuff, and I don't know, it's nice to see someone with that kind of money at least talk to real human beings, which I think rarely happens. But here's Tom Steyer and Hassan Piker.
When you were a hedge fund manager, your firm invested $90 million in private prisons and detention centers. And I want to know how that aligns with your current stance on ICE, because from what I understand, you're in favor of ICE abolition.
So that happened 22 years ago, and it was a big mistake. And I realized it was a big mistake and sold it over 20 years ago.
Okay.
And the reason I sold it was for the reason you're saying. And it was more than a mistake. And it was this. It was a wake-up call that I was in the wrong place. I mean, people wonder, why did you walk away from a big business that you'd started that was worth a ton of money? And the answer is, because it didn't align with my values.
Okay.
And so if you look at the last 20 years, and that was a real wake-up call, you know, we have pushed on every justice-related thing about incarceration and the justice system itself for the last 20 years. We have a group of 20 people in Sacramento, and we have pushed on every one of those. And in fact, I think that I am endorsed by Smart Justice, which is a very much about rehabilitative justice organization. And so, you know, my wife spent 10 years going into San Quentin. My mom taught in prison. It was a mistake, but it also was a chance for it. Absolutely is a wake-up call. I mean, you're sitting here saying, and I hear you, Hassan, the capitalist system has real contradictions and problems, and that's really why I walked away from my business, was I felt like this is taking me to places that are absolutely antithetical to what I believe in. And that's why I did it, and that's why I spent the last 14 years working on this.
What are some of the other avenues that you felt like was deeply unethical? Also, I'm asking you these questions that come across like tough questions, but I want you to
No. I always say to
like,
people, there are no tough questions.
Yeah.
There are people who don't have good answers.
Yeah, I also think that it's important to understand the like moral or intellectual journey that you went through to
I
come
have
to
to
these
have gone to
conclusions.
some. I have, you know, the story of Paul on the road to Damascus. He's the biggest anti-Christ person, and he realized I made a huge mistake, and he becomes the biggest pro-Christ person on the road to Damascus. And it's like he made a change.
Jesus Christ is the socialist in this equation. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But I'm saying justice is, and I will say this, I felt like, and I'll give you a perfect example. People are always saying to me, you know, you've spent a ton of time in environmentalism, but your firm had invested in fossil fuels. And the answer is, sure. Everybody invested in fossil fuels. It's a huge part of the economy. We invested less than our share, but we invested in fossil fuels. And I decided I can't invest in fossil fuels. We need to divest. We need to get out of all these things. And I felt like I can't change, even though I started that firm, I couldn't change that firm's culture because that was not what people were there for. And so I very much had to leave and, you know, basically go and work on the things that I cared about. And I've spent, you know, I could go into immense detail to you about how I think about energy and how I think we're going to actually do it in a clean way and what it's going to take as governor to make that happen and why it's such a powerful role. And that's true. But I was coming from a place that was completely different, and I had to make a change.
I got to say, I would imagine in 99 out of 100 times, it is probably accurate. If I have to spend time with a politician, I'm going to find stuff they say that is cringe. Yeah. Almost every time. I think it's probably 99 out of 100.
It's just mostly Mamdani.
I mean, I feel like there's a couple of people that I could probably spend a little bit of time with, but no, for the most part, like, you know, when I hear stuff like there are no dumb questions, there's only people who don't have good answers.
Ugh.
It just sounds like it's out of like a, but
no, it absolutely sounds like a political platitude. Like, yeah, okay, just give us the answer.
I think the guy sounds relatively sincere in terms of like where his politics. I mean, the real question is, right, is what is going to influence them. You know, you're basically talking about Porter and Steyer. I think of the only viable options for Democrats in the thing. And I don't think either one of them is particularly good on Gaza. Probably other things. I am not going to pretend I've spent too much time following this race. But I'd probably vote for Steyer.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I'm at. And I mean, I've heard, you know, Steyer has changed his position on Gaza and Palestine over time. I think that, I mean, it shows growth, but it also shows that it took him a while to actually get on, like, on board with something that was clearly, like, the way I've heard him talk about it makes it sound like the situation changed, like, on the ground. Not for him, but, like, for Palestinians somehow. Like, when I've heard him talk about it, I'm just like, guy, it's been like this. Like, the way that he describes it is like, it's been like that for, like, 2 years. But I've also pointed out that as the governor of a state, he won't be voting on any military budgets. And he won't really have a whole lot of foreign policy stuff as, just the governor. So I say that's that's lower ranked importance wise, right? And you got to think about what about his policies are going to be like for California, right? Like whether those are going to be bad or good in this case, right? Whereas with the House races, with the Senate races, with other races like president or whatever, that's of course that should be like that sort of thing should be very much top of mind. You see what I'm saying here? Because if he had more, I think if the governor of California had a lot more effect on the military budget or our foreign policy with Israel, right, then it would be more important. Like you would need to dissect that more, but it's just not. It's just not the case. All right. Now let's go here to the Michigan Senate race.
Two new polls have just come out that I have to talk about because of what they say. One is going to be on the Michigan Senate race, which I'll get to in a second here. And the other is on the presidential primary, both Democratic and Republican. And the results there are fascinating. First, I want to get to this Michigan poll because
okay, that's what. All right.
It's not even just about the result. It's about why the result is what it is. So first up, top line, the big news. New poll finds Abdul El-Sayed surging in Michigan U.S. Senate race. So this is the Bernie-backed candidate that voters see as the anti-establishment candidate, the one that backs Medicare for all. In fact, as I'll get to in a second here, he wrote the book on Medicare for all. So we're talking about a doctor here, somebody who is not the typical candidate that the Democratic Party in terms of the establishment would likely or would usually put up. But it's not just the results here that are amazing. I mean, he's up by 10 points now in this new poll. If you look at previous polls, Stevens was up by 2. McMorrow was up by 5 in a past poll. So it had been a close race up to this point. Now Sayed, according to this poll, appears to be running away with it. So the comparison here is amazing. Abdul El-Sayed sitting at 27%. Back in November, he was at 16%. He jumped 11 points. He was in a distant third at the time. He's now in a clear first. And the reason is Hassan Piker. So I want to be clear. It's at least part of the reason. Because of, and I'm not just saying this, the pollster themselves referenced Hassan Piker in the results. So as Detroit Metro Times writes here, it follows weeks of attacks from rivals, the centrist Democratic establishment, and the mainstream media over Al-Sayed's decision to campaign with Hassan Piker, a popular left-wing streamer and vocal critic of U.S. support for Israel. Whom
yes, I believe I'm familiar with this Hassan you speak of. The GSL moon mystery? What moon mystery? Huh?
What you talking about?
Have accused of anti-Semitism. Piker, of course, is not anti-Semitic, as they write there. The attacks appear to have backfired spectacularly. Quote, this is from the pollster. It is very clear that one of the most important factors in Al-Sayed's movement up in the polls is the support he is receiving from far-left progressives who very strongly oppose U.S. and Israeli intervention in both Gaza and Iran. That's from Steve Mitchell, CEO of Mitchell Research and Communications. His support really bumped up after the endorsement by Hassan Piker. It will be interesting to see whether this is enough to support to allow him to win. So Hassan Piker is the reason, at least one of the main reasons, why Abdul El-Sayed is now enjoying this massive lead compared to where it was before.
This is a fascinating shift because we've kind of gone all over the place with this, right? Like at one point they were like, is Hassan the Joe Rogan of the left? Then they kicked him out of the DNC. And then they blamed Hassan for Kamala losing. And then they said Hassan is terrible and toxic. He's a misogynist, Jew hater, anti-Semite. And then like, oh, we can't associate with this. Somebody needs to debate this guy. Then he went to Yale and debated a bunch of Yale students, where he got like, I'm just trying to go down the list of all the things that have happened. Like, he got like raucous applause from those Yaleys or whatever you call them. And now we're here after the like weeks-long attacks on CNN and Fox News. Now we have a situation where it would seem that a Hassan endorsement gets you 10% in the polls. It's a fascinating arc. It's a fascinating arc. You know what I need? I just realized I don't have this sound shot, but I kind of feel like I need it. Damn. I'm trying to figure out where God. I can't find it. I'm looking for the Michael Brooks impression where he says I think it was when he was doing like what's it called? The Sharia Obama. Why can't I think of the name of the character now? It's been so long. Jesus Christ. Nation of Islam Obama. Nation of Islam Obama. At one point, Nation of Islam Obama said that the arc of history is long, but it trends towards Sharia. But I can't find the quote.
Here is a Democratic consultant, political consultant from a month ago. This is Sarah Longwell. She was on the Bulwark podcast with, what's his name? Tim Miller. And here is what she said at the time.
I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September.
This woman is so annoying.
Pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition. There's not a single paragraph that recommends cozying up to people like Hassan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about a pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hassan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro.
Here's the thing. You're a Republican pretending to be a Democrat. I always forget this woman's name, but she's just a Republican. She's like a log cabin Republican, never Trumper, who's pretending to be in the Democratic coalition all the time, but go fuck yourself, basically. But also, I love how her version of the tent includes Republicans like her, but a sign on the door that says "No Hassan, no Hassan allowed." Big tent, but no Hassan. But we have her in here. Ugh.
Democracy coalition.
Oh, is that right? Who's going to buy this book now? You have just proved that you have no idea what you're talking about. You have a book coming out in September that is supposed to be about how to win a race. And the very thing you say not to do, the Abdul al-Sayed campaign did, and they have now jumped 11 points and are now in a clear lead. Now, look, we'll see where the election goes. It's possible things change, and voters will be like, oh, now I can't stand Hassan. And they turn against the Abdul al-Sayed. Who knows? But based on how things are trending, it appears you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. So who's going to buy your shitty book? I guess we'll see. But there's even more incredible detail in this poll. As they write here, the poll found Sayed is leading among both men and women, especially with young people. Among people ages 18 to 44, al-Sayed is at 80%, leading Stevens at 4% and McMorrow at 3%. If you don't look at polling too closely, you don't see.
Well, because here, I could listen to David Dole go on and on about Hassan and all the great polls that he's seemingly generating with his winning personality. Or we could just go to the man himself.
Anyway, obviously, our top news story of the day is Abdul al-Sayed. You guys know him. We all know him. And hopefully, the people of Michigan, now that they're getting to know him, are liking what they see. Dr. Abdul al-Sayed reached out to me a couple months back and said, Hassan, I would love for you to come and stump with me. Go on a rally with me. I thought in my mind, sure. Why not? We've already collaborated. You've already been on my stream. I fundraised for you. I really like what you're doing. I like your background. I like your worldview. I trust you. So I said yes. But what I did not realize that stomping for a candidate and doing rallies was actually very different than having the candidate come on your broadcast. Now, what's interesting about that is when I came out and said I was going to do a rally with him, a bunch of advocacy organizations that are pro-Israel got very mad. Obviously, the propaganda wing of AIPAC, Jewish Insider, was very frustrated about it. They started writing article after article after article. You had a lot of centrist, right-wing, Israel-first Democrats who were also very frustrated, and they came out of the gates swinging for the fences, swinging at your boy. They said, Hassan Piker is a dangerous man. Hassan Piker is a dangerous anti-Semite, they said. Used heinous smears. They said Hassan Piker is not good. Campaign poison. Unelectable. Well, I wasn't running for any election anyway. I was just showing up and offering support to my friend Abdul al-Sayed. They said I was a terrorist. They tried to terror jacket not only myself, but terror jacket Abdul, a Muslim man. And that's when the barrage of Hassan articles started coming out. Many of those articles featured my perspective on Israel. And if you recall at the time, I said, I don't really mind this stuff. I don't really mind this hatred. I said they are unambiguous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. They drew their line of demarcation. When all these attacks were happening, what did I tell you? Over and over again, that this stuff is irrelevant. I said, your boos mean nothing, because I've seen what makes you cheer. I said, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue, placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. And it turns out it was true. Turns out it was true. New poll came out today. Edinger Mentum calls it the Hassanabi bump. He posted, you come at the king, you better not miss. New poll in Michigan, May 1 through 7, showing Abdul al-Sayed at 27%. Haley Stevens following at 18%. And Mallory McMorrow, also known as Mallory McCuomo, at 17%. Here is my prediction. Attack Abdul in a not so subtle Islamophobic campaign where they tried to terror jacket myself and Abdul al-Sayed, which then backfired because then that led to a lot of coverage on Abdul al-Sayed, which led people to engage his campaign, try to figure out what his positions are, and they liked what they heard. So I think this will have a similar impact as well. It will lead people into questioning why McMorrow is trying to present herself as this anti-establishment candidate and position herself as different than Abdul El-Sayed when he is the true anti-establishment pick. This is a race where people are looking for an anti-establishment candidate. Yeah. And I called it, but nobody ever listens to what I have to say. They always want to talk about me, but they never want to talk to me. And they also don't want to hear what I have to say. A lot of these things I've already talked about. A lot of these things I already brought up. Now, of course, Democrats are hitting the maximalist cope. So many issues. This Mitchell poll, small sample entirely by text, which only gets you an overly engaged and liberal sample. Define LVs using self-report. Sample is way heavy on college educated and is pretty far off the expected electorate on age and gender. They texted RVs and simply asked who's voting in the Dem primary and got a super engaged and probably very liberal group of voters who are not all representative of the primary electorate. Cope. People are doing exactly opposite of what the established media is peddling for, zero trust in mainstream media. Yeah. Now, this is just cope, and we'll get to all of that in a second. But there's a lot I want to talk about with this. Jokes aside, the poll itself quite literally features myself by name. Like, it literally says it was the Hassan Piker bump. I don't think that's the case. Now, the reason why I say that is because it is virtually impossible for me to be a kingmaker for a bad candidate, okay? That's just, I'm not being humble. I'm not being humble. I need you to understand. Abdul is a great candidate. He is a stud. He has spent most of his life advocating for Medicare for all. He worked in public health in the state of Michigan. He's a doctor. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He's jacked. If Abdul was a candidate, aligning with someone like myself wouldn't actually do anything for him. It wouldn't help. It's the same with Zoran. I can only highlight candidates that are positive, candidates that are good, politicians that are responsive. I can only highlight their best, their best side. Right? That's the point. Yesterday, you said you're not a kingmaker, you're just an asshole, and I think that's up for debate. So we look at the race. El-Sayed, 32, leads McMorrow, 19, and Stevens, 10 with white voters. However, Stevens, 36, leads McMorrow, 17, and El-Sayed with African-American voters. That's machine politics. Machine politics always goes for most corporate aligned. That's the role that the machine plays. It's tough to tackle. It's a very important aspect of winning primaries, and it's been a huge hurdle for left candidates to climb. It's true, though. In any case, among voters who are neither...
Okay, hold on. We're not going to watch this whole thing. It would seem Hassan himself is trying to push back on this claim of the Hassan bump, while everybody else looks at this situation and says, actually, it's real. So which one is it? It's very confusing. What are any of us to believe right now?
After endorsement from U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, Vermont, and controversial podcaster Hassan Piker, Abdul El-Sayed, 28, has surged into a 9% lead over Congresswoman Haley Stevens at 18 and State Senator Mallory McMorrow. There's still 38% that are undecided. We got to go after those folks. It has generally been the rule that the most liberal Democrats vote in a Democratic primary and the most conservative Republicans vote in a Republican primary, with El-Sayed attacking far left and in opposition to both the United States and Israel. In Gaza and Iran, El-Sayed is running as the most progressive and liberal candidate. Democrats saw the impact of the strong leftist progressive wing of their party take over the Democratic nominating convention held to determine Democratic nominees for statewide office like Secretary of State, Attorney General, and statewide education board seats. Piker, considered by many to be anti-Semitic, is probably a primary reason for El-Sayed's movement upward in the Democratic primary. Like, what is this argument that, like, I'm anti-Semitic, which is ridiculous, but then all...
Yo, that sentence is wild, though. They're basically saying that Abdul El-Sayed is picking up the anti-Semitism vote, dude. Oh, wow. What a sentence.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What a claim. What a claim. Anti-Semitic Hassan Piker, probably the reason for El-Sayed's movement upwards. I mean, come on.
Come on!
Oh, my God.
Oh, anti-Semitism is really good. Like, what the it's really good to win votes. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the pollster that did this is a right-wing pollster regardless, which makes this a little bit more interesting. But that's also part of the reason why Republicans, or not Republicans, but like right-wing Democrats will say this poll is propping up Abdul El-Sayed because they think Abdul El-Sayed will lose to Rogers. It's bullshit. And you'll start hearing that You'll start hearing that from naysayers immediately, okay? Some of them will try to tackle the poll itself and will claim that this poll is actually bad. Motherfucker, you need to stop with that shit. You have so much pulling sway, even though your audience is 25 to 30, 40K a day. Your methods and your words get back to Deborah's and Barbara's. Even the most offline normies know who you are and respect your politics. Your politics is the new left in America and people fucking crave it. You're not just some dickhead. You're relevant and impactful figure. Okay, that's a little bit too much. I'm never going to sit here and glaze myself. I'm just being, you know, I'm going to stay grounded, okay, and even keeled. I think no figure is individually responsible. And I think most of the responsibility, victory or defeat, and in this case, hopefully, inshallah, a victory, stems from the candidate themselves. Are they charismatic? Are they responsive? What are their policies? Are they able to communicate their policies and their motives well enough that it penetrates the collective consciousness of the constituents, the voters? I think Abdul has it all. Zoran had it too. There are some people who have it. Some people.
I love how he's sitting here trying to make the argument. Like he's like spending like a half an hour trying to explain to chat that there is no Hassan bump. He's like a leftist Jedi or something. There is no Hassan bump. It doesn't exist. It's all about the candidate. I am not the streamer you're looking for.
There are a lot of candidates this midterms election that have it. What we can do is mobilize. What we can do is organize. We have passionate voters, activists, advocates, organizers in this community that are desperate for a change. And if they see someone as an agent of that change, the change that they want to see, they'll go out and they won't just vote for that candidate, but they'll go out and engage in advocacy for said candidate. They'll door knock. They'll phone bank. They'll do all these things to combat the barrage of negative ads that are coming the way of these anti-Israel, pro-Medicare for all candidates from a lot of corporate super PACs. That's what it is. How do you read a poll where the base has nearly 40% undecideds and is nearly equally split among three Dems, ranging from centrist to far left, and say the base is with the left? Like, how do you actually do that with a straight face? I'm not merely being a jerk here. I'm sincerely curious how this could be your honest take on this poll. The 80% under 45s with one candidate shows how he's seizing the ground with marginal voters. The elderly that represent McMorrow and Stevens supporters are likely to coalesce around him. That should help. Michael from Pennsylvania is correct. Machine politics voters, lifelong...
I'm sorry, hold on though. I can't move. The guy down here with just one sentence, you are a Republican.
Should help. Michael from Pennsylvania is correct. Machine politics voters, lifelong blue dog Democrats, lifelong straight down ballot voters will coalesce around the one who actually wins. What's important in the general is to activate voters that normally don't vote. The youth, voters that have left the Democratic Party's ranks. The fact that this is a primary in a midterm and there's this much excitement from the youth vote around a particular candidate in a normal, competent Democratic Party should imply that that candidate is the one that goes into the general.
Yeah, but it's just really quickly, I'm like, I know this is not the point that Hassan's making now. He's moved on a little bit, but the youth vote coalescing around a particular candidate, in this case Abdul El-Sayed, I wonder why they would suddenly find interest in such a thing. The disenfranchised youth. Just trying to think, is there anybody with like a influence on the youths? Just trying to think.
Hassan Parker.
Right? If we had a primary system that revolved around electability, like real electability, they would look to this situation, they would look to the results, they would see that 80% of the under 85 or the under 35 voters are excited to vote for one guy, 80%. And they would go, those are literally the people that never vote. And now, or under 45, under 45. It's unbelievable. 80% is Assad numbers for under 45. Those are the people that don't vote. Or if they do, they don't really vote for the Democrats. Those are the people that left the Democratic Party. The voters that are already a given that will vote in the Democratic primaries, the over 45, the over 65, those are people that will always vote for the Democrat regardless. The candidate that secures enthusiasm and excitement from the unlikely coalitions that the Democrats lost is the candidate that is most likely to win in the general. Abdul El-Sayed is that candidate. A competent party would say, all right, clearly these polls show that he has the momentum in the general. He's most likely to win in the general. And yet we don't have a party primary system that is actually designed for electability. We have a party primary system where we weaponize false arguments of electability to present the only adequate choice as the most moderate one.
Okay, well, I think that's all we're going to do on this topic. I mean, Hassan's not wrong. I think it does start from the candidate, right? But you can't, I don't think you can bump a candidate with nobody, right? Like if you sent in Liz Cheney to bump Abdul El-Sayed, it wouldn't go well. Not that she would ever do that, but you get what I'm saying. Like if you send the wrong person in there, they're not going to help. But I think it's pretty clear that Hassan had some effect here. What effect? I don't think we can necessarily quantify it yet. I don't know if that 13% bump, or not, however many percent he's gained, 9, 10, whatever percent bump that he's gotten, can be completely attributed to Hassan, but also cannot be, you cannot take Hassan out of that equation like Hassan is trying to do. He's like, I didn't do anything. It's like bullshit. You absolutely did something. Like we've been seeing it. I've been seeing it, certainly. I've been pointing it out. That when Hassan shows up to these events, these political events, you are noticing a younger audience turning up. And I think that's appearing in the polls too, it would seem. All right. Well, we are over 2 hours into the stream. Which means we're way over the first break. However, just a reminder to everybody, we still got a galactic content goal to complete. We've only seen a few bits, a few hundred bits donated on Twitch so far since the galactic content goal started. All right, people, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button, too, while you're at it, to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. Throne, if you'd like to contribute to the physical items we have up there. It's like a galactic shopping trip. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And it's time for us to get back to the stream. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. Okay. Last time you changed it, people couldn't adjust easily? I see. Well, I changed your name in the Discord so people could adjust easily to that. And so I could know. Like, it's easier for me if I give people nicknames in the server. Otherwise, everybody's got different fucking Discord names from their chat names, and my brain starts... bad things start happening in my brain. Okay. Yes. By the way, just a reminder, everybody, I feel like people haven't really taken up this, at all, really. I think I've seen only one person do it. But even though we don't technically have real super chats anymore, you can still get your messages highlighted. If you just put them in, like, parentheses, essentially, or make it clear which message you want highlighted in a dono on Cash App or PayPal, yeah, it still works the same way. I'm using a special extension on a browser to make it happen. It doesn't happen automatically. Right? There were actually, I don't know how long it was until I actually figured out how to do that. But there was a time where we had super chats, but nobody could see them technically. But now it doesn't matter technically. I can still highlight your messages regardless. Just a thought. Well, while we're talking about elections, should probably talk about what Democrats have been up to. Not just lately, but like over the last few decades.
The Democrats never took the anti-democracy piece of the Republicans seriously, and this goes back, you could say January 6th, but you could also say in their lack of urgency on fighting back on redistricting and gerrymandering for the decades prior, but like Kamala Harris was running a campaign bringing out Republican Liz Cheney to talk about democracy, but it's state-level Republicans, it's Republican-appointed judges, it's the entire Republican Party, it's Mike Johnson that is now on board for the anti-democracy stuff. They just made it about Trump and not the Republicans.
Right, which is a huge mistake. Huge mistake. Yeah, I've been writing a lot lately about how the conservative movement, in fact, led up to this moment. In fact, I wrote one today, it'll go up on the weekend at Salon, about the National Endowment for the Humanities. That there was a judge that ruled against the cuts to the grants. that were made by Doge in the early months, right? Who was in, speaking of Liz Cheney, who was in charge of the National, Endowment for Humanities for about 10 years? Lynn Cheney. And Lynn Cheney started the crusade against teaching history that was, in those days, we called it politically correct. Today it's called woke. It's not any different. DEI was about affirmative action and multiculturalism instead of DEI. All this stuff was done back in the 90s, back in the late 80s. It started in the 90s with people like Lynn Cheney, leading up to a point where we now have, an entire culture that's awash in this stuff. It's the same old stuff. It's not new. And we wouldn't have Donald Trump if it wasn't for Lynn Cheney. I'm sorry. That's just the fact. And it's been going on, and it's happening in all this. It's what you say, Emma, that's absolutely true about the voting, about the, not contesting things like, not very artfully contesting things like what happened with Al Franken or the redistricting that Tom DeLay did back in the early 2000s. I remember when that happened, where he decided to redistrict in the middle of the decade instead of right after the census, as it's always been done. And we all just sat there and went, wait, you can't do that. What? I remember writing about it. We probably talked about it, Sam, and, just kind of, what? This is crazy. You don't do that. Well, look at us now. They're going to be redistricting every 6 months if they want to. I mean, there's no longer, every election will be contested on that ground of who has the power in the state legislature or a state Supreme Court to redistrict in their own. And the Supreme Court just validated that by saying, well, partisanship is fine. You can do that. You just go ahead and, redistrict every Democrat out of the state if you want to. That's fine. We're all good with that. And we'll just pretend like by Democrat, we don't mean black people or Hispanic people. We'll just pretend like that's just partisanship. So, this has been going for a long time, and here we are today. And we're about to see the result of all of that.
We can put this up. But before we do, I just wanted to add that if you follow the gerrymander rulings by the Supreme Court going back 15 years or so, when Anthony Kennedy was like, well, I'm not sure where I stand on this, but if you can bring me a measure of when there's extreme gerrymander to the point where it becomes disenfranchisement, I'll be into that. And then he was out the door and wanted his former clerk to replace him. I can't even remember his name right now.
It was Gorsuch, right?
Not Gorsuch. Kavanaugh.
No, right.
And going out the door, he sort of bagged that whole thing, and they allowed gerrymander. So understand where we've come from, where we had a Republican-dominated Supreme Court that said, well, if you can prove that there is like excessive gerrymandering, to not only can you just gerrymander the hell out of it, you can hide the fact that you're disenfranchising black people behind it because it's their fault for voting Democrats.
That's right. And vote for Republicans. It'll be fine.
Here is what Democrats could have done. And we could do this for abortion rights. We could do this, example for a half a dozen things. And it's indicative of Democrats not getting into power and using that power to solidify their power, even if that solidification of power is really about protecting a multicultural democracy. Put this up on the screen. This is back from 2021?
2021. And I can't, that paragraph Matt had up was getting my blood boiling. Ultimately, the advocates fear that the Biden administration, currently focused on a bipartisan infrastructure deal and an ambitious spending proposal, has largely accepted the Republican restrictions as baked in and is now dedicating more of its effort to juicing Democratic turnout. In private calls with voting rights groups and civil rights leaders, White House officials and close allies of the president have expressed confidence that it is possible to out-organize voter suppression, according to multiple people familiar with the conversations. I have heard an emphasis on organizing, said Sherilyn Eiffel, the president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, who visited the Oval Office to meet with the president 2 weeks ago. But she added, we cannot litigate our way out of this, and we cannot organize our way out of this.
My God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
It's pathetic. They pre-capitulate on everything. They're like, it's too hard. We can't beat it. It's fine. Just leave it. Just let them suppress the vote. Okay, now, Joe, I've noticed that you have put your message in parentheses, but here's the problem. I don't see a dono on Cash App or PayPal, so that's weird. I feel like you're trying to game the system right now.
Oh, I mean, what is this? What it's going to take to get anybody to wake up? Apparently not. The guy in Virginia just said, "Yeah, well, I guess that's that." So I don't know what it's going to take to get people to understand exactly what's happening here. I mean, this is a dire problem. I'm sorry, I sound hysterical, and I don't really mean to, but this is really, really bad. And it could, the fact you can just see them cracking the champagne over that Supreme Court decision, knowing that the best we can hope for in the future, it's very likely going to be the tiniest majority ever. And, if we're lucky, and that's just, this idea that we could have, just have a decisive majority where the Democrats could prove to the country, look, we've been given a mandate to do these things and whatever. It's going to be trench warfare until people wise up and understand that they're going to have to fight. And it's like you're talking about, what do they do and how they're just kind of never prepared really for what's going to happen. And
it's
that's
also
true.
entitlement. They feel entitled to the black vote, and they are not doing anything to protect black people in the South from being disenfranchised.
True,
and that is
true.
frankly, I mean, Biden's racism and his the way that he's spoken about black people, the tokenism with which he treated Kamala Harris. This is a problem in the Democratic Party with the old guard. They do not treat black voters with the respect that they deserve.
Yeah. It is true. I mean, they are most concerned with the white, middle-class, suburban voter. It's a very group of people that are, to some degree, I mean, in terms of the middle-class part, somewhat disappearing because the middle class is getting eroded because of all of their pro-corporate policies, which is why they are so focused on Republicans. At some point, you would think that the fever would break, to steal a phrase from Obama. You would think the fever would break in the Democratic Party, like that they would stop doing this ridiculous thing over and over and over again of just appealing to a group of people who've repeatedly not voted for them and say, oh, we just, it was the wrong strategy. We didn't alienate trans people enough, or leftists enough, or immigrants enough, or whoever. Rather than actually looking at that autopsy that they supposedly did. You figure we're ever going to actually see that autopsy, or what? It doesn't seem like they're really dropping the ball. Said it a bunch of times, but there's been so many opportunities for Democrats to message on things Trump is doing. Instead, you got the leadership of the Democrats. Instead, you got people saying, we need to reform ICE. They need more body cams. We need to, like, basically saying we need to give them more funding. Right? People there's so many examples of this. Like, it's out of control. Like, Democrats have not had an answer. Iran. I mean, Chuck Schumer and a lot of Democrats are actually on board for the war in Iran. They just don't like that Trump is losing it. And he's making America look stupid while we do it. And they know, like, cynically, that they can, like, criticize how Trump is doing the war, which will maybe win them points with their most neoliberal audience, and simultaneously do nothing to stop him from doing the war. However, new polls out. And it shows a brutal GOP bloodbath.
Who'd you drum up?
Well, Kyle. Kyle's got this one. You tell us, Kyle. What are you talking about?
All right, guys, so this new round of polls that just came out the other day, it is brutal to say the least. This is a bloodbath of the highest order. This is, the MAGA collapse is speeding up, if anything. So first, let me show you this. We have an Atlas Intel poll and dropped May 7th, and they asked, who do you trust most to handle the following? So on the environment, it was Democrat plus 27, education, Democrat plus 21, healthcare, Democrat plus 20, employment, Democrat plus 17, cost of living, Democrat plus 15, democracy, Democrat plus 16, trade and tariffs, Democrat plus 13, foreign policy, Democrat plus 11, immigration, bro, Democrat plus 9. This is like the first time ever Democrats have won on the issue of immigration over Republicans. Taxes, Democrat plus 8. Defense, Democrat plus 7. Again, that's another one that Democrats rarely win. Crime, Democrat plus 3. The Democrats are winning on crime. The thing that Republicans would never shut the fuck up about, and they pretended like only they care about it, and the Democrats are in favor of fucking anarchy, okay? And now Democrats are winning on that too. Every single issue, every single individual political issue, not only are Democrats leading in most of them, they're leading by double digits, bro. By double digit skis. This is not tenable. I understand that the Republicans are trying to rig this to the high heavens. I understand they're rolling back the Voting Rights Act. I understand they're gerrymandering like nobody's business. I understand they're putting their thumb on the scale. They're doing all of that and might still wind up getting blown the fuck out. Now, if they don't, you'll know why. If it's like closer than it should be, you know why. But the fact of the matter is, these are flat out apocalyptic numbers. And I want to be clear, this is not because Democrats are doing so amazing. It's just because everybody has now woken up to the fact that the Republican Party is a fascist, terrorist, imperialist death cult.
Yeah, this is an interesting shift. An interesting shift. No doubt that suddenly Democrats are more trusted than Republicans. Now, it's only one poll. And many of the polls have shown Democrats being very unpopular. Last I saw, but it would seem things are shifting. All right, to another one.
AOC and Zoran have the highest approval ratings among active Democratic politicians in America. So again, from the Atlas Intel poll, as you can see here, number one is still Barack Obama. Barack Obama left office with a very high approval rating. It stayed sky high since he's left office, right? I think there's a little bit of nostalgia that goes into that. His record is certainly a mixed record. But when you look at active Democrats who are actually like politicians right now, AOC, number one, she's +4, okay? Zoran Mamdani, +3. Right up there as well. Then after that, it's all underwater, but you get like Pete Buttigieg, for example, and then you get like Joe Biden lower, Kamala Harris lower, Hillary Clinton's at the bottom.
One thing I found interesting is just how polarizing Barack Obama and Donald Trump are, right? You'll notice that there's only 1% undecided for Trump and 2% undecided for Barack Obama. Although you can see Barack Obama is much more popular than Trump is, but you see what I mean? Like, people have taken a side. Right? Like, if you don't know your opinion on Trump or Obama, like, you're in a very small group of people.
Here, but AOC and Zoran, the most liked active Democratic politicians, what does that tell you? All right, still not done. Now we have a 2028 National Democratic Primary poll by Atlas Intel. And in this poll, AOC is leading. She is number one in this poll. So virtually every other poll I've seen to this point, most of them have Kamala leading. Every now and then you'll get one that has Newsom leading, although not lately. That was a while ago. But now you have AOC is number one, Buttigieg is number two, Newsom number three, Harris number four. So it's AOC at 26%, Pete Buttigieg at 22%, Newsom.
AOC 28th? That would be fascinating. I think it's interesting that almost all the Republicans in that poll are at the bottom of that list he was looking at before, the bar graph. Now let's go to this last. I think this is the last one we're going to look at. Yeah. Skip ahead.
But beyond that, I also wanted to give you this. So on the generic ballot, the Democrats are now at 54.6%, and the Republicans are 40.1%. So you're looking at nearly a 15-point lead on the generic ballot for Democrats in this moment. 15 points. Again, the Republicans are cheating because they know they have to, or they're barbecue chicken. That's what's going on here. In fact, it's gotten so bad and so catastrophic for Republicans in this moment that you're going to love this. Ready? They asked people basically to compare Trump and Biden. Biden, who left with not a very high approval rating, okay? Items cost less under Biden or Trump. Biden, 56%. Trump, just 28%. People are missing the Biden economy. On electricity, it was less expensive under Biden, 55%. 24% say it was less expensive under Trump. Coffee, 55% say Biden, 23% say Trump. Gas, 55% say Biden, 35% say Trump. Chicken, 50% say Biden, 30% say Trump. Bread, 50% say Biden, 28% say Trump. Milk, 49% Biden, 30% Trump. Houses, Biden 49%, Trump 26%. Banana, Biden 45%, Trump 25%. Eggs, Biden 43%, Trump 41%. On every single front, people are saying shit costs less under Joe Biden. He was much better on affordability. Trump is single-handedly reviving the legacy of Joe Biden. And by the way, just to be clear here, I'm skeptical as a motherfucker because
reviving the legacy of Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Joe Biden. Cancer. Staying in the race. Incredible. But people are already nostalgic for the past. Seeing a year of Trump. Wishing we could go backwards. Speaking of going backwards, let's see what Barack Obama has been up to lately.
So we have a very new entry in the seemingly perpetual contest of which Republican can suck up to Trump the most. Because Texas Senator John Cornyn is now pushing a bill that would rename a major U.S. highway, a highway that runs 1,800 miles all the way from Texas to Montana. Cornyn wants to rename that giant highway, and I kid you not here, the Trump Interstate. Now, if you're wondering why Senator Cornyn is trying so hard to win Trump's favor right now, the answer is very straightforward. Because we are now just 2 weeks away from the Texas Republican Senate primary runoff between Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. For months now, Trump has been teasing the idea that he will make an endorsement in the race and effectively decide the runoff himself. And that is clearly what Cornyn is hoping all of his sucking up will win him. Well, Trump keeps promising that he will make an endorsement soon. He hasn't actually made one. Which means for months now, the two contenders for the Republican side of the ticket in Texas Senate race have been at each other's throats with ads like these.
It's kind of hilarious to watch these guys see who can genuflect harder for Donald Trump. I'll name an entire highway after you, Mr. Trump. Please endorse me. I'm the very best.
After 42 years in office, can you name a single thing career politician John Cornyn has done for you? Not one, unless you're a Democrat. Trump's right. Cornyn is weak, ineffective, and very bad for the Republican Party.
Awful. Weak.
Cheated on the mother of his children. This man used a burner phone and fake alias to hide his adultery. Divorced on biblical grounds, Paxton is now sleeping around with another married woman. A mother of 7.
Don't hold anything back there, boys.
That's in the Bible.
And again, that was Republican on Republican violence there, and all that mudslinging seems to be having an effect. A poll last month from the Texas Politics Project shows that only 62% of Republicans in Texas said they would vote for Paxton in general if he is the Republican candidate. And just 60.
Okay, so that's the Republican side of this race. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are you talking about Barack Obama? Is he running in the Texas Senate? No, he is not. But he is putting his political weight behind one James Tallarico, who is running for Senate. Already, I believe, winning the Democratic primary earlier this year. Now he will be facing off with one of those, I was going to say gentlemen, but that's not what they dick bags. Cornyn or Paxton. Lazy eye or regular eye? Which one will we get? They have the same policies. It's really the only way to distinguish between the two of them.
Matchups. I know it sounds impossible, but Democrats may actually be able to win statewide races in Texas this year, and they aren't just banking on their Republican opponents eating each other alive. Democrats are calling in the big guns. This was the scene at a taco shop in Austin this afternoon as former President Obama lent his star power to Texas Democratic Senate nominee James Tallarico and Texas Democratic Governor nominee Gina Hinojosa. The former president circled the entire restaurant, talking to everybody inside and introducing them to the duo he said would be Texas's next senator and next governor. And joining me now is the Democratic nominee for governor of Texas, Texas State Representative Gina Hinojosa. Thank you so much for being with us today. Let me start by saying this. I know from experience that my old boss, Barack Obama, picks the places he campaigns, especially post-presidency, very carefully. What did he tell you today?
These aren't even the worst ads, really? Yeah, fascinating. I kind of want to see them. I'm kind of interested to know what you mean by that. These aren't even the worst ads. Those ones were pretty hilarious, I'm not going to lie. They're really going at each other pretty hard.
That's hot.
At lunch about why he came to Texas.
Well, he sees the opportunity and he knows the stakes, and that's why he was there with us. It was incredible. I mean, what he knows is what Trump knows. Trump picked Texas to start with rigging the 2026 elections because he knows Texas's ball game. I was proud to join with James Tallarico. Together, we broke quorum to try to fight back and stop Trump's effort to rig the 26 elections. But what happens is at the end of this 10-year decade, we're going to gain 4 to 5 more congressional seats because we're growing than all the other states. And
well, there you go. I think that's enough on Texas's race right now. I mean, they're already going to the general. Primaries have already happened. It's only the primary runoff for the Republicans left. Will Barack Obama be able to... oh, shit. Young Z. Subscribe for 3 months at tier 1. Wait. What does that mean? Did you just subscribe? That's confusing. Well, thank you, Young Z. Thank you very much. Not a Prime sub, not a gifted sub. That's it's just a straight up galactic sub. The regular kind. Although I'm confused by subscribe for 3 months at tier 1. Does that mean that you just started? If that's like your first subscription, but you did it for 3 months? Hey, what? Twitch is so confusing to my brain. Yeah, I know he just subbed, but it says 3 months. It's confusing because that particular animation is usually for new subs. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I got a raw clip of Obama and Tallarico together.
Love Austin. Love me some Austin. What a great spot.
Well, I don't know what Obama's numbers are in the South, or in Texas specifically, but as we just got done seeing, he has better popularity numbers than the president does. He has positive poll numbers, actually, I think we just saw. I think he's one of the most popular politicians in the country, so it could be good for James in this race to get the support of the former president. All right. Now we're going to talk about the Louisiana primary, which is happening actually on, I think I said Friday, but it's actually Saturday. Sorry to anybody who was confused by that. Saturday, the 16th. In my head, like I did the math, I thought the 16th was Friday. And I was just confused whenever I said that last. But it is on Saturday. Louisiana will be having its primaries, making it easier for some people to vote. There's a lot of midweek elections. There's not that many weekend elections in most states. It's like on like a Tuesday or like a Thursday. And it's actually weird to have one on the weekend. I gotta break this out here. All right, I've got a handful of candidates here for Louisiana for people to support. Although I'm missing at least one district here. And two of them are not optimal. But let's start in Louisiana's first district with Lauren Jewett, who is a teacher looking to represent Louisiana in House of Representatives.
My students are worried about, getting their next meal, and their families are worried about healthcare access, and our neighbors are worried about the next big storm is going to decimate their house or increase their insurance rate. Everyone's worried about going to the grocery store and being able to pay for everything that's in their cart, or do they have to put something back on the shelf because they just can't afford it? Like, these are real issues that extends so much beyond the classroom. And so, I mean, that is why I'm getting in the race. And I just felt like I didn't see somebody in the halls of Congress fighting for my students and fighting for my colleagues and fighting for me in the district, which is a very vulnerable district. I continue to say this in every forum that I'm in. It is a vulnerable district. It goes very far out into the coast, and we need to protect people. And I do that every day. I fight for our most vulnerable children. I am a special education teacher. That's who these cuts to the Department of Education are impacting. That's what these cuts to healthcare access are going to disproportionately affect. It's going to affect people with disabilities, the elderly. You know, some of my students are not cared for by their mom or their dad. They're cared for by an older aunt or uncle or grandparent. And so it's like all these issues that people are just not thinking. You know, they might have good intentions with policy that gets passed, but what's the impact? What's the impact that ends up living out? And the people on the ground are not the oligarchs, not the people who have access to billions of dollars, not the corporations, is the people on the ground who live and breathe these policy impacts. So that's who I'm fighting for.
Okay. Well, teacher got some more to teach here in this next video.
All right, everyone, pop quiz. Here we go. How many school shootings were there in America last year? 330. And how many bills has our Congressman Steve Scalise supported to reduce gun violence?
0.
How many people in Louisiana depend on the Affordable Care Act for basic health care?
2.2 million.
And how many times has Steve Scalise voted to gut it?
More than 50.
I'm Lauren Jewett, and I've been a teacher in New Orleans for over 17 years. I ask my students hard questions every day because that's how we learn, and that's how we hold people accountable. You know, I know what I'd ask Steve Scalise if he were in my classroom. I would ask Steve Scalise, how many times have you voted to raise the minimum wage? To which he would have to answer, 0. How many times have you stood up to corporate insurance companies raising our rates? Again, 0. How many times have you voted to protect Social Security benefits from cuts? You guessed it, 0. In my classroom, 0 isn't acceptable, and it shouldn't be in Congress either. As a teacher, when someone is being denied the support they need to succeed, you step in, you organize,
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. I just went to the Louisiana Secretary of State. Well, I guess this is technically good. I mean, it's bad. I mean, it's better than... it's better than voting on maps that people don't understand, I guess. But this is... I guess... I mean, people have already expended resources for these fucking campaigns, but I mean... I'm seeing here that the Louisiana U.S. House of Representatives races have been suspended. They will not be happening on May 16th. I don't know when they're going to be happening again, though. Okay, well, that's good to know.
I've testified in federal court for my students. I've organized teachers and staff as a proud union leader and member. And now I'm running for Congress because our families deserve health care, well-funded schools, and a representative in Washington who fights for their constituents like a good teacher fights for her students. So if you're pissed off like I am and tired of watching Washington fail us, join me, chip in, and let's go win this thing.
Okay, sorry. I'm snacking. I can't help it. I'm very snacky. And people bought me snacks. But there you go. I thought that was a great ad here from Lauren Jewett. who is running for, at least is, I mean, still, I mean, she technically, yeah, this is the fucking crazy thing about this, right? If I'm not mistaken, all the people we're talking about here today have gone through the process of getting approved to be on the ballot, right? They've gone through all of that. And there's a lot of steps and hoops to jump through to get on the ballot. And it's just insane that now people's districts, like Lauren's, could suddenly just be in a completely different place, basically. Like, she might not, here's the crazy thing. Lauren might not even be living in the first district anymore. If, you know, the maps are drawn and whatever. It's just crazy. It's just crazy to think about that right now. And that we're doing this research. We're talking about these things that may become meaningless. And it's insane. But they can do this after, you know, tens of thousands of people have already voted in Louisiana. 1 million already voted in, I think, the Virginia election. And like all these other elections, right? Like people have been voting, like thousands, millions, like, I don't know the exact number, but like a fuck ton of Americans have already voted in the early voting process of the primaries. And now they're having their districts redrawn in the middle of a fucking election. The Supreme Court saying that's not in the middle of an election. It's fucking insane. That's why we're going to keep talking about these elections right now. Let's go next to the guy running for Louisiana's Oh, okay, hold on. Actually, before we do that, okay. So this is Troy Carter. He is the representative, the current incumbent representative in Louisiana's 2nd district. And is in one of the districts which Louisiana is looking to fuck with. I do not agree with all of his policies, but I think regardless of what happens, you should at least, I mean, I don't think anybody was running against this guy. Like in the Democratic primary, I think he was uncontested. I do have some serious disagreements. He's, you know, he's got some rather, whatever. Like I went through both of there's like both of the districts that are black majority districts have representatives that I would say, I wish there was a better alternative to. I wish somebody within the districts would run against them that was better, but I think certainly because of the political climate and everything else, they probably deserve votes in the general so long as they still have districts to represent. Like I said, I don't think either of them have primary challengers. And that would be a conversation for the future. But right now, I mean, you got to try and protect democracy at this point. And in the 3rd district, I don't even have anybody for you to look at. Like, just nobody. Like, nobody is trying. Like nobody is worth looking at in that district. I think it's just all Republicans, if I recall correctly. Shit, what just happened to my? Oh, there it is. Can't do it that way. I gotta do the other way. There we go. All right. 3rd district, nothing. 4th district, we will get back to. Let's quickly go to the 5th, 6th, and the Senate races. You'll see why I've done what I've done here. All right. LA's fifth. I mean, Louisiana's fifth. Jesse Fleenor.
There was a time when we took care of each other in this country, when an honest day's work would give you an honest, livable wage, when the Republican Party stood up for the concerns of the working class, instead of just the millionaires and corporate CEOs. I am a Democrat. That's true, don't hold it against me. Well, my name is Jesse Carlton Fleenor. I'm a local farmer and family man, and I'm running to be your congressman here in the 5th District. Being a farmer is no easy task, but it's honest work. It keeps you healthy, keeps you outside. Me and my children love to work out in the garden late into the evening together. My daughter loves to say that farmers don't care about dirt. We don't mind the mud. Now, my family has run this farm for over 30 years. And to see my own son and daughter run around the same fields that I did, there's nothing quite like that. My main goal in life is to make sure that my kids have more opportunities and grow up to be whatever they want to be in life and fulfill all of their dreams. A democracy.
So this was actually Jesse's first congressional run 7 years ago. And he is now running again in this election. And I believe has already qualified for the race, for the ballot a number of months ago. And yeah, he has a fairly good policy platform. He's one of the secular lefty endorsed candidates. You don't trust him, you think that he's lying about his income. Okay. I mean, you don't have to trust him, but that's what he said 7 years ago. Back in 2019. Or, yeah, I think that's what that was. Right? 9 years ago? 2026? Right? Yeah. I think. Unfortunately, I don't have a new ad for him. That was a fairly well-produced ad, though. Maybe he just wasn't able to get the money together. I don't know. He does seem to be the best candidate for Democrats to vote for in the primary. In Louisiana's 5th. Now on to the 6th, where we have the same exact situation as Louisiana's 2nd, with Cleo Fields, who, like, very similar to Troy Carter. I personally have some issues with He's taken some money I don't like him taking. He's taken some positions I don't like him taking. But I think he's an important figure in Louisiana politics to some degree. And I think, once again, like I said before, no challenger in the primary, and also in one of the districts intended to give black people in Louisiana a voice, where 1/3 of the population is black. So in the general, if that guy's, district still exists, I think people should be voting for him. I mean, why vote for a Republican who's going to disenfranchise you or just do nothing? Like, that seems unproductive. Right? Like, 'cause that's the thing about this, right? It's a binary choice. Not choosing isn't really a choice. It's a choice to not choose. Right? Not voting is a choice to not choose. You're like, they're both terrible. They're too terrible. Nobody would be better. But you can't have nobody. It's only, it's only two possible outcomes, essentially, by the end of it. Because we don't have a 3-party system, really. In some cases, that's not true. There are some independents who will be running in some of these races who I'm actually going to be probably supporting. But you get what I'm saying. In most cases. I lost my place on my list. Oh, right. Okay, moving on from Cleo Fields, let's go to guy who's running to get into the Senate. Jamie Davis. Over here doing the math on Louisiana's working poor.
I'm Jamie Davis, and I need to have a serious heart-to-heart conversation with you today. I told you folks down here are losing their footing. You might say, why do you say that? Minimum wage in Louisiana is still $7.25 an hour. Been that way since 2009. 16 years. 16 years and Washington still hasn't moved the needle. Meanwhile, everything a family needs costs more. Gas, groceries, rent, medicine. And let's not talk about insurance. All of it. And Louisiana is one of 5 states that doesn't even have a minimum wage. We just take what Washington give us. And Washington gave us $7.25 and forgot all about us. Now let's think about this. I got 65 cents for my cotton in 2025. And my dad got 65 cents for his cotton on his first crop in the 70s. That just shows that something just ain't right. The system is rigged. A single person in Louisiana needs around $50,000 just to cover his basics. A place to live, some food on the table, some gas in your vehicle, a trip to the doctor. At minimum wage, working full time, you bring home about $15,000. That ain't even close. Sounds like you need a second job, and a spouse with a second job, and maybe your kids with a second job. And this is bigger than just minimum wage. Half the households in Louisiana can't afford the essentials. Half. More than 900,000 families working people. People with jobs. People doing what they're supposed to do, but they still can't make ends meet. That tells you the problem ain't laziness. The problem is the system. And while working families are struggling just to make it, Washington passes a tax that added $4 trillion to the national debt, and most of that money went to where? The corporations. and the richest people in this country.
I did everything right and they
They
indicted
threw in a
me.
little tax tip thing, pat you on the back with some language. That's just a tiny piece of the bill. The overwhelming majority of the money didn't go nowhere but to the corporations. Just a little piece of it went to the people. Now, I want to say something else. People say Louisiana is a poor state. Don't believe that. We've got one of the busiest rivers in the state, in the world, in the country, everywhere. We've got agriculture, oil, gas, the fisheries, petrochemicals, timber industry, the talent industry with 50 Cent up in Shreveport making them movies and doing all of that. One thing about it, Louisiana ain't broke. We got plenty of it. It ain't staying with the people. The people that live here is not getting this money. It's going to Washington. It's going to corporations. It's going to shareholders, somewhere else. I don't know where it's going, but it ain't staying right here with the families that live here, that work for it. Yeah! That's a federal problem. And it takes a United States Senator that will fight for working people to help make a change.
There you go. There's Jamie Davis running for the U.S. Senate. www.jamieforlouisiana.com. I think we'll watch one more clip from Jamie and then go back to LA's 4th congressional district. There's a reason for why I've separated these in this way. Mostly going in chronological order, but holding off on Louisiana's 4th for a very specific reason, which will become apparent soon. All right, back to Jamie Davis here.
Louisiana. We need to have a serious conversation, and it's about education. I told y'all I was running for the people. This campaign is not about me. It's about the people. Because I want to leave Louisiana in a place that I know that there is a future for your grandchildren and for mine. And I told y'all that I would stand up for the people. I will not let you down. And it starts with our children. I went to public school in Waterproof, Louisiana, to Lisbon Elementary, on to Waterproof High. Went to public school my whole life. Went on to LSU to study engineering. Then I came back home to farm with my dad on the same land my granddaddy worked as a sharecropper. Every step that I've made in my life has been because somebody invested in me. A teacher who stayed late, a coach who brought me home from football practice, a community that looked after me and said, "You matter," and they meant it. So when I look at the children in Louisiana today, the children of all over the state, of all nationality, races, creeds, and colors, I have to say, are we doing that for them? Because right now we're 42nd in the country in 8th grade math. Our teachers still can't get a permanent raise. The state keeps handing one-time checks instead of real pay. And we sent $93 million in vouchers, while the public schools where most of our children attend are still fighting for resources. And then we act surprised when young people leave. They leave because we keep showing them, budget after budget, that we are not serious about investing into their future. And if this state won't invest in our children's future, that's really bad. That's really bad. In the Senate, I will fight for real federal investment in education, permanent teacher pay raises, not another one-time check and a prayer, strong support for every classroom, affordable colleges, strong vocationals, because I am very, very strong on vocational education, simply because every child is not going to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer. Some people just want a good education to get a real trade and go to work right after school. So we need to invest in our future. We must build it right now. It has to start now and here, not in Texas.
Well, there you go. You can see he's quite passionate about education, that Jamie. I mean, it's an absurd number that he said back there. How much money was getting funneled to fucking charter schools in Louisiana. I mean, many of the fucking statistics that he's trotted out in Louisiana are just insane. The fact that Louisiana just goes by whatever the federal minimum wages is ridiculous. They've been on the same minimum wage since the last time the federal government updated the minimum wage. Meanwhile, like states like, you know, like New York or California or Washington or like, I mean, like a whole bunch of them have just, you know, like Oregon, like they have like $15 minimum wages at this point or higher. Meanwhile, if you're living in Louisiana, you're living in 2006 or whenever the last time they updated that thing. 42nd in math education. I mean, there's so many troubling statistics for Louisiana. I don't even know where to start. Need some real help in Louisiana. This guy seems to have at least figured out what the issues are. And he does also seem to have some solutions to well, let's go back to Louisiana's 4th. The congressional district of one House Speaker Mike Johnson. Where one man, well, a number of people, but you take a look at one particular man right now who is running to unseat little Mike Johnson.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It is Conrad Cable, who spoke at a Bernie Sanders rally 9 months ago, not as a political candidate. In fact, at this time, he was not running for office. But he showed up at this Fight the Oligarchy rally and gave a speech. Figured this was a good thing to hear.
Look at how Shreveport and rural Louisiana showed up to fight the oligarchy today. Thank you for being part of history, and thank you, Senator Sanders, for showing up to fight for working people. You might be wondering why I'm wearing overalls. This is actually my work uniform. I just came from my stand at the Shreveport Farmers Market. My brother and I are first-generation farmers, and we work nearly 7 days a week. The fruits and vegetables that we grow make it to kitchens across North Louisiana, and unlike RFK Jr., our produce makes Louisiana healthy again. Being a farmer has made me all too familiar with the problems facing people in our state. And I know that what our Congressman, Speaker Mike Johnson, has been doing in Washington will only harm us, his neighbors, and constituents. The one big, terrible bill that the Speaker has pushed through the House will gut food stamps and Medicaid, which millions of Louisianans rely on while living paycheck to paycheck. I can't for the life of me understand wanting to use your power to make us poorer. Also, Mike Johnson can cut taxes for his billionaire friends and donors while letting them run roughshod over our government. Being a farmer also means seeing the cost to us and our state from climate change. As Louisianans, our summers are hotter. It's hot out there today, y'all. Our weather is less predictable, and it's making life here more expensive than ever by causing an insurance crisis that affects all of us. My farm in January of this year was destroyed by an EF2 tornado. As things change, and y'all, it's gonna get worse. We have to do more to protect people and property, but instead, Republicans are trying to abolish FEMA and leave communities like ours behind. Shame. I think all of us here agree that feeding our families, providing people health care, and rebuilding our communities after storms is not government waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, that's what government should be doing. Mike Johnson would rather pass the largest tax cuts in American history for billionaires and corporations who cause all of these problems than care for people in Louisiana. But that's not surprising to me. I sat in Mike Johnson's office 2 summers ago to talk about how important programs like SNAP and WIC are to working families and small farms. Yeah! He told me then that providing fresh, healthy food was a bipartisan issue. But y'all, where we come from, actions speak louder than words. And Mike Johnson's actions tell me that was a lie. We are here today to say with one voice that all working people deserve respect and dignity. That our government must work for we the people, not just the corporate executives and billionaires. What they call entitlements, my friends, we call human rights. Instead of looking out for those who have far too much, we should be making sure that everyone can earn a livable wage, feed their families, get a quality education, and the health care they need without fear of bankruptcy. Y'all, after the election in November, I felt powerless. But today, we start fighting to take our power back. I'm so glad that Senator Bernie Sanders is here to fire us up today. But this is our home. And this place, and us as a people, we are worth fighting for. So when you leave here today, let's promise ourselves that we will fight. Fight to protect our rights. Fight against a government and legislature who would rather send our kids to Angola than pay teachers and fund schools. Fight for clean air. Fight for clean water. And to protect our natural resources, but most of all, fight for someone we don't know because it's the right thing to do. We have from now until November to do everything we can to fire the authoritarian oligarchs and their stooges who represent us. So let's fight for the future, and y'all give it up for Sweet Food from New Orleans.
I love how he goes from yelling to just being like a normal guy. Just starts smiling again. Okay, well there you go. We're not quite done here with Conrad Cable in Louisiana's 4th. Because 1 month later, of course, he was announcing his run for Congress. Here is that video now from 8 months ago.
In 2017, Louisiana sent Mike Johnson to Washington to fight for Louisiana families. Instead, we got politics as usual. I'm Conrad Cable, a farmer from Farmerville, Louisiana. And like you, I know what it's like to work hard, pay your bills, pay your taxes, and still feel behind. Every month, folks around here are getting crushed by higher electric bills, skyrocketing insurance, and grocery prices that make you put food back on the shelf. Meanwhile, Washington is busy handing out favors and tax breaks to billionaires and multinational corporations. That's not leadership, and it sure isn't helping Louisiana. I got into farming to feed people, plain and simple, to make sure my neighbors had healthy food on their tables. And that same spirit is why I'm running for Congress, to make sure that every family in our district has a fair shot at a good life. That means tackling the insurance crisis so you can keep your home, making disaster recovery fast and fair when storms hit. It means protecting Social Security and Medicare so our parents and grandparents can live with dignity. It means a government that works for all the people who built this place, not just the ones who buy their way into power. I'm not a career politician. I'm not polished or perfect, but I know how to put in an honest day's work. And I know who I'm working for. It's you. I'm Conrad Cable, and I'm running for Congress to plant the seeds for a better Louisiana.
Well, there you go. Conrad for Congress. That was his campaign launch video. And I once again, all these people, well, everyone aside from the Senate race, all of their races have now been suspended because Republicans hate democracy. But in theory, hopefully, you'll be able to vote for these people sometime in the future. Hopefully, you can vote for Conrad Cable to replace this guy.
Thank you, Speaker. Also, speaking of the economic front, gas prices are up, inflation's up, Americans having some financial hardships across the country. That being said, is right now the right time for Congress to be prioritizing $1 billion for security apparatus in the White House, including $220 million for the East Wing ballrooms, given the fact that President Trump had said it would be paid for by privatization?
Yeah. Okay. Now, in case anybody struggled to hear the question of the reporter, I'll repeat for you. The reporter just asked Mike Johnson, considering everything, that the cost of gas is up, the cost of food is going up, the cost of all sorts of other consumer goods are going up. And we're spending a boatload of money. I think she mentioned the boatload of money we're spending on the Iran war and whatever else. Inflation is up 3.8% as of, was it Wednesday the reading came? I think it was Wednesday. No, Tuesday? Tuesday the reading came in. Is now the right time for Congress to ask for $1 billion to pay for a building which Trump said, the president said, was going to be paid for by private money. By the way, look at the face on old oh shit, what's his name? God damn it! Why can't I think of this idiot's name right now? Look at the face. Look at the scowl. Look at the scowl on this ghoul's face. He hates this question. Oh God. Oh boy. Oh, look at you know. Oh wait, hold on. You can't tell me that he's not trying to do this face. You can't tell me that he's not trying to do his very best Clint Eastwood. Like, is that he's trying to Clint Eastwood this reporter into shutting up? You think you're tough, punk? Like, that's basically what's going on here. Oh, it's ridiculous. Exactly. You think you're tough?
I think that's a gross misstatement of what's going on here.
Oh.
In the bill, and by the way, it's in a draft form right now, as you know.
Oh, it's just a rough
bill.
It's just a rough draft. That's a gross misstatement, says Mike Johnson. This is a rough draft, okay? First off, rough draft, okay? Everybody write that down.
Sadly, we have to fund immigration enforcement and border on our own as a Republican Party, because remember, Democrats.
Wait. So wait a second. It's just a rough draft. Sadly, according to Mike Johnson, all of a sudden, this guy's all of a sudden talking about immigration. The question is about the White House ballroom, and all of a sudden he's talking about immigration? Mike, what are you talking about?
Want to give $0 to it. The Secret Service put in an urgent request for additional security measures.
Additional ballroom-related security measures. That is literally the thing that is going on right now. It's $1 billion for the bunker. And nobody's taking... Look at her. She knows that this is bullshit. I forget her name, too. Both of these ghouls I'm always forgetting. I don't know why. They're just so forgettable. They're just so forgettable. But, like... oh, my God. She's just like... You can tell that she knows that this is bullshit. That what Mike is saying is a flat out lie, and the Secret Service is requesting the additions to the ballroom security after Trump asked them to jack it up even more than it was before. Like, that's the plan, right? We have to make the bunker even better. Okay, we're gonna build a hotel inside of the bunker. It'll be like a vault. Okay, we're building a vault. That's basically what's going to happen. They're going to build a Fallout-style vault under the White House. I think that's going to cost more than $1 billion at the end of it, probably, but, you know.
Security measures. Now, we don't know what the final bill is going to be that we get. They got to go through 3 more steps. They're going through the bird bath, the parliamentarian review of the bill. They got to go through 2 markups in committees, and then ultimately action on the House floor. So we're not going to prejudge that product. We're waiting for it to come from the Senate. But I will say this: that in one section of the bill, it addressed.
Look, we're not going to prejudge that product, says Mike Johnson. Look, it's unfair to the product to prejudge it. Okay, sure. Does it look like this is absolutely funding for the ballroom on its face? Yeah, of course it does, because that's basically what it says. But that's prejudging it. We gotta wait. You see, we gotta wait until they build it, until we give them. Once we give them the money. And we have to watch what they do with the money, right? It's prejudging to assume that they're going to do one or another thing with the money that we're giving them. We got to wait, don't you see? It's a fascinating take from little Mike Johnson. You could potentially in the future vote him out of office. Maybe Conrad Cable will be the one to make it to the general. It's still not clear to me when the primary will be happening in Louisiana. While we're talking about Louisiana swamp monsters, we should talk about Floridian swamp monsters, like Donald Trump, who's magnifying the entirety of D.C. from painting the goddamn Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, or whatever they call that thing, to the Arc de Trump, or hanging gold shit all over the White House. He is determined to Mar-a-Lago-fy absolutely everything.
The other day, we were talking about the contract for the ballroom. And before the Republicans started floating the idea that we're going to spend $1 billion on the new ballroom of taxpayer dollars, even though Trump had said that it was going to be free. Now, I mean, honestly, well, you know, I don't know when this country will learn, probably never. But Donald Trump lies about everything in the way that the rest of us, I don't even know if there's like actions that the rest of us take that are as sort of like frictionless as his capacity to lie.
Like get your coffee in the morning?
I mean, that honestly, I was trying to say like, poop. That does double duty because somebody asked me for that. Like going to the bathroom, getting a cup of coffee, all I think involve more friction than Donald Trump's ability to lie about anything. It doesn't matter. There's no big lie, small lie. It's all. And so, the ballroom was going to cost nothing. He was going to get people to pay for it, whatever. Who cares? I mean,
still free to him.
Free to him. But he got a very good deal from a contractor to build the ballroom. But that same
right, like, does everybody understand this about Donald Trump? Like, this guy loves perks, right? And like exclusive shit. Like, is that not clear to absolutely everyone? Like, exclusivity and access means a huge amount to Trump. It might be one of the most important things to him, aside from just cash, aside from just like amassing money. Like, amassing access is like the next best thing to him, I think. And like whatever it is, private clubs, exclusive dinners, whatever it might be, like, he just loves it. He just loves he loves the fanfare too, right? Like, he likes the glitz and the glamour. He likes Broadway, right? Like, there's certain things that he just like, he just has expensive. First off, he just has expensive tastes, but he also just like, like, he wants to be treated. He wants to be wined and dined. He wants to feel like he's living the very best life he could possibly live. No holds barred life.
Got another contract, no bid contract, to fix some fountains that the Biden administration had looked into fixing and had placed the cost of it somewhere around $3.3 million. But this contractor, this builder, got that no bid contract for that fountain to the tune of $17 million.
They didn't understand the fountain.
It's almost as if you're getting a discount on the thing you want to show that doesn't cost much, and you're offloading the expense somewhere else. And then this story comes out.
With the nation's 250th birthday just 2 months away, the president's pet projects are moving at what a White House spokesman tells the New York Times is Trump speed. The administration bypassed oversight of his latest project to turn the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool blue, according to new reporting from the Times. It invoked an exemption meant for urgent situations and gave a $6.9 million no-bid contract to his former pool guy at one of his golf courses. Meanwhile, the Qatari-gifted jet that Donald Trump plans to...
I'm glad everybody else can't get through that sentence the same way I can. Like I said yesterday when we were talking about this yesterday, I could not keep it together. I mean, just the fact that he has his fucking pool guy. Like, this is full circle on the Trump corruption, like the Trump swamp, right? Like, it's insane. From Trump's pool guy to his golf buddy and son-in-law and everybody else, and in between his lawyers. I mean, everybody's got a fucking job. It's insane. It's fucking insane. And he is trying to Mar-a-Lago-fy all of DC. And by 2028, or well, 2050, when Supreme Leader Trump, I mean, I shouldn't laugh about that. Everything will be covered in gold, but no one will have a job, and we'll all be living in the sewer. Okay?
Early use as Air Force One is getting painted red, white, and blue. The president says it is set to be ready by July 4th. Joining me now, we have Tim O'Brien, senior executive editor, Bloomberg Opinion, MS Now political analyst as well. So welcome, Tim. So look, the painting of this pool, it is just another example of the president bypassing oversight and laws to get a pet construction project done quickly. I mean, do you remember how shocked people were when the historic White House East Wing was suddenly bulldozed? So why is he avoiding public scrutiny if he is confident his projects are so beautiful and fabulous, as he might put it, for the country.
You know, it also misses the point.
Yeah.
This is called essentially a kickback scheme. I get my pool guy who does my Mar-a-Lago pools and my private pools or whatever.
Golf course pools, probably.
And I give him a contract for $8 million to paint the reflecting pool. Now, I understand painting's expensive, but I'm a little suspicious that it's an $18 million job.
What? Sam is skeptical about costing $15 million to paint the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. I mean, to be fair, I think Sam's got a point. To be fair, I think he's got a good point here. Because I don't think that's how much it usually costs to resurface, say, a Olympic swimming pool. Which is a little larger, I think, than the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Oh, here we go. We're going to use AI really quickly. Resurfacing a standard residential pool generally costs between $6,000 and $15,000, with an average of around $11,000, depending on materials and size. However, for a full-size Olympic pool, which is roughly 12 to 15 times larger than a typical residential pool, costs can exceed $100,000 to $200,000. We're talking about 150 times as much as an Olympic pool. I mean, an Olympic pool is quite large. Just in case anybody doesn't understand what I'm talking about here, let's just pull up an image really quickly to illustrate what I'm talking about here. I mean, it's quite large, right? Like, it's a big pool. It's a big pool, 50 yards. One way, or meters, depending on what country you're in. How long is the... It's 50 meters long. Oh my God, it's 50 meters long. So it's as long as an Olympic swimming pool. Okay, wait a second. We need a side-by-side now, just because this is insane. Oh my God. Oh, this is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's science.
So just that we can understand what we're talking about here, we put this here. Okay. This. There's the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. Seems big. But compared to an Olympic pool, it's actually smaller, width-wise. Than your typical Olympic pool. Also, depth-wise, we're talking about way, like, unless you fall in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, there's no danger of you drowning, right? An Olympic swimming pool is quite deep, which means that there's more surface area to cover. But you're telling me that it costs somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000 to do this, but $15 million to do this? Something nobody's ever going to have to swim in, and it's not going to be used for competition? Huh. That's weird.
That's really weird.
$6.9 million.
I'm sorry, $7 million job to take a couple of pneumatic sprayers and spray that.
Because in 2012, that whole thing was renovated under Obama for the pipes. There's no construction going.
There's nothing going. It's just sheer painting.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's not responsible for all the drainage and stuff like that. I'm sure he just shows up. The thing's been drained. It's been dried. I don't even know if he's responsible for cleaning it before they paint it.
They already cleaned it.
And so, like, it doesn't take a genius to understand what's going on here. I pay you $7 million to do a job that's probably a $500,000 job, and then I get free pool stuff for the rest of my life.
For life.
Like, that's what's going on here. This is all just mob shit.
It's insane, though. The outright corruption is utterly just it's mind-boggling, eye-watering. Like, I struggle to be able to even like here's the thing. It's like we've been it's like we've hit hypocrisy level like 30, right? Like we smashed through the regular scale of like 1 to 10, and yet like in terms of corruption is like hit this insane peak, and the hypocrisy is keeping up with it because Republicans who were decrying like all this Burisma shit, like it's crickets over there. I've been making that point over and over again for a while now, but it just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm starting to lose it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like it is genuinely frustrating at this point. Because like let's be real, Trump owns a bunch of pools. Like at Mar-a-Lago, right? He's got plenty of stuff to resurface. He's probably got a pool at Mar-a-Lago, probably a pool at each one of his golf courses, or at least at some of his golf courses, and he owns multiple. Not just Trump International, I think Doral, like one in Scotland, one like multiple. He's got, I don't know exactly how many golf courses, but he owns a bunch of them. Hotels, other properties. Like, who knows how far this guy will be willing to go for him, but you hand the guy an extra $14 million for a job that should cost, $1 million at most, like, even with padding. Even with padding it, even the most corrupt guy, like the next most corrupt guy would probably charge like $1 million, right? Hey, yeah, I hear the bargain. I get it. Micah's hungry. She's eating now. Giving her treats. Let's all settle down.
And also like corporate shit. Like, what airline do you want to go on for this trip to St. Louis, Sam? Well, I have my miles with American. Let's do American. And so all of a sudden, I get those miles for a trip that my business pays for. And I spend the miles on my own private travel. That's basically what's going on here.
I would get all the Marriott points when the comedy clubs would put me up at a Marriott. Now I have a shitload of Marriott.
But you use those only for business purposes, right?
Of course.
The IRS audits our show. Incidentally, I don't work for a company that sends me to St. Louis. I mean, aside from the question of like the paint being, ugly and cheesy, it's a reflecting pool, not a pool. We're going to draw fishes underneath there and
cannonball.
Yes, the theme from Disney's whatever. I don't know any of the names.
The Little Mermaid?
Little Mermaid. Thank you, Brian. It's just corruption. It's just pure on corruption. And it's fascinating how much of a story like Hunter Biden's paintings were.
I'm
Trump,
staying in the race.
not even Trump change. Like, not even a rounding error. It's impossible. And this is the thing.
Yeah, the corruption of the Biden administration is just, it doesn't even, like, in comparison to Trump, it just doesn't exist, right? They're not even in the same ballpark. Like, it's not even like Little League versus the majors, right? It's like a pickup game at the local field versus like the New York Yankees or something. Whoever's the first. I'm not watching fucking baseball right now, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's insane. Like, actually, hold on. It's insane. Trump in his first year in office has made more money for himself to a scale of 10 to 1 than the entire payroll of the New York Yankees. The 2026 New York Yankees payroll is $325 million. Trump has made himself $3.5 billion. That's 10 to 1. So Trump is getting paid more on the side while being president. 10 to 1 against the New York Yankees. It's insane. It's like, it's an eye-watering level of corruption. And none of this Burisma shit, the laptop from hell or anything has any meaning anymore. Like, how big was that check that Hunter supposedly gave Biden? Wasn't it like $15,000 or something like that? He was paying back like $15,000 or $20,000 supposedly. $40,000. Okay, supposedly it was $40,000 payment. I mean, it's laughable. $40,000? Trump has spent 100 times that on gold filigree for the fucking Oval Office. I mean, have you seen it? I mean, like, really? Like, come on. Have you seen it? You can't complain about. Don't talk to me about $40,000 while like Qatari princes, like Gulf princes, send him billions of dollars, and like Asian like crypto oligarchs, like you know, you send Trump like pardon money through his Liberty Financial token. Okay, like you don't talk to me about the $40,000 check. It's just so quaint. It's just so fucking quaint. Like, it's stupid. The Biden crime. Remember the Biden crime family? Oh my God. How many crimes has Trump committed since coming to office? He's already a criminal. He was already a convicted felon 34 times. The nasty, nasty Biden crime family.
Illegal.
Yep, and while Donald Trump continues to enrich himself and his buddies, from his lawyer to his pool guy. I mean, it literally is from his lawyer to his pool guy. Multiple Trump lawyers have gotten jobs. I think it's like up to like 4 or something at this point. Like big jobs. Maybe higher. I actually don't know. But like I know of Todd Blanche, right, who was the deputy attorney general and Trump's lawyer in the New York case that he lost. which we have said on a number of occasions probably was payment for the legal fees. As we know, Trump doesn't like paying people money for things. Pam Bondi represented Donald Trump in the Jan 6th case, but down, I think, in the Georgia one, it was like part of the team, like the Stop the Steal legal team, if you will. I lost track. Who did I say? Who else is up in there? Oh god, there's another guy and I can't think of his fucking name right now. There's like 3 or 4 of them I know of that are definitely in the administration right now. And then he got his buddies, he's got his family in there, even though Jared Kushner has no official position. He's literally attending diplomatic meetings with like Iran. I mean, it's fucking nonsense, dude. Like, what if Joe Biden had been sending Hunter Biden on the exact same things, right?
Call a crackhead.
What if he was sending old Hunter on trips to Ukraine to do like outright diplomacy or something, right? Or to China. I'm trying to think of like what diplomatic, or what if he had sent him to Israel to do like diplomacy for Gaza, for like the Palestine like genocide, right? Or to like literally any country to do any diplomatic thing. Like, can you imagine how the Republicans would have lost their fucking minds? But name a single diplomatic situation that fucking Jared Kushner has not been there for. It's insane.
First, though, beginning of the work week, and if you filled the gas tank today, it may still smart. The national average price per gallon now $4.52. The average in Pennsylvania higher, $4.67, and here in the Pittsburgh region, we're paying even more, $4.91 on average. And tonight, we're going to break that down even more for you. Thanks for joining us at 5. I'm Ken Rice.
And I'm Christine Sorensen. We want to compare what you were paying a year ago to fill up to what you're paying today.
And we'll use a 2026 Honda Civic Type R for this comparison. It has a 12-gallon gas tank. Now, this time last year in Pittsburgh, with gas averaging $3.55 a gallon, you could have filled up that Honda Civic for $42 and change. And today, that same 12-gallon fill-up at $4.91 a gallon would cost you just under $59. That amounts to an extra $16.32. And again, that's using the Pittsburgh regional average. But things are a little different just across the state line. West Virginia is averaging $4.40 a gallon, 50 cents less.
Yeah, is that tempting Pittsburgh drivers to cross the border to fill up? Chris Hoffman joins us live. So, Chris, tell us what you're finding out.
Well, Christine and Ken, here in Weirton, West Virginia, we see about 447. We saw as low as 445. We didn't see a ton of people crossing over from PA. While it's still cheaper here, it might not be as advantageous to drive 45 minutes to an hour down here just to get gas. The few people we did speak with, though, who were driving across several states say if you're looking for real relief, you got to go a lot further down I-79 to see it. While it might not be beneficial to everyone in the Pittsburgh area to jump across the state line to fill up, for people that live near it, there is some marginal relief in West Virginia. AAA numbers for Eastern Ohio counties are about the same or even higher than counties like Washington, Beaver, Greene, and Lawrence. They're pretty steep right now, it seems like. We ran into a couple of people who drive between the Deep South and here. The only relief they had was down there. Seems like they're up all the way from Arkansas to here, really, and everywhere in between.
Now, the thing I feel we all need to grasp when it comes to this is that this is clearly an inefficiency, right? People spending money, right? Expending energy, driving further away to try and get cheaper gas, right? Like, not only are you just polluting more to get a tiny fraction off of what you're paying, like you're adding to the traffic. You're like, and you're just taking a huge time out of your fucking day, depending on how far you're driving, to get gas. right? And then none of this would be happening if Donald Trump hadn't started Operation Epstein Fury. But people are desperate. Driving all over the place, trying to find better gas prices. Fact is the more you look at it, the worse the data seems to look. Let's go to MSNBC next from 21 hours ago on the numbers.
Money, power, politics. And it was a mixed day for markets. The Dow finished the day up just 56 points, while the S&P slipped from recent highs. Tech stocks slumped, and oil prices...
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
As of today, the average price for a gallon of gas still sits around $4.50. That is a lot. And the pain at the pump is finally showing up in our government data. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the CPI, Consumer Price Index, rose nearly 4% in April from a year ago. Guess why? Energy prices. That is the fastest rate we have seen in 3 years. The inflation pressure is not just showing up at the gas pump, it's everywhere, across housing, food, retail, and more. But again, the president does not seem too worried about it.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
But to be clear, when we struck Iran, the president said Iran was building...
I'm so glad I'm not the only one who latched onto this fucking, like, quote from Trump. I was saying it last night. I was like, dude, if we do not latch onto this, and this is not the end of every political ad, at the end of every political video about Trump, if we do not manage to work in this clip over and over and over again through the rest of the midterms and the rest of Trump's fucking, like, presidency, honestly, I don't know what we're doing. I don't care about America. Actually, I don't think about them at all.
Nuclear bomb. It would be done in 2 weeks, and when it was going to be done, they were going to use it. There's no evidence backing.
Okay, hold on. Was there another part in this video I wanted? I could have sworn there was. Actually, no. You know, I'm going to skip this part. I just assume there's something else in there that I wanted. Screw it. Let's stay talking about this fucking I don't think about Americans clip.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Inflation numbers came out today. As you know, yesterday we heard that the consumer price index shot up several percentage points, almost 4%.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you polled Americans, I'm pretty sure there's like polls that exist that you could just combine, but I'm fairly certain Americans care more about the economy and like how much they're paying for basic necessities than they do Iran. And whether or not they happen to have nuclear dust, as they say.
Which was the outpacing wage growth for the first time since 2023. Core inflation also shot up. That's stripped of gas and food. So it suggests that things like tariffs and perhaps sort of things that are downstream from energy costs, obviously petroleum does a lot of things, is what's driving inflation. And today, wholesale inflation numbers for April were released, and it jumped 6% in April on an annual basis, which is the biggest increase since 2022. And that suggests also, even if because it's in part was this in trade services, that you're starting to see the implications of tariffs now, as well as obviously energy costs. But Donald Trump, he's not bothered by this because he's got a bigger fish to fry, and that is Iran's make-believe nuclear weapons. And
the war that's not a war. He keeps slipping up now and just calling it a war when he was calling it an excursion or an incursion or a little jaunt. Or
I mean, he literally said they don't like it when I call it a war.
Well, but what do you mean they don't like it? Meaning it's illegal because Congress is supposed to authorize it? Yeah,
Illegal.
the Constitution doesn't like it. Yeah.
And here is Donald Trump, but making it clear, and this is, I have...
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something.
Idea on what he's trying to go for here.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Now, aside from that being, cut for ads across the country, I would imagine as we speak, it shows sort of like just the absolute adolescent brain that is driving this entire excursion against Iran. They're going in for negotiations. They are, and Emma, you could talk about this, Pakistan story that seems to be somewhat bunk. But they are going into negotiations with Iran, and Trump is out there trying to prove to Iran that he is no way influenced at all by the politics in this country. And so he's not worried whatsoever that Americans are dealing with inflation, that we are on the brink of a global recession, and all of the sort of accompanied oil shortages and energy shortages and shortages maybe in chips and in fertilizer and spikes in food. He's pretending he doesn't care because he thinks this is going to scare the Iranians. Meanwhile, you have the threat that the Pentagon is considering renaming the Iran war, if the ceasefire collapses, Sledgehammer.
The president must know what he's doing.
This is fucking ridiculous. Okay. I'm just realizing somehow the stream has completely gotten away from me. The Galactic Content Goal timer ended 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm looking right now. We have not made very much progress. Maybe about 40% of the way. Actually, maybe even less. But they call it 40%, I guess. We will continue on, but of course, do not forget to follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and of course, you have a lot of ways to contribute to the Galactic Content Goal: Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All right. Let's go here to some more people that notice this utterly ridiculous thing that Donald Trump said yesterday.
Good morning. Yesterday, Trump said he doesn't ever think about Americans. We've all known this. We've all known this since 2015. But now, considering he's in his deathbed era, he's now saying the quiet part out loud, constantly and consistently. Play the clip.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. This
is hold on. Like this quote right here.
Even a little bit. The only thing
motivating you to make a deal.
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We can.
That's the clip. That's the clip right there that I need to get and post. And actually, like I gotta turn. I think I need to turn this into a meme, right? Like you cut it right there. I know I'm doing this live right now. I'm just thinking out loud, but you cut it right there, right? I don't care. I feel like this needs to become like a meme, like not just a me thing. But I think I'm gonna try to start posting clips, like whenever Trump like celebrates something really fucking stupid, right? Or like he receives receives a bribe from something. Like you cut it right there. You know, I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I only care about one thing. Pardoning this guy, or giving Israel more money, or campaign donors, or it's like you can insert anything there at the end. It's incredible. It's the best fucking. It's like, literally. Democrats could not have asked for a better sound bite for 2028. And honestly, for the midterms.
Let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. This is Iraq all over again. He is getting fed information from his golfing buddy, Steve Witkoff, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and war criminal, homicidal, pervade.
I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I only care about one thing. My bank account. Right? I don't think about Americans' financial situations. I only care about one thing. Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein class. I only care about one thing. Not appearing in the files. Great job, Pam. Great job.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
Of now we know via the New York Times, leader of an IDF that engages in a lot of sexual assault, Benjamin Netanyahu. That is our partner. That is our ally in this. These people are liars. The American economy was at a trajectory with Biden to be the strongest economy in the world. This man has screwed it up so exponentially because what he said right there is 100% true. He doesn't ever think about the lives of Americans. And
100%. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Pumps. iHip News. He's a demented madman.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Okay, let's keep this show moving. Good fucking God. All right, let's go back to talking about those inflation numbers really quickly before we move on to other topics. All right, I'm setting a timer until 3:15 a.m. Eastern Standard. I'll give you over an hour.
Aren't I a good guy?
People have been feeling this, and now it's showing up in the numbers. There are two real inflation numbers that you have to pay attention to. One is the CPI, in the inflation number broadly, and then the other is core inflation. Now, the inflation number broadly includes energy costs, which of course are up dramatically because of the Iran war. And so a lot of people say, well, you can't really count that because if we were to end the war tomorrow, those would come down. Now, I would not take that for granted. They'll come down, but they're not going to come down dramatically for a while. Because
not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at
we
this
know that we
juncture.
have at least 1 billion barrels of oil less in the world than we did as of like 2 months ago, at least annualized. But the core inflation excludes food and energy. Now, food and energy are going to be going way up. But the core inflation is also up.
Sooner.
And now we have total inflation is eating away at wages. Just to remind you, Donald Trump said, vote for me and it'll all be fixed. This is Donald Trump 2 years ago, right? August of 2024.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. To bring down the prices of all goods.
Affordability. Affordability.
Affordability.
Affordability. Affordability.
Affordability.
Affordability. Affordability.
You know,
affordability.
we should have listened to that more carefully because if you really sort of like parse that or grok it, as we used to say. Oh, and that's where they got the IAI from. It just occurred
I think
to
it's Douglas Adams, actually.
They may have done that on day one. He just didn't see it. It doesn't show up in the numbers. And then after that, they stopped with that agenda.
Then they had to fire the entire BLS.
We're just going to do that in day one. Here's Kevin Hassett. He is the National Economic Council director. And this is him yesterday. Not to worry, folks. Not to worry at all about inflation.
The bottom line is inflation is going down at the microeconomic level by a million things that we've done, like, fix the avian flu so egg prices are down,
I love how he pivots immediately to the microeconomic level. He's like, look, we, the federal government, are solving little problems, okay? So we're not solving the big problems. We're not, in fact, we're making those worse. But have you heard of eggs?
Beef imports so that beef prices go down, make drug prices more affordable with Trump RX and so on. And so if you look at the individual...
What is the PayPal link? Good question. The PayPal link and the Cash App links are both in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. You can find them in the description. Just click on YouTube, but I can also link one for you if you're looking for it. Just a reminder, everybody, if you want a message highlighted for your donos, we can still do that. Just slightly circuitous route that needs to be taken.
More affordable with Trump RX and so on. And so if you look at the individual items of the CPI, that at the micro level, lots of things are going down because of specific Trump policies. But at the macroeconomic level, the driving force right now is the temporary increase in the price of gas.
Yeah, no. Well, first off, let's just take it from the last thing back. The price of gas is driving up the CPI to 3.8%.
It's not just gas; it's actually oil, right? It's oil. I think Sam just like misspoke there, but it's the cost of oil, right? Because the cost of gas is driving everything up for like transportation needs and all of that kind of stuff. You're transporting goods, of course, but the oil too, because the oil is an input in all sorts of like products, plastic, and of course there's, you know, the other byproducts of oil, things like fertilizers, right? Like there's all these different sort of like things that are mixed into the situation, and gas is one of them. One of the big ones, because we of course use gasoline to transport all of these things everywhere. Sam must fight enemy Tim Cast. Hasn't Sam fought Tim Pool enough at this point? I mean, he's made Tim look incredibly stupid. And I feel like Tim wouldn't even want to do that at this point. Like, he almost quit his show, didn't he? Like, what was it, like 6 months ago he was talking about quitting his show? It wasn't that long after Sam made his last appearance. Maybe it was like a year. It must have been like a year ago or something. But he was talking about like quitting his show shortly after Sam made that appearance. How long has it been now? Jesus. Affordability. I'm just going to skip ahead to some more of the numbers here.
Anecdotally, there are some things that are down. It's just that the data shows that's not the case.
Put it all together and you have a situation where prices are now going up faster than paychecks, right? And that's the first time that we've seen that, where real wages, inflation-adjusted wages, are falling for the first time since 2023. You look all the way on the left side of the screen, that's the red line is prices. Prices were going up faster than paychecks. Then you had this massive improvement. And for about 3 years, right, people's paychecks were going up faster than the cost of living. Not anymore. We've seen that crossover there. So look, bottom line, this is just more evidence of how the war in the Middle East and this energy crisis is making it more expensive for consumers.
It explains this new CNN polling, how people are feeling about the economy. And, you know, 3/4 of the population just about are saying it's not going well. This is why.
Yeah, this is validation.
This is validation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Matt.
Oh, it's Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, those numbers not great. I just want to go back where we can actually see this. So it's been 4 years since we had nearly 4 years since we had inflation this bad. That's not great. That's not great. Basically, since all right, not quite 4 years. I take it back. What was I saying? April. Right, so okay, no, I'm sorry, 3 years. It's been 3 years since we've seen this level of inflation. I mean, April 22, this is basically 1 year after the invasion of Ukraine, which was the catalyst in combination with the fact that we were still dealing with the COVID pandemic at the time, back in 2022, like the winter 21, 2022, right? And that combined together to create just an incredible inflation spike, because it was already going up as a result of COVID to some degree at that point already. But it has been since then, since it started coming down after that massive surge, that we have seen this sort of dynamic at play with inflation higher than gains on hourly earnings. And but, you know, I would like to point something out. The gains on hourly earnings have continued to just sort of slide downward through that entire time. Even though the CPI went down. Right? Like, even though things technically were getting cheaper, businesses weren't paying people more money.
The war in the Middle East and this energy crisis is making it more expensive for consumers.
It explains this new CNN polling, how
It's macro validation, but not micro validation.
Nah, it's not micro. It's not
Go to
micro.
McDonald's.
Exactly. I mean, stop focusing on the macro stuff because all the macro stuff's really bad. That's Kevin Hassan's plan. Is if we can just get us to get the blinders on enough, you know. Kevin Hassan is like, look, everybody needs to stop focusing on the macro economy. All right, and I need to do narrow your focus. Stop looking over there. Stop looking over here. And I'm going to ask all of you to do this. And he's going to start, we're going to start, I think the U.S. government's going to start like sending out flyers of this, right, to people, right? You just got to get really micro on your view. You can't keep looking around at all of this stuff. You can't look at gas prices or jobs numbers or AI or, you know, rampant inequality, billionaires continue to get richer while the rest of everyone else continues to get. You need to focus it in so micro, your head goes underground and you're focused on individual grains of sand. This way, you won't get distracted by all of that macro stuff floating around, you know, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz or like the broader conflicts in the Middle East right now. That's too broad in general, okay? Businesses being disincentivized to hire because of all this conflict, or that's too macro, dude. Everybody's got to chill out. Like, you know, expectations of contractions in GDP, for instance, is way too macro. That's the whole economy. How are you supposed to measure the whole economy? We can't do that. We have to look at the individual businesses that are now being, you know, helped by Trump's policies. Have you thought of Sunoco or Shell or BP or Mobil? These guys are doing great. Nobody wants to talk about that. That's the micro economy that Mike Hassan, I'm sure, wants to talk about. I mean, the oil companies are doing phenomenal right now. I mean, record profits. Meanwhile, while your energy costs go up, AI data centers continue to drain more and more energy and water from your local infrastructure.
The data centers, y'all, are kind of getting out of control here, and it is very disturbing to see what's going on with them. So first, let me show you this. Kevin O'Leary's proposed data center in Utah will require 9 gigawatts of energy to function when fully built, double Utah's current energy usage for the entire state. It will dump around 23 atomic bombs worth of thermal load on the environment every day. So I don't know why this fucking guy is even building a data center. I cannot stand these billionaire fucking assholes. They're the worst. They're the dregs of society. They're entitled, pampered little pricks in everything they do.
I mean, this is an insane number. This is
the death and destruction and good people struggle.
AI does not justify these sorts of numbers. 23 atomic bombs worth of thermal load on the environment every day? In no way. And I can tell you this right now. There is no way that Mr. Shitpants over here, I refuse to call him Mr. Wonderful. That's the dumbest name I've ever heard. Mr. Poopy Pants over here. There's no way that Mr. Poopy Pants could ever make the argument for why that's an acceptable thing that we should all just live with. 23 atomic bombs worth of thermal load on the environment every day, otherwise known as global warming. And we're supposed to be fine with that? You can't justify that for these sorts of projects.
That's a bit of a eye-opening moment here, but I have more for you because Business Insider wrote, a major watchdog says data centers are wreaking havoc on North America's power grid. Data centers are increasing the risk of power outages and blackouts, and electric grid operators aren't prepared to handle it. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation, the top grid oversight agency for the U.S., Canada, and parts of Mexico, issued a rare alert on Monday, urging operators to address new risks posed by the deluge of data centers connecting to the grid. NERC issued the Level 3 alert for essential action, the agency's highest level, after issuing 2 previous warnings about data centers in the last 9 months. The agency sends alerts to the entities that make the electric grid run smoothly, from regional transmission organizations to power plant owners. This time, the agency stressed that grid operators lack sufficient processes, procedures, or methods to address risks associated with the computational loads. NERC says that data centers, particularly ones running AI workloads, are prone to wild power swings. By the way, I should point out,
Yeah, we've been talking about this problem, and it just keeps getting fucking worse and worse. And the Trump administration is green-lighting all this stuff. They think AI is great and it's going to solve all of their problems because it's adding value to the stock market, because that's the only way Trump is able to conceive of the economy. But it's bad for literally everyone else. Workers, human beings, living near these things, or close enough that the data centers fueling the AI boom are leeching off the energy grid or water supply. And the fact is people like Amazon have been able to bypass, like in some cases, the grid, right? Instead of linking up to the traditional grid. There was a story like a year and a half ago about an Amazon Web Services Center, data center that like linked up directly to the power station, bypassing like everyone, and like getting into a special sweetheart deal with the power suppliers, so that they were they had first access to all of the electricity, so they would get service first before anybody else. It's ludicrous. And I assume that these sorts of relationships, these sorts of dealings are happening all over the place. And in fact, there was a story about how that is in fact the case, but like I can't remember the other like examples where this has happened. But it's not just AWS; it's a number of people who are trying to play this game because they realize it's advantageous to be the first one to receive the power, right? Siphon off as much as you want before anybody else gets their hands on it. It's disturbing.
Dumbest, most incompetent people on the planet, and they're ruining everything. They continue here in this article, and they say the constant rapid fluctuations between extremely high and extremely low power use levels can put entire electric grids at risk of going offline. Power swings can occur in seconds, leaving little or no room for real-time responses. It's not only AI training causing the instability. In its report, NERC said crypto mining and traditional data centers threaten the grid. NERC asked grid operators to take immediate action and file risk mitigation plans with the agency by August 3rd. As the grid faces unprecedented challenges from a surge in large power consumers, NERC is taking significant steps to ensure the reliability of the bulk power systems, the agency said in a press release on Monday. So, not good when we're already getting these sorts of warnings, okay? Look at this one. This is what...
Yeah, and one thing I think we all need to think about right now is the fact that we're living through an El Nino year. And so in a lot of places, especially the southwest, probably going to see a very, very hot 2026 summer. So, I mean, these things need to stay cool, right? So they're going to start drawing even more power. But so are you, because you're going to need to stay cold, like, you know, at least at a reasonable temperature in your homes, in your apartments, in your car when you're driving to work or wherever else. It's just gonna start getting worse and worse. Oh, because more of these things keep popping up or getting finished.
Sounds like living next to a data center. The video below was recorded at midnight, and the data center is situated next to hundreds of residential homes. Listen to this. This is crazy. I also read, and this is terrifying, that if you live within a certain radius of these data centers, there's a kind of, I guess, energy that's given off or frequency that's given off that you can't hear the sound with your ears, but your body senses the sound. And so your central nervous system is always on edge because of this endless sound. So noise pollution is a real fucking health concern. Light pollution is a real fucking health concern. Never mind, like I said, blowing through all the fresh water all over the place.
Yeah, honestly, though, the thing that we need to worry most about, I mean, the water thing is a serious problem. Actually, it's actually going to be more location dependent to some degree. And like, but in my estimation, I think the energy thing is the thing that's going to hit people most. Although, depending on how bad the droughts get this year, might just be both. Let's keep talking about that Utah data center here. Fox 13 News Utah, where Mr. Poopy Pants is making accusations against the people who are opposed to this horrifying project.
The drama surrounding the proposed 40,000-acre data center campus in Box Elder County continues to intensify. Yesterday, project investor Kevin O'Leary was on Fox News and accused two groups in Utah who oppose the center of being funded by the Chinese government.
China! Who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Who would want to stop us from having compute capacity to develop AI? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China.
If we
China?
I'm sorry. I was ranting and I was muted. This guy right here, it is ludicrous. It is ludicrous that this guy has amassed as much money and power as he does. Everybody needs to look at this man. Okay? He is sitting on like this weird bar stool where his feet don't touch the ground, wearing pink flip-flops, a full three-piece suit, and a hat that says Utah National Security that I'm pretty sure he made for himself, right? This is a 60-some-odd-year-old man with not quite $1 billion. He's a fake billionaire, but like that's the image we have of this guy, and he's sitting next to a full-sized, well, I don't think he's a full-sized man, but a full-size, I think life-size cardboard cutout of himself. He's a farcical individual. He shouldn't exist. People like this are just fucking nonsense. He's a nonsense human being. Like, what is this? Like, why? Like, it's insane. Like, what kind of narcissistic weirdo does this? He's like holds his own press conference to accuse people of being Chinese communist, like party plants or something. People who are complaining about this. Like, I think every normal human being has a problem with Kevin O'Leary. He's a creep.
Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China.
If we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken.
Is Alliance for a Better Utah funded by the Chinese government?
No. I would probably get paid a lot more if I was, I would hope, if I were doing some foreign international espionage. But no, we are not. We're funded by a lot of grassroots donors and a lot of people from around Utah that believe in what we do. And that's as simple as that.
O'Leary says he's putting his forensic accountants to work on.
Jesus Christ, this guy is a sicko. This is what I mean. He should not have this kind of money. Somebody criticizes him and he starts putting his forensic accountants after them. He's a creep. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Get a fucking life. People don't like you, and they don't like this business. They don't want this shit in their neighborhoods, and it's a reasonable thing for them to do. Stop being a fucking weirdo. We're going to look into it. We're going to find out if they're Chinese spies. Now, I don't know if this was a payment from China. I can't say the name because I never tell people who donors are. But, very generous individual who will remain anonymous because they did not give the name that they wanted used. Just donated 30 bones over on PayPal. Much appreciated. I think that's... Jeez, I think that's basically good enough to get us through the galactic content goal. Puppy treat. Yeah, I think that's good enough. All right, everybody. Galactic content goal has been achieved. Thanks to all of your very generous donations. We can be resting assured for the rest of the evening that we've got all of what I have prepared for us lying ahead of us. Well, for now. We've got still quite a lot ahead of us, and that is for sure. Thankfully, we were close. We were close to having it abruptly taken away from us. Still a hell of a lot left on the galactic docket. Truly epic efforts given by the Space Fams to complete the galactic content goal. Thank you to each and every one of you for your contributions. Okay, confetti off. Do I have more on AI? Yes, I do. I thought so. One last video on AI before we go to talking about the El Nino, Super El Nino, which is coming here. Well, it's not even coming. It's technically kind of already here. Ish. It's just going to get worse. The system's already formed, essentially. All right, what was I saying? Yes. Last AI clip.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Calls are growing across the United States for moratoriums on new AI data centers over their impact on energy costs, water and land use, the U.S. economy, greenhouse gas emissions, and democracy. In Maine, state lawmakers recently approved the first statewide moratorium, but the governor, Janet Mills, vetoed the legislation. A new Gallup poll released today shows 7 out of 10 Americans oppose data centers being built near them, and the opposition spans the political spectrum. In Utah, residents are fighting plans to build what would be the largest data center in the world in Box Elder County. If built, the facility would generate and consume more energy than the entire state of Utah. The proposed complex would cover an area more than 2.5 times the size of Manhattan. Estimates show the project could
It's absurd. Why should one man be able to consume as much energy as the entire state or more without having to make that energy themselves somehow? Like it's just patently wrong and unfair. Like anybody can see that. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Why should one man be able to just like come in and do that and hook up to the grid and just suck up more than everybody else is in the entire fucking state? It just patently, unequivocally fucking wrong.
Increase Utah's greenhouse gas emissions by 50%. On Capitol Hill, Vermont's Independent Senator Bernie Sanders and Democratic Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have introduced legislation to impose a temporary national moratorium on new artificial intelligence data center construction.
More than 100 local communities across 12 states have already enacted local moratoriums on data centers, and Congress itself has a moral obligation to stand with them and stop big tech from ruining their communities. Our legislation in the House and the Senate would hit the brakes on construction of new data centers until we address several of the key areas of harm AI poses.
I'm shocked.
Oh, they're hooking up to a pipeline and then they're burning the methane and to generate electricity that way. It's really not better. Okay, so technically it won't immediately drive up everyone else's electricity costs, even though a huge amount of electricity in the United States is generated by methane. But of course, people don't use natural gas for anything else, right? Ah, good God. So yeah, I mean, either way, it's driving up costs for people in Utah. Whether it's going to be directly when they go to buy natural gas or because their electricity goes up because the thing that Utah and a lot of other states use to generate electricity is natural gas. Not in all cases, but in too many cases. We also use things like coal, and not enough times do we use things like solar or wind. It's just contributing to all of the problems. He's basically what we're saying is he's burning enough natural gas to consume more energy than the rest of the state. How much you figure that is exactly? It's got to be insane. It's got to be an insane amount.
We go now to North Carolina, where we're joined by Astra Taylor, writer, organizer, co-founder of the Debt Collective. She co-wrote a new piece for The Guardian headlined, "The fight against AI data centers isn't just about tech, it's about democracy." Astra Taylor and Naomi Klein's forthcoming book out this September is titled End Times Fascism and the Fight for the Living World. Astra, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why don't you start off just by talking about what these AI data centers are, this largest one in Utah. I was just in Middleburg, Virginia last night. Every other person was raising this issue with me, very critical issue in Virginia right now.
By the way, I just looked it up in Utah. 30% of all power stations in Utah are powered by natural gas. So that's going to skyrocket those prices. 50% of power stations in Utah use coal, which is fucking wild. People are living in, like, some backwards universe.
Explain what they are.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, data centers are essentially the backbone of the AI revolution. Data centers aren't new. Every time you use the internet, you're using data centers. So they've been around for a while, but they have been supercharged by the push towards artificial intelligence. Virginia is indeed the data center hub in this country, but they're spreading rapidly across the United States. Sam Altman,
Immediately,
the
if
head of
not sooner.
OpenAI, has said that perhaps we'll have to cover the entire world in data centers. And it's about the drive for computing power. And they are often on an absolutely enormous scale. Like you described the data center being proposed in Utah, which would actually use twice as much energy as the entire state. There's one being proposed in Michigan that is going to be as big as 32 NFL football fields. And they use incredible amounts of energy, often gas, fossil fuel. They're being used as an excuse to put even old coal factories and coal production back online. And there are many negative consequences for communities, from emissions. Often they are powered by temporary gas turbines that are being used almost on a permanent basis. So there's air pollution, carcinogens, there's light and noise pollution. People are absolutely tormented by the sounds of these huge warehouses of whirring computers. There is water use issues depending on where it's located. And then there's just the question of what are people getting in return? Because these are massive, quote unquote, factories, but there are no jobs and a lot of harms for the people who live near them and larger harms for our society.
But explain why it requires so much energy. What does it have to do with AI? Why does artificial intelligence require this, Astra?
Just the nature of what they call compute, right? The computers themselves require an incredible amount of energy to run and then to be cooled. So they have to be kept in a stable temperature setting. So there's just energy to cool these machines because they produce an enormous amount of heat. And so that's another problem with them. And this is helping to blow through whatever now long gone climate commitments we had, but this drive to AI has been, when you look at Silicon Valley, they say the drive to AI is why we can no longer meet our climate commitments, right? All of these companies, Google, Meta, presented themselves as climate champions, and AI has.
I would point out one aspect of this I feel like is being missed here, and is that, with DeepSeek, China, DeepSeek proved, now, of course, they did use a distillation of ChatGPT to get done what they did. But since the large language models already exist, technically, some of this stuff could be done without the computer. They've just committed to the competition, right? They've committed to a competition that to some degree they've already lost, and that China has proven can be done with a much smaller footprint, theoretically, and yet they continue to race towards this, dystopic future, like Sam Altman has said, as she mentioned, where we have the entire planet covered in fucking data centers, which is a stupid fucking idea. There's no way we'll ever get the, benefit that these guys are claiming we're gonna see. And oh god, it's just, unfortunately, they're determined to rush after this, being the most dominant. But they are ruining the planet in pursuit of this goal of being number one in the marketplace. Who'll be the best at replacing all the jobs? I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit in this discussion.
In environment and sustainability, Holly Buck recently wrote an article in Jacobin headlined "Democratic Governance of AI is the Real Solution," in which she argues against the idea of a moratorium on data centers. She writes, "A moratorium on AI data centers is a terrible idea. one that poses serious equity concerns. A moratorium springs from the desire to stop the concentration of wealth, but ironically, it's likely to exacerbate it. It's a massive strategic blunder for the left, and we should think through the global justice implications and follow-on effects. We should be wary of proposals that would send burdens elsewhere. Under neoliberal capitalism, industries offshore environmental harms to places with weaker governance, cheaper labor costs, and fewer environmental safeguards, unquote. Buck says AI should be regulated as a public utility. What's your response to her argument on a moratorium?
Yeah, the Guardian piece I wrote with Saul Levin was a response to her criticism of this movement, which she said was a dead end, and her criticism of the idea of a data center moratorium. First, I want to say that I like the idea of democratic governance of AI, but you need to have leverage to have any kind of democratic control. I think it's important to pause and just note how undemocratic the rollout of AI has been so far. Nobody has asked for this. You cited polling. This is incredibly unpopular technology. Even 80% of Republicans and independents, of people who voted for Donald Trump, say they want more regulations on AI, even if it slows things down. Last year, there was a poll that said only 10% of people are excited about where this technology is going. And that's because the people who control it, who own it, have been very clear that they don't have democracy in mind. They define AGI, artificial general intelligence, this is OpenAI's definition, as autonomous systems that can do essentially do human work. And so this is a human job elimination machine, and maybe a human elimination machine in the sense that AI is also, it is not just automating workplace labor, but also, impersonating human beings and trying to be your best friend and your companion and sort of take over human life. So this is not, and this again is not something that people have wanted. The Silicon Valley has gotten very aggressively behind Donald Trump, who has said, he's going to block all attempts to regulate or control this technology, that we're in an accelerationist mindset. So
that's exactly the thing, though, that I keep pointing out right now, is that it's going to be really tough. It's going to be really tough to stop this with Donald Trump in power. And we're going to need to put legislators into office. We would need a lot, too. Because it'll have to be veto-proof, essentially. And that's going to be tough. Republicans just do whatever the hell Trump wants. So don't expect them to get behind any of this. Unfortunately, we are heading into summer with some bad statistics on our hands. We are living in a really drought-stricken North America. Let's go back a few months ago. To February, record snow drought in the western U.S.
The snow situation here in the West, I've never seen anything like it. We're in the midst of a snow drought, the likes of which could be record-breaking. It's not just a matter of not enough snow, not enough precipitation. It's a matter of the temperatures being so high. It's kind of a double whammy here. We don't have the snowfall, and we have such extreme warmth that whatever snow falls just doesn't stay around anymore.
Selfishly, it's like nice to run in this weather, but because I'm studying it, I do know that I should be worried, and I am worried about this.
Out here in the West, it's the mountain snowpack that is our primary source of water for agriculture, for anything else. Across almost all of the West, we're in terrible shape right now. 50 to 55% of where we should be. Is climate change involved in this? On a longer term, absolutely.
They're half of what the snowpack that should be. in the West. They were at least going into the spring. Now to the U.S. drought monitor from 2 weeks ago.
U.S. Drought Monitor, April 23rd, 2026. For all 50 U.S. states and Puerto Rico, the U.S. Drought Monitor showed 52.46% of the area in moderate drought or worse, compared with 51% last week. About 155.7 million people live in areas now in drought, compared with 148.8 million the week before. The week was highlighted by a band of above normal precipitation extending from South Texas into eastern Oklahoma.
So you can see here, huge swaths of the west and of the southeast are in drought conditions. Exceptional drought conditions are the very dark ones, and you got a bunch of those patches all over the place. Extreme drought throughout just massive portions of this region. Severe drought basically covers the entire area, you know, and basically all of like 55% of America is dealing with some sort of drought conditions. 155 million people. Not good. However, where does it switch? Like I've said in the past, this year, the situation that we have is we're gonna have droughts and severe heat waves as a result, partially from the El Nino period that we're living in right now. But also we're gonna see extreme rain and on the other side of the band of heat. You're going to see extreme precipitation. So you can see almost no precipitation, 2%, right? The dark red is 2% of precipitation. So you're seeing a huge percentage of America in this dark red in the same spots that we're looking at, southeast and the west. With huge portions of that being somewhere between 0 and 2%. And then a whole bunch of other, like between 2 and 25% areas. But then you see here, on the other side of the system, going from the north, Midwest, right? Wisconsin, Michigan, and parts of Illinois and Iowa here, Missouri, extending over to like the Great Lake, like through the Great Lakes, right? Like Pennsylvania, New York, and all the way up to Maine there. Like all this massive increase in rain. From like 150% of normal precipitation to, in some places, like 400%. Especially around here, the center of the country. And also down in Texas. The very, very bottom of Texas you're seeing is getting hammered by precipitation. But the rest of the country is seeing severe drought, severe heat. It's just about to get worse, honestly. But before we do more talking about how it's going to get worse here, let's talk about how Canada and up in Vancouver are doing what they can to deal with their drought situation, because they're dealing with basically the exact same thing that the west of the United States is dealing with.
You see the idea, we actually have 5 different water systems that we manage.
Each one fed by a different water source, the largest being Comox Lake. 3 of those 5 are highly dependent on snowpack levels in the alpine of the Comox Valley, which is currently sitting at extremely low levels.
The May 1st numbers coming in at 27% of normal.
We are definitely concerned.
On May 1st, the Comox Valley Regional District, much like other communities on Vancouver Island, implemented its Stage 1 water restrictions. In a normal year, the district will go to Stage 2 on July 1st.
This year seems likely that we'll end up accelerating that timeline a bit.
Unless the Comox Valley experiences a wet January, it expects to go into stage 3 by the end of the summer, and potentially even stage 4. The CVRD says that has never been implemented before, outside of an infrastructure malfunction, such as a water main break.
Stage 4 restriction is pretty impactful. It restricts all but non-essential use of water, both outdoors and indoors.
In the district of North Cowichan, it's much of the same.
So we have 3 communities, Chemainus, Crofton, and South End.
3 water systems in total, one fed by the Cowichan River, while the other 2 are well systems, tapping into aquifers, which closely interact with 2 rivers.
When river flows get low, on occasion, the province may impose some additional restrictions on aquifers.
The district of North Cowichan went into stage 1 water restrictions on May 1st.
So parts of Vancouver are already in stage 1 water restrictions, and they're predicting them going to a level of water restriction that has never been seen outside of an infrastructure related situation, like a dam break or like a water main pipe bursting or something like that. Like, that's how bad it already is, and it's May. It's wild. Because, historically, it tends to get warmer after May. You might be aware of that. Actually, during May, it tends to warm up quite significantly during the month of May. Yeah. And one of the things that's going to be contributing to that warming is, of course, the Super El Nino. A disturbing piece was written in the New York Times entitled "The World is About to Get a Preview of Life in 2035.
Winter is coming.
Article in the New York Times. Let's have a look. It's an opinion piece here. It says that the world is about...
Even more extreme?
Yes, quite extreme. It's quite a worrying article in the New York Times. Relationship is key to peace in the world.
Now, next, climate scientists. They're very worried about the impact, apparently, of El Nino this year, something we hear about fairly regularly, but this is even more extreme.
Yes, quite extreme. It's quite a worrying article in the New York Times. Let's have a look. It's an opinion piece here. It says that the world is about to get a preview of life in 2035 because a, quote, climate monster is growing right now in the Pacific Ocean, El Nino. As a reminder, El Nino is what happens when unusually warm water gathers in the Pacific Ocean and leads to huge climate disruption. Now, this article says that the world is going to learn how much disruption it can or cannot manage. This year will probably be stronger than the super El Nino of 2015 and perhaps more intense than the infamous El Nino of 1877. Now, the Washington Post is talking about this
We're talking about, in 1877, we weren't experiencing climate change, right? Like, no real climate change had been experienced as a result of human activity in 1877, right? Like, we were barely into the Industrial Revolution at that point. I mean, it's, and now we're living in a completely different world, and we're about to see an El Nino that could be worse than the worst one ever seen, essentially, in recorded human history. Good. Yay. I love that I'm right about all the worst stuff.
27 El Nino here. It says it might have been the worst environmental disaster in human history. At the time, it led to a global famine, which led to the deaths of over 50 million people. So the big question, of course, is could this happen today? Well, experts say that the extremes this year could be even more extreme than in 1877 because of global warming, but that the world is more prepared for it thanks to today's vastly different social and political context. So the world's most vulnerable will probably be facing food insecurity but not on the scale they saw in 18.
Oh, thank God. At least 50 million people won't die. I love how she's trying to remain cheery through the least cheery possible fucking story. Like, it's very do not look up, if you will. You know, that's the vibes I got from this one. Unfortunately, I don't think I can get access to this one. I think it's paywalled. I'm gonna try and find like a way to read this myself when I get a chance. But till I do that, let's go here for more of a breakdown on the potential outcomes of this impending El Nino. With Just Have a Think.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube. Over the last few weeks, while most of us have been trying to navigate our way through an almost overwhelming tsunami of breaking news about world events, the global climate emergency, which has no regard whatsoever for the vicissitudes of geopolitics, driven as it is by the fundamental laws of physics, continues to rumble on, becoming an ever more serious threat as every day goes by. A familiar but very powerful phenomenon that affects our climate, and which I've talked about many times on this channel, is the ENSO system in the Pacific Ocean, and specifically the El Nino phase of that system. In attempting to keep up with world events that nowadays seem to change radically on an almost hourly basis, you could be forgiven for having missed recent reports suggesting we may right now once again be heading towards a potentially record-breaking El Nino event. Some reports go further, suggesting a so-called super El Nino could emerge later this year, peak in early 27, and push global temperatures to new extremes, with devastating consequences that the world could well do without just at the moment. But forecasts like these are not always accurate, are they? Not because the forecasters are disingenuous or corrupt, but because complex weather systems like these are extremely difficult to model accurately over extended periods into the future. So the question today is how much of the reporting is actually supported by the science and how much of it is perhaps straying a little ahead of the evidence. And when I did some digging into that question, I started to realise that the answer is quite nuanced, pretty fascinating, and still just a little bit disturbing.
Still just a little bit disturbing. Yeah, it is disturbing because it is nuanced, but regardless what happens, it's still going to warm an already warming and already too warm planet and ocean. And at the worst end of the spectrum, right? Because that's the best end of the spectrum. It just happens to warm us up a little bit. An already much too warm planet. That's bad. That's the baseline. Worse is extreme heat and storms. Devastation. I love probability. Always so fun. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Yeah, around. Yeah. Right? Is this where I want? I think.
2026 could make 2027 one of the hottest years ever recorded, potentially even the hottest.
Oh, I gotta go back.
So from a perspective, background warming trend driven by greenhouse gas emissions. And importantly, El Nino events tend to add a significant boost to global temperatures because they release heat from the ocean into the atmosphere, effectively supercharging the background warming trend driven by greenhouse gas emissions. Several of the recent reports highlight this point quite clearly. A strong El Nino peaking in late 2026 could make 2027 one of the hottest years ever recorded, potentially even the hottest. So from a climate perspective, that's just about the worst possible news we could be getting right at the moment, what with everything else that's going on in the world. But again, that outcome depends heavily on how strong the event actually becomes. If we move from global averages to regional impacts, the picture becomes even more complex because El Nino doesn't produce a single uniform effect. It redistributes energy across the climate system, which means some regions get wetter, some get drier, and some experience more extreme weather in general. Here in Europe, we're seeing some headlines suggesting the possibility of a furnace summer across the more southerly countries, particularly Spain.
That's hot.
And it's certainly true that El Niño can influence European weather patterns. According to the UK Met Office, though, the final outcome for Europe will depend on how El Niño interacts with other climate drivers.
Yes, exactly. It is a nuanced situation. Our climate systems there are numerous, and they all, to some degree, are interacting with one another, but they are doing it on a scale that is almost impossible. Not impossible, but very difficult to measure with perfect certainty, right? Or actually, I think it is impossible to measure them with perfect certainty, I guess, when I put it that way. But there's no way to know exactly what's going to happen, right? It's why we have like probabilities of this weather event happening, right? Like when you look on your phone, it says 65% chance of rain, because they can't say with 100% chance that there's gonna be rain. There's like, it's probably gonna happen, but you never know. Same thing. What we're talking about with even larger systems to some degree, rather than just local weather. So it's just it's quite a task. But once again, just to reiterate what's been said already, is that this is absolutely going to be... Oh, wait, I'm not done with this. It was already going to be adding more heat to a system with too much heat. We've been talking how there's too much heat in the system for like 2.5 years around here.
The North Atlantic Oscillation and broader atmospheric circulation patterns. And at this stage, those interactions are just too uncertain to pin down with any degree of accuracy. So the risk of catastrophic weather events is certainly real enough, but any reports making confident predictions at this stage are probably getting a bit ahead of themselves. What the science is telling us right now is that there is a credible risk of a strong El Niño developing later in 2026. That risk is supported by ocean conditions, by...
I would also just like to point something out to everyone here. These are all the temperature averages of the years between 1982 and 2026. Okay? The 4 lines that are bold up here, 2023, 24, 25, the gray, yellow, orange, and red lines here, are all the last 4 years, and they are all the 4 hottest years on record in the last 45 years of human existence.
Forecasts and by historical patterns. And of course, there's the bigger context that's worth keeping in mind here as well, isn't there? In other words, even if this coming El Niño turns out to be moderate rather than extreme, it will nevertheless be happening in a climate system that is already significantly warmer than it used to be.
Exactly my point. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just have a think. That was a good think. I appreciate it.
That's on YouTube.
All right, people, that's it for the environmental news today. Brief, one issue topic essentially here. Wanted to get straight to the point today. The fires that we've been talking about, Colorado, Utah, Florida, those have all been, to some degree, dealt with, to my understanding. Containment is either quite high or complete in all of those, so that was just a warning shot across the bow from Mother Nature, I guess, on fire season for the U.S. It is only May, of course. Things are only just starting to truly dry out. All right, now to the space news. To the Joe Rogan universe.
Adult baby.
Vicariously through the Majority Report.
This is fascinating because you got to ask yourself, like, why? What is going on? That Tim Burchett, 61-year-old representative in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, a mid-tier at best representative.
What is it that makes him an alluring guest for Joe Rogan?
Wants to regale stories of when he was kicked by a horse or bullied by Kevin McCarthy or...
Go, Kevin, you
I
jerk!
mean, he makes skateboards by hand. I mean, come on, guys. There's a lot going for Burchett.
There's something going on here.
Well, the first thing they talk about, and also the last thing they talk about, is UFOs.
First and last.
Okay.
May 21st, 2011. Yeah. So when they tell you things, is there anything that they tell you that you could tell us? Like, how much of what they told you is like completely top secret that you're not allowed to say until they disclose it?
A lot of it.
A lot of it.
Yeah.
Is there anything that really disturbs you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had one meeting and it got into some stuff that they were talking about and the treatment of people and the capabilities. And this was
the treatment of people by these supposed extraterrestrials.
Not by our own government, but that we're trying to.
Sorry, I just want to.
Okay.
Now, that's very funny.
Here's what's going on here. It's amazing how desperate Rogan is for a story that doesn't exist here.
Yeah, something
Tim
interesting.
Burchett is saying, like, I've heard some very top secret stuff. Now, it's either that we have aliens in a container floating in a liquid in a vat in a deep, deep scientist cave, or we have weapons that we've been testing. In some instances, maybe we've destroyed some property or maybe hurt some individuals. Or maybe if people have come across them, we have basically arrested them or tried to ruin their life or tried to make them sound like they were crazy.
Right away.
So they couldn't report on these top secret weapons. That's what Burchett is referring to. But Rogan's like, wait.
Hold the phone.
Are they probing us?
We have alien-led prison camps.
You feel uncomfortable with the way that the aliens are treating American citizens? Are they not abiding by the Nuremberg laws of war?
Stuff that they were talking about and the treatment of people and the capability.
He is such a fucking idiot. I wonder though, are we committing any intergalactic war crimes?
General Kenobi.
And this was
the treatment of people by these supposed extraterrestrials.
Not by our own government, but that we're trying to come forward with this stuff. But also, yeah, they told me some pretty creepy stuff. So I would, again, I bring this out and then they're busting my ass for it. But
what do you think is going on?
Is it the aliens who are busting your ass?
I think it's a cover.
Busting my ass.
What do you think is going on?
Just
blown
a
giant
I think it's a cover up. I think there's something else out there. I do not think we're the best that God can do, and I really just don't know, Joe. There's so many options it could be. One of these groups that met with me, they described several.
Pause it for a second. Now you understand what just happened here. He's there because presumably he has access to this top secret information. And he's saying, I just don't know. I don't know what's out there.
I just love how he's able to maintain this sort of aw shucks attitude about it. Like while he's talking about something that sounds utterly insane. He's like, oh, shucks, Joe, I don't know, man. Look, the accountability and it's atrocious, but what are you gonna do? Like he's just able to he's take it real blasé the whole time. I think he has this southern attitude, just sort of chill. It's fine, Joe. Look, aliens are here, and just gonna have to live with that.
Now, I happen to agree. I don't necessarily think it's God, but I think it's highly unlikely that we are the only beings in the universe that exist.
There's better ones.
but I certainly hope there are better.
Is it Christian to admit God might have screwed up with humans?
Humans are mid.
But the point being, he's
Ice Age coming? I didn't miss that. Is that from the previous one?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, no taxes? Well, I guess it's not clear how much taxes people paid back in the Ice Age. Marjorie didn't really make a claim. Just it was really a question. How much taxes did people pay back in the Ice Age?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
I'm going to just talk about the groups that have come to him and told him this stuff. There's no information that he has to import apart to Rogan except for misbehavior by our own government that is top secret.
Yeah, because earlier in the interview, he says, like, pilots, when they see a UFO, they'll, like, smash all their recording equipment because they don't want the government to know that they saw anything because they'll ruin their careers if they do.
Types of...
But smashing a fighter jet doesn't ruin your career?
You don't smash the fighter, you smash just the recording sort of transponder. The black
they're
box.
in the middle of the air, they're just with a wrench. Anyway, sorry.
beings, and they go through all of them, all different. One of these groups that met with me, they described several different types of beings, and they go through all of them. How
many different types of beings?
I don't know, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. It just changes. I don't get caught up in that. And I tell our guys, I say, look, here's the argument. Just say
these are groups that meet with
I
him.
just want to know.
Pause it. Just to be clear, what he's talking about, and Rogan's taking seriously. Like there are groups of people who come to me and say that there's like 5 or 6 different types of beings who walk around the planet. I remember when Gary Busey came to the office and he said that there were lizards living in Mount Shasta, and it's out there. And Rogan's like, wait, lizards are living in Mount Shasta? Is there more about this?
Yeah, don't take it so seriously.
Yeah. In other words, there are people coming with almost surely to be completely fictionalized stories that I have to listen to because I'm a congressman and I sit on some committee and that's the way I get votes.
Now, I was really tempted to hold on to this one for Sunday Fun Day. I just couldn't help myself. I felt like we deserved a little bit of laughter today. You know, it's been already. It's Thursday. It's already been. I mean, it's Wednesday technically, but still, it's the midweek show still. But it's already been a difficult week. 3 days in. I mean, I feel like we deserve this. You know, little bit of fun space news for today. Oh no. Yeah, we can't have that. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to get timed out for that one. You're gonna have to think about that one. Rain Dallin. That is not... I don't know if you're trying to be funny or edgy or what. And believe me, I'm no Joe Rogan defender, but the thing you just said right there was just beyond it, like beyond anything acceptable. I'm not even gonna say the thing you said, just spare everybody this, but wow, think about what you just said there for a second. Also, Joe Rogan isn't Jewish, so I know that what you're saying, you're like just being anti-Semitic right now, and it's just disturbing. I mean, there's no way that what you said isn't anti-Semitic, actually. I'm trying to think about a way in which what you said could be construed as anything but anti-Semitic, but there really isn't. There's really no way to do that, I'm afraid. Wasn't Twitch, actually. It was YouTube Vertical Chat. YouTube Vertical's back. I decided to do another YouTube Vertical stream again today. To my own detriment, possibly. But here we are. Alright, let's move it along. Had to time this guy out for a day so he can think about his bad life choices. Let's start in South America. Oh, wait, no, first the Caribbean. Cuba. Reuters, 17 hours ago. Cuba being forced to set variable fuel prices as the U.S. blockade continues to hit the country.
Cuba will introduce new variable fuel prices at gas stations starting Friday. That is according to the Ministry of Finance and Prices on Tuesday. The government said the new prices reflect actual costs of importing gas and diesel amid an ongoing U.S. fuel blockade. For the past 2 weeks, fuel has almost completely disappeared from state-run gas stations in the capital, Havana. The U.S. blockade has severely limited supplies, forcing strict rationing across the country. The shortages have forced most Cubans to park their gas-powered vehicles.
So everything's on the rise then. It's something. Let's see if we can keep filling up, right? Because if prices go up too high, the economy won't be able to handle it.
It all comes 4 months after Donald Trump warned he would impose tariffs on any country exporting fuel to Cuba. This week, he again stepped up the rhetoric.
Well, they're not doing well. Cuba is not doing well. It's a failed nation, and we'll be talking about Cuba at the right time.
Yeah, there you go. People in Cuba getting hit by higher and higher gas prices, even worse than everybody else, of course, because they are being blockaded by the United States, which I think is technically an act of war. Under the Geneva Conventions or something like that. Let's see. What do I got here next? I'm actually doing I'm moving really fast today. Do people feel like I'm moving fast today? Because I feel like I'm moving really fast. We're only 6 hours in. We're not even full 6. It's a rounded up 6. And yet somehow we're already done with the U.S. news, environmental news, space news. And it's weird. And I also don't have that much on Iran, because everybody has shifted their focus to China since Trump has taken even though there's, certainly things that could be talked about with regards to Iran and China, but I don't think that's going to really be happening very much on this trip unless Trump goes off script, which, of course, there's no way he does that. Yeah, all right, let's go here. Next. I guess we have time for this one. I was gonna skip it. I was thinking I was gonna skip it because I thought we were gonna be way later in, but let's do this. Speaking of wars in the, south of the border region of the United States, let's go a little further to Venezuela. Bianca Graulau from last week. What they don't tell you about Venezuela.
This is a story about Venezuela, but it starts with Israel. See, Israel had stolen the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt and the Golan Heights from Syria. So in 1973, those two countries attacked Israel to try to get that land back. The United States responded by sending Israel more than $2 billion in military aid to fight Egypt and Syria. So some Arab countries were like, okay, you want to support Israel, then we'll stop sending you oil. 10 petroleum exporting countries placed an oil embargo on the U.S. and other countries supporting Israel.
If not sooner.
And the price of oil went up. So what does this have to do with Venezuela? Well, it became one of the few countries the U.S. and others could buy oil from, at almost 4 times the price than the year before. This meant that suddenly tons of money were coming into the country. But in Venezuela, it was private companies that extracted and sold the oil, and most of them were foreign. So the profit from all that oil wasn't staying in the country. most of it was going back to the US or Europe, where those companies were from. At the time, Carlos Andrés Pérez was the president. People called him Cap, and he decided to nationalize oil. In other words, the government took the oil industry back from private companies. Now it was the state in charge of oil operations and managing the profit. With that oil money, Venezuela built roads, universities, hospitals, public housing. It was the oil bonanza of the 70s. This is the time when some middle-class Venezuelans would fly to Miami for the weekend just to go shopping. It's when the phrase, "Está barato, dame dos," became popular, meaning, it's cheap, give me two. Because the Bolívar, Venezuela's currency, was so strong that they could afford to splurge. But in the midst of all that progress, there was one Venezuelan giving the country a warning. He said oil will bring us ruin. It was Juan Pablo Pérez Alfonso. He had been Venezuela's oil minister, but he called oil the devil's excrement because Venezuela was becoming very dependent on it. The overwhelming majority of what Venezuela exported was oil. The economy revolved around it. So the highs were high, but when the price of oil inevitably fell, it was going to be painful. Venezuela became Latin America's richest country because of its oil, but the overdependence on it would also be one of the reasons for its downfall. There were also two other concerning things happening in Venezuela at the time: corruption and debt. A lot of money was being funneled into the pockets of a few through oversized contracts and straight-up stealing. The government was also borrowing billions of dollars. Since oil money was pouring in, they expected they would be able to easily pay it back. And then the price of oil crashed. Venezuela was no longer bringing in enough money to keep up with its spending. The government responded by devaluing the Bolívar. Now the wages that working Venezuelans were making were worth less. Prices were doubling from one year to the next, leaving some families struggling to afford food. Less than 10 years after the oil boom began, the party was over in Venezuela. In 1998, Cap ran for president again. Venezuelans elected him, hoping that he could take them back to the golden years of the 70s. But this time, when he took office, Venezuela was out of money and in a lot of debt with US and European banks and creditors. And to stay afloat, they would need to borrow more. That's where the International Monetary Fund comes in. The IMF is a global organization, but mostly controlled by the United States. They offer to help nations with financial troubles, but under certain conditions. They could lend Venezuela more money, but Cap would need to reverse what he did in the 70s and go back to private companies being in charge of the oil industry. The government would also have to devalue the Bolívar even more, which would make life less affordable for people. And on top of that, they would need to cut the subsidies that were giving Venezuelans some relief amid the crisis.
So the International Monetary Fund, which is run by basically the United States, like France, Germany, and like Britain, I guess, I think, are the main sort of contributors to that whole thing, if I recall correctly, did some colonialism with like this is like wildly predatory. It's like, look, you can no longer make money from your oil industry. You have to give us back all of your natural resources. You have to make your currency worth nothing, so everybody in the country starves and can't afford anything and has to work for nothing. and stop like subsidizing I'm trying to remember which subsidies they were telling them to cut. Because I know there's like a bunch of different government subsidies. I don't know if it was just the oil industry, but it's ridiculous. It's wildly predatory.
In his first term, Cap said the IMF was a way for industrialized countries to force developing nations to submit to abusive policies. Policies that took money from a country's basic needs to send it to Western banks. But in his second term, he agreed. One of the things Cap's government did was raise gas prices. Venezuela was spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year keeping gas prices low for people. When they eliminated that subsidy, bus owners passed the cost on to their customers. And one morning in February 1989, Venezuelans from impoverished towns that were traveling into the city found out their bus fares had doubled overnight.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that would probably make people pretty mad.
They reacted by overturning buses and burning them. The outrage spread, and soon there was rioting in multiple towns. The government responded by ordering the military to shoot. The official death toll was close to 300, but outside groups estimated that as many as 3,000 people were killed. That day became known as El Caracazo, and it showed Venezuelans' outrage that the poor were being forced to carry the burden of fixing the economy. As this sentiment was spreading in Venezuela, the country would first meet Comandante Hugo Chavez. I want to make a quick pause to tell you why I wanted to make this video.
Okay, hold on. You can't watch this whole thing, and we're gonna skip this ad here. I figured since Nicolas Maduro is currently sitting in a U.S. jail in Brooklyn, I feel like we're not talking enough about Venezuela. You know, I felt maybe rather than talking about what's currently happening, it would be best for us to learn some shit. And I found this Bianca Growlout video very informative about things. I think she did a very good job of sort of nutshelling a whole lot of history.
To tell the others to stand down.
Compañeros, lamentablemente, por ahora.
I gotta go back slightly.
Was captured and allowed to go on TV to tell the others to stand down.
Compañeros, lamentablemente, por ahora, los objetivos que nos planteamos no fueron logrados en la ciudad capital. Nosotros acá en Caracas no logramos controlar el poder.
Por ahora, he said. They didn't reach their objective of taking over power for now. After this, Chavez became a celebrity. Not only had he tried to remove a government that had become very unpopular, but he also took responsibility for what happened and hinted that he would be back. He went to prison for the attempted coup, but was freed after a couple of years. And in 1998, he ran for president. This was a time of large inequality, when 5% of landowners controlled 75% of agricultural land. See, Venezuela used to be an agricultural country, but with the oil boom, farming declined. The country started importing its food. Large plots of fertile land sat unused, and workers moved to the city. They settled in urban slums. And there, it was easy to see that the country's oil riches were not reaching everyone. While Venezuela's elite and upper middle class were living lavishly in the 70s, there were marginalized towns living in misery. Chavez promised to redistribute the country's land and oil wealth. He said in an oil-rich country, people should not be going hungry. He gained the support of impoverished neighborhoods around the country and became the president of Venezuela. Within his first few years in power, Chavez would pass almost 50 laws. 2 of them in particular would upset the country's elite and the United States.
Exactly. Well, there you go. There's a little Venezuelan history for you all. We're not going to watch this whole video, but you could find it on YouTube. Bianca Graulau. Graulau. She has a lot of great coverage of things in the Caribbean and South America, Puerto Rico. I've seen some good videos. I mean, she's done a bunch that we don't watch. We don't tend to watch much of them because they're just very long form. And honestly, I feel like it's hard to nutshell them any better than she's already done. So if you found that to be informative on the topic, you should go watch that in full. Because I'm not just going to sit here and watch the whole thing. That'd be ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
France puts big money into the IMF. Yeah. Well, the former head of the IMF, who's now the ECB. What is Christine Lagarde's name? I mean, not name, new job. Is it ECB Bank Commissioner? What is? No, she's the Minister of the Economy. No. What is her job right now? Oh, yeah, she is the ECB. She's the president of the ECB. Right. Okay. Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, the IMF is basically just a Western colonialist banking institution. France is included, no doubt. I can't remember the exact list of whatever you call them, like contributing partners. Because it's complicated. It's like there's a bunch of people in there, but there's like top shareholders, and then there's people at the bottom who hold all the debt. Okay, right. It's the US, UK, France, Germany, as well as India, Brazil, Russia, and Nigeria? Really? Is Nigeria? No, I could have sworn Nigeria like holds a bunch of is not holds a bunch of debt, but like it owes a bunch of money to the IMF. It doesn't seem right. Where am I? Hold on. Whatever. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Oh, right. Okay, there's 190 member countries to the IMF. Everybody contributes based upon the size of their economies. So you can imagine who's on the top of the list, right? Like who like the top 10 are. It's pretty clear. Yeah, and I think actually the reason the first thing I looked at was the fucking AI overview. I had to switch, but the the thing about Nigeria, I think the reason that came up in the AI overview is because I think Nigeria owes like a fuck ton of money to the IMF, and that's why they had some serious like currency crises in the recent past. Let's move on from Venezuela down to Argentina, where students are protesting once again more of Milei's austerity measures. Here's Al Jazeera from yesterday.
From the classrooms to the streets in protest against Javier Milei's austerity cuts, and to demand the implementation of a law that will increase funding for public universities.
This is happening not only in Buenos Aires, but across the country. People on the streets defending public universities. Last year, Congress approved what is known as the university financing law, but the government has not implemented it yet. They say that they do not have the resources and that doing so would complicate its zero deficit target.
Adrián Ferreira is a professor at the University of Buenos Aires.
This government has systematically cut down budgets, even though they have been approved by the judiciary, by Congress, even by the Supreme Court. There's no other instances. And the government does not want to respect the Constitution and to comply and respect the approved budgets.
Universities across Argentina say budget cuts are affecting their ability to operate, with some warning they may not be able to pay for basic services.
I'm a student and I feel the pain of the professors. We are missing classes. This is a shame. My sisters also study and it's impossible for all of us.
Since taking office, the government of Javier Milei has reduced 5% of the deficit in an aggressive austerity program that is having an impact.
Yeah, they reduced 5% of the deficit and then like slashed like half of the services, right? Like they're decimating like the public sector and like everything that was funded by the government. It's like the same thing that Trump's doing, right? Like they're trying to just delete everything that doesn't actually solve the problem. But unlike the United States, Argentina has a much smaller military budget, so they haven't even he technically has less options than the United States does, but it's like they still have plenty of places that he could be cutting that aren't the things that everybody counts on. You know, I mean, the dude is also just wildly corrupt. He could cut down on some of his own corruption to begin with. Maybe raise taxes on the richest people. But he's a fucking libertarian psycho, right? So he's trying to cut the deficit while simultaneously lowering taxes on the richest in society. And it's never going to work out. And that's why he had to come to the United States for a bailout, right? Like, because he refuses to do the thing that just needs to be done and keep living in some libertarian fantasy world. We're not cutting, we're not raising taxes cuts the deficit somehow. Or somehow lowering taxes cuts the deficit. Of course, it's just antithetical to that goal. Why did he win anyway? It's a fair question. He's very unpopular now. But he does have like a deranged, lunatic right-wing base that loves him. I don't know how big, how sizable that is after being in power for however many years it's been now. What, 3? When did he come? 4? When did he win? I can't remember now. 23. So like 3, not even 3 years yet, right? Or 3, no, December 10th? Yeah. It's only been a few years. He's utterly destroyed the country in the process. All right, now let's go across the pond, if you will, to the United Kingdom. Quickly talk about those local elections, where Reform and Greens had historic surges while Labour and Tories continued to collapse. But really, Labour was the worst performer in these latest elections. Here's Democracy Now! Get us started off on this topic.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show looking at what's been described as a political earthquake in Britain. In local elections last week, the far-right Reform UK party surged in popularity while the Labour Party suffered heavy losses. The Reform UK party is led by Nigel Farage, who was the chief architect of Brexit, close ally of President Donald Trump. Farage celebrated his party's success.
But I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been conservative, but equally we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I.
Calls are growing for British Prime Minister Keir Starmer to resign after his Labour Party suffered historic losses. This is Starmer speaking Friday.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos. Well, they've sent a message that the change that we promised isn't being delivered in a way they can feel, and also, frankly, they're fed up with years of the status quo. But we were elected to deal with those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from that and to plunge the country into chaos.
In a sign of the splintering of the British political system, the Conservative Party also suffered significant losses, while the Green Party won hundreds of council seats. We go now to London, where we're joined by the journalist and author Daniel Trilling. His new book is titled If We Tolerate This: How the British Establishment Made the Far Right Respectable. Daniel, thanks so much for being with us. Why don't you start off by responding to these historic losses of the Labour Party?
Yeah, thanks, Amy. So, absolutely right. This has been a real disaster for the Labour Party. It wasn't quite as disastrous as had been predicted a few weeks ago, but they've sunk to new lows electorally around Britain. So, as well as losing hundreds of councillors in England, they lost very badly in the elections for the Welsh Parliament, which were happening at the same time. Labour has dominated Welsh politics for over a century, and they're now trailing behind the Welsh Nationalist Party, Plaid Cymru, and Reform, who've come in second. But it was interesting to hear Nigel Farage's spin on what happened in that clip you played of him earlier, because, yeah, this is historic. Reform have made this huge advance, adding to their tally of council seats that they began to rack up last year in similar elections. But actually, in terms of vote share, they underperformed expectations a bit. So Reform got around 26-27% of the vote overall. But they really benefited from this wider fragmenting of politics. We now have kind of 4, 5, or even 6-party politics in the UK, depending on exactly where you live.
Yeah, I was remarking on that, how it's becoming, I think when on the day that this was happening, because we were talking about this, I've just noticed that Britain is really turning into a multi-party system here. And to create a coalition that actually has a majority in Parliament for any of these parties, including Reform, who came away, although, I'm sorry, technically this isn't Parliament. This is the local elections. But if this were to play out the same way in Parliament, you would have a situation in which it'd be very difficult for anybody to come up with even like a coalition that would give them an actual majority in Parliament.
Reform have benefited from that.
Okay, actually, I am going to skip ahead a little bit, though, on this discussion.
Punishing people for voting the wrong way, and perhaps even trying to scare voters into not opposing him.
If you can also talk about, we see parallels here in the United States leading up to President Biden's defeat around Israel and Palestine. One of his top advisors, Wendy Sherman, now calling what's happened in Gaza a genocide. In Britain, you have Keir Starmer crackdown on Palestine Action, which they've called a terrorist organization. If you can talk about their positions here.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd say from having written about the far right for years and, studied the history and so on, I think one thing that governments of the centre should really avoid doing is giving them the tools to play with, So it's a real problem if governments of the centre start passing their own draconian authoritarian policies. And I think that's exactly what you've seen with the Starmer government in relation to the Palestine protests. So this protest group that uses direct action, Palestine Action, was classed as a terrorist organisation and banned, which as a result means that, hundreds, if not thousands, of peaceful protesters who have expressed their support for Palestine Action since the ban have also been arrested and are potentially facing criminal conviction just for expressing rhetorical support for that group. Much like in the US,
Exactly. And he goes, if I recall correctly, he goes on to make essentially the same sort of comparison that I made. Back to the US election, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, not realizing that support for Israel and for the genocide and going after protesters, not even allowing, kicking out Hassan, not allowing a Palestinian to speak. Very similar mistakes were made here and are continuing to be made here. skipping ahead slightly more.
Over Israel and Gaza and the way that our government has responded to that.
I also want to ask you about rising support for the Green Party. This is the Green leader, Zach Polanski.
This is a historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus reform. My message to Keir Starmer is that he needs to go, but I don't think that's my message. I think that's the country's message. We've seen for a long time now his popularity has been going and he's lost the trust of the country. And to see a Labour minister today saying that they don't just respond to the mood of the country, they stick to the plan, I feels very misjudged. But it doesn't feel like a coincidence. That feels like the entitlement and the privilege that this Labour government have acted with every single day that they've been in office.
Daniel Trilling, your response.
Yeah, so obviously Zach Polanski and the success of the Greens is the other big development certainly in English politics, because obviously Scotland and Wales had elections, but there's a slightly different political setup in both those countries. The Greens, you know, they've been around for a long time in Britain, but Polanski was elected as their leader last year with a mandate to shift the party, you know, quite markedly to the left, to pursue what he calls eco-populism, so kind of attacking the centre of politics, but from the left this time, as opposed to Reform, who obviously come at it from the right. You know, the Greens have got strong positions on social and environmental justice. They also now take a very strong rhetorical stance in support of workers' rights. And, you know, they've now got this unprecedented opportunity to put some of their principles into action. They've won control of several local councils in London and other parts of the country. The big question, I think, is really, can they now follow through on this? You know, the Greens...
Yeah, and I don't think he mentioned it, but like it was a slightly different situation in Wales, and that slightly different situation is that the Welsh Plaid Cymru, I know I'm butchering that name, the Plaid Cymru party, which is like a center-left sort of party. I think it's probably I think they're probably slightly left of the Democrats, like in the United States, or maybe even of Labor. The big thing about them is that they're a Welsh nationalist party who I think want what's it called? The sovereignty, essentially, right? To leave the UK. So we could potentially see like a Scottish-style referendum come to pass. I don't know.
Are untested. They've got a lot of goodwill from people who've lent them their votes. But I suppose the one question is, can they deliver what they promise? The other question is, you know, Britain at national elections has this first past the post electoral system that does not really very fairly reflect the spread of votes in the country. That becomes even more complicated when you move, as we're doing now, from a two-party system to a multi-party system. So when we get to our next national election, the question is going to be, will there be an electoral force on the progressive wing strong enough to keep Reform out? And if there isn't a single force like that, how are these different parties, the Greens, Labour, Scottish nationalists, Welsh nationalists, who sometimes seem to hate each other more than they hate, you know, their opponents on the right, going to come together and collaborate in a way that will stop Britain going down what I think could be a very dark path?
I wanted to ask you before we go about another country, about how...
That was the thing that I wasn't thinking about until this. That is the first past the post system. They have a slightly different form of parliament than others. That complicates things even more, as he mentioned, with this multi-party system. And so coalitions are going to be incredibly important once the national elections come around. But it is disturbing, the surge that Reform is seeing. And I think it's because there's still not been a viable left alternative. Will these local elections be enough to pull the Greens ahead? I don't know. Certainly historic numbers for them, but they still were utterly trounced by reform. Right? They got less seats than Labor did, technically. But bigger numbers than Greens have ever seen. It's just a matter of timing. It's just like, right? Like, will it be, like, can they... I don't know when the next national elections are going to happen. I think do they happen at the end of summer? August 15th. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, to be held no later than August 15th of 2029. It could happen. Right. I think like it'll automatically happen by the 15th of August 2029, but it could be called, I think, by the Prime Minister or some like call. I can't remember exactly how this works. Fucking nonsense elections over here. What do you no later than 20? Why would what is this? What is this silliness? Okay. We're gonna stay on the UK elections here a little bit longer. You know, with all of this, there's big infighting going on in the Labour Party. People calling for Keir Starmer to step down. Ministers resigning in protest. And Keir Starmer refusing to give up, as you heard him say over and over again. He's not giving up.
I'm staying in the race.
He's gonna prove his doubters wrong. He's gonna keep the country together. He's gonna prove to the people that they voted in the right people. A couple years ago now. Not even a couple years. It's been like a year and a half.
Is it over for Keir Starmer?
Lawmakers leave a high-stakes cabinet meeting at Downing Street after the British Prime Minister resisted calls to go. Keir Starmer digging in his heels as over 70 Labour MPs urged him to step down. Despite this, some members of his cabinet voiced their support.
Prime Minister resign! What did everyone say when Keir Starmer said a leadership race had not been triggered?
Well, it's the facts. We've had a very purposeful cabinet meeting talking about the big issues facing our economy and society. Nothing has been triggered.
And look, this government will do what we were elected to do, which is serve the British people. The Prime Minister has my full support in this. And let me just say this. There is a process to challenge the leader. No one has made that challenge.
While Keir Starmer remains focused on governing, senior cabinet ministers have reportedly advised the Prime Minister to announce a plan for his exit. They include current Deputy Prime Minister and the country's Interior Minister. Out on the streets of the British capital, meanwhile, Londoners are unconvinced Starmer will last.
Well, there seems to be a lot of pressure on him at the moment from all angles, so he probably won't survive.
I think he's on a sticky wicket, and it looks like the Labour MPs maybe want him out.
A sticky wicket for Starmer. All right, now... Now, of course, it's still a monarchy in the United Kingdom. And really, Keir Starmer serves at the will of one man, the monarch, King Charles III, who was set to give a speech, state opening of Parliament. And boy, oh boy, did they roll out the fancy stuff for this speech. Oh my God, the fanfare was at a 13. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little hard to be scared of these guys when none of them can see anything in front of them. Like, these helmets are not, they are not making it easy, I feel like. They're, in some cases, they're not fitting properly, I think is the main issue. But it's really reducing visibility. Okay, so they do this for like an hour. It takes like an hour of fanfare. The main thing I'm worried about is Trump seeing this and thinking to himself, actually, we should do this. Every time I make a speech, we need 1 hour of the troops just marching around for no good reason. With weird hats on. So for like an hour, people walked in and out of the room, getting into position. So the king could speak. That was funny for some reason, I don't know why. Kemi Badenoch. Kemi and Kier getting it on the 2Ks. One more K, we got a problem. Oh, wait for it. This is okay. All right, here we go. Now we're ready. Here we go. So 56 minutes and 39 seconds. How long it took us all to get ready for the king to say words. Makes perfect sense. Oh God. Look at those kids looking at him right now. He almost went with the wrong foot. The monarchy would have been over if he had knelt with the wrong foot.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The British monarchy would have been toppled. Even the king looks concerned. He's like, oh, God. You almost took us down there, chap.
My lords and members of the House of Commons, an increasingly dangerous and volatile world threatens the United Kingdom, with the conflict in the Middle East only the most recent example. Every element of the nation's energy, defense, and economic security will be tested. My government will respond to this world with strength and aim to create a country that is fair for all. My ministers will take decisions that protect the energy, defense, and economic security of the United Kingdom for the long term. They will defend the British values of decency, tolerance, and respect for difference under our common flag.
So you'll be shocked to hear that it took 56 minutes to get ready for the king to speak, and he was done in less than 10. Just going to skip ahead a little bit.
For public servants. My ministers will also introduce legislation to enable peerages to be removed. My government will bring forward proposals that strengthen the delivery, accountability, innovation, and productivity of the civil service. These proposals will also seek to safeguard its impartiality and core values, to enhance trust and confidence in the institutions of government. My government will bring forward a bill to speed up remediation for people living in homes with unsafe cladding, and a draft bill to ban abusive conversion practices. In this volatile world, my government will continue to pursue foreign policy based on a calm assessment of the national interest. It will continue its unflinching support for the brave people of Ukraine who fight on the front line of freedom. My ministers will seek to improve relations with European partners as a vital step in strengthening European security. It will continue to promote long-term peace in the Middle East and the two-state solution in Israel and Palestine. My government will also uphold the United Kingdom's unbreakable commitment to NATO and our NATO allies, including through a sustained increase in defence spending. My government will seek to reinforce the long-term energy, defence, and economic security of the United Kingdom as an essential component of strength on the world stage. This will include housing, which can be a source of insecurity for many people. My ministers will bring forward legislation to increase long-term investment in social housing and to reform the leasehold system, including the capping of ground rents. My government will introduce legislation to tackle the growing threat from foreign state entities and their proxies. They will respond to the horrific attack in Southport with measures to protect the British people from extreme violence and honour the victims, the injured, and their families. My ministers will also introduce legislation to improve the country's defences against cybersecurity threats. My government will support our gallant armed forces and their families who make considerable personal sacrifices for the collective security and freedom of everyone in the United Kingdom. My ministers will recognise this service with an armed forces bill that improves the service justice system and establishes the Armed Forces Covenant in statute. My ministers believe that energy independence must be a long-term goal of national security and that the nation's energy security requires long-term investment and reform, as demonstrated by recent events in the Middle East. Increased production of clean British energy will help to ensure that enemies of the United Kingdom cannot attack the economic security of the British people. My ministers will therefore introduce an energy independence bill to scale up homegrown renewable energy and protect living standards for the long term. My ministers will also take forward recommendations of the nuclear regulatory review and encourage a new era of British nuclear energy generation. My government will remain a leading advocate for tackling climate change and achieving a world free from poverty. The United Kingdom will also take action to reduce humanitarian need and conflict around the world. My ministers will champion the rights of women and girls to live in a world free from violence. This will include promoting women's full economic and political participation within their societies, with agency over the decisions that impact their lives. Next year, the United Kingdom will take on the G20 presidency and host the G20 summit to drive global growth and reinforce global stability, which is essential for the prosperity of working people across the country. My government is committed to the strength and integrity of the Union of the United Kingdom and will continue to work closely with the devolved governments to deliver for citizens across the whole of the nation. Members of the House of Commons, estimates for the public services will be laid before you. My Lords and members of the House of Commons, other measures will be laid before you. I pray that the blessing of Almighty God may rest upon your councils.
Oh, there you go. I just found this to be a fascinating thing. I mean, I don't think about it that much, but you know, it's things like this that remind me that the Britain is still a monarchy, and that the king announces the agenda of the British government. Nobody listened to it. They were too focused on Keir Starmer versus West Streeting. Well, I figured it was at least mildly important, since technically the Prime Minister serves at the will of the sovereign, right? So, I mean, technically, he could have come out and been like, Keir is out. We're done with Keir. We're moving on to somebody else now. But that did not happen. And it was fascinating to hear a leader of a country not sound deranged, speak for only about 12 minutes rather than an hour and a half, and say nothing that was truly just ground-shatteringly stupid, or are people following me on this? It's like, it's just a weird departure from what we're used to with Donald Trump. Sure, there's plenty of things. You know, I'm no big fan of the monarchy, and there's plenty of things in there that I had a lot of questions about. But suffice to say, it's just a weird experience for me, listening to a leader sound even halfway together, or saying reasonable things, like, oh, we're going to make sure we don't ruin the environment. We're going to get on the renewable energy. Oh. And then they take another 30 minutes getting everyone back out. A lot more walking, a lot more beef eaters, a lot more dudes in funny hats and helmets. It all takes about an hour and 45 minutes. Oopsies. Do you think that West Streeting will be replacing Keir Starmer? He's saying he's not going anywhere. So it's going to take an act of, it's going to take some serious will to oust him, you would think. He said he's not backing down. He's going to prove all the doubters wrong.
I'm staying in the race.
Just like Joe Biden, he's staying in the race. All right. We are going to move on from the UK. I think I'm going to have to skip a little bit of what I wanted to cover today. Just because I'm moving kind of slow. Already at 6.5 hours into this puppy. We haven't even gotten to China yet.
China! I have to have my China.
Actually, how much do I actually have? I should look at that. Hold on. I guess that's doable. Okay, screw it. Let's start here in the Mediterranean. Talk about the Gaza flotilla activists who continue to try and break the illegal blockade of the Gaza Strip, who have yet to do that, but continue to be brutalized and arrested and thrown into Israeli military prisons and subsequently tortured and or mistreated in Israeli custody. That still continues. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Talk about the experience of one particular activist.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Israel's deported 2 activists who were violently abducted from a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla. They were abducted by Israeli forces in international waters last month. The activists were sailing with the global Samud flotilla, which was challenging Israel's maritime blockade and trying to deliver humanitarian aid to Palestinians devastated by years of war. Tiago Avila of Brazil and Spanish national Palestinian Saif Abu Keshek were among 175 international activists forced off their aid ships at gunpoint. While most of the activists were released in Crete, Abu Keshek and Avila were taken to Israel for so-called questioning, according to Israel.
Mitty, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated.
Authorities. Hadil Abu Saleh, an attorney on their legal team, called their detention unlawful and a, quote, sham proceeding with no legal basis intended to punish them for attempting to challenge Israel's illegal blockade on Gaza, unquote. The attorney also said they both faced severe physical abuse by their Israeli captors. The governments of Brazil and Spain, President Lula of Brazil and the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, condemned Israel's actions and called for the immediate release of their citizens. Israel's foreign ministry accused Abu Keshek and Avila of affiliation with the Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad, or PCPA, an organization U.S. and Israeli officials have claimed is a front for Hamas, although no charges were brought against the 2 men, and they were released and deported on Sunday. This is Tiago Avila speaking to supporters after arriving in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
We need to defeat Netanyahu and Donald Trump. We need to defeat the war criminals. We need to defeat the industrial military complex that profits from war, the big techs that wants to control our lives. We need to build a different future for us. And yes, he committed another war crime, but what he did against us is nothing compared to what they do to Palestinians every single day. Once again, we always need to say this. It's not about us individually. It's about a people that has been suffering 8 decades of genocide and ethnic cleansing.
That's Brazilian activist Tiago Avila speaking upon his return to Brazil, where his mother, Teresa Regina de Avila Silva, sadly died while her son was in Israeli detention following a long illness. Fellow activist, Spanish national Saif Abukeshek, also spoke to supporters following his release.
I left behind me thousands of Palestinian prisoners, children, women, and men. I am sure that the treatment I face is not compared to the suffering they are going through. The testimonies we hear of their torture, of their violation on daily basis. We have to continue mobilizing. We cannot forget the Palestinian prisoners.
For more, we go now to Turkey, where we are joined by that activist, Saif Abukeshek. He's a Spanish and Swedish national of Palestinian descent and a member of the Global Samud Flotilla Steering Committee, just released from Israeli detention and deported after being seized by Israeli forces in international waters in April. Saif, thank you so much for being with us. Can you describe your abduction? Can you describe what happened and particularly talk about what happened in Israeli custody in Israel?
Thank you, Amy. And it's good to hear you again. I did not expect to be out such an early time. We are used on the continuous violations of Israel and for them to act as they want. So another crime, as Thiago said, is illegal, being committed, and we still see the complicity and the impunity that they.
Yup, shock of fucking shocks. Israel continuing to commit crimes in international waters and everywhere, really. They touch, it seems, more crimes. It is getting frustrating. Really, really frustrating that nothing is being done by the United States to stop it. Instead, we are joining in the war crimes. Instead, we started Operation Epstein Fury, so we too can firsthand get in on those crimes. Really is a little ridiculous. Now, this too will be shocking to you, but Israel is continuing to demolish homes and businesses and whatever the hell they want in the West Bank and in Gaza as they continue their territorial expansion. This is in El Azariah in the West Bank, where you can see Israeli demolition crews destroying 50 different businesses for a road project for the settlements. An illegal road for illegal settlements, and destroying businesses in the process. Just destroying Palestinian homes and businesses to build an illegal road between illegal settlements. I mean, it's utterly, it's farcical. All right. Now, let's talk about the economy. Al Jazeera English from 2 days ago. Can central banks curb inflation as energy costs rise? Spoiler alert. No.
Hello, everybody. I'm Rashad Salamat. This is Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera. You look at the world of business and economics. Interest rates are on hold. Major central banks are keeping borrowing costs right where they are. They're all weighing the risk of an inflation surge against slowing economies. But the energy shock from the Iran war is piling under pressure. So how long can they wait? From the US to Ghana, consumers and businesses around the world are facing higher energy bills and food prices. But that impact is not equal. So how do governments and central banks respond without deepening the strain? Caught between rising inflation and slowing growth, the US Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank and the Bank of England, among others, have all made the same call. Now is not the time to act. Interest rates and borrowing costs remain unchanged. That's despite rising energy bills, fuel and food costs squeezing businesses and households worldwide. But the International Monetary Fund is warning of a global slowdown, and no one knows how long the energy shock set off by the Iran war will last. The impact will be felt hardest in emerging markets and developing nations. Central banks face a tough choice, fighting rising prices or supporting a weakening economy. Can they strike the right balance? Vinton Monahan explains in this report.
Major central banks, including the U.S. Federal Reserve, have reached the same decision. No cuts or hikes to interest rates.
Developments in the Middle East are contributing to a high level of uncertainty about the economic outlook, and we will remain attentive to risks to both sides of our dual mandate.
Where we go from here will depend on the size and duration of the shock to energy prices.
The economic outlook is highly uncertain and will depend on how long the war in the Middle East lasts and how strongly it affects energy and other commodity markets, as well as global supply chains.
There you go. Central bankers across the world holding interest rates steady, concerned about going the wrong direction as inflation gets hotter and hotter as a result of Operation Epstein Fury and the war in the Middle East. And the blockade, and the blockade of the blockade, and everything else. And unfortunately, as I said before, central banks, and they get into it in depth here, but I've been saying this I've said this on numerous occasions, and they effectively say the same thing I've been saying, which is that central banks cannot solve this inflation crisis, right? Like, even though inflation is rising right now, it's not a result of demand. It's not a result of people buying more shit. It's not because credit is too loose, right? They can't raise interest rates and reduce demand. That's because, well, they could, but they wouldn't solve the problem inherently because of the fact that it's the war in Iran, is the blockading of the strait, it's 20% of the world oil supply is now being cut off from the rest of the world. And other important oil-based, like petrochemical stuff, right? Fertilizers, plastics, whatever, and you can't fix that. You can't fix the problem of supply just by raising interest rates. It doesn't change anything. It just makes things harder for everybody. So you can't raise interest rates going into this. That just makes everything worse. That just makes everything worse for everybody. So bankers are stuck doing nothing. Can't lower interest rates. That's going to make, you can't lower interest rates into an already hot economy. The latest inflation reading back in the United States was 3.8%. And that's excluding. That was core. That was core inflation, right? That was the CPI that came in, I think, earlier this year. And it was excluding gas as one of the metrics in the reading. So it would be even hotter, in theory, if they were looking at gas prices as well. It's excluding energy too, so I think it's X gas as well as like your gas and electric bill for your apartment and your home, right? So you're like, yeah, like we are at double the espoused desired rate of the Federal Reserve in the United States. So you can't lower interest rates going into that. At least not according to their own economic theory of the world. And therefore, we're just going to be stuck with what the interest rates that are at least on the federal bank side. However, one thing which is really not discussed at all is the rates which credit cards and banks choose to charge you. Something that people really don't want to talk about, but we should. Because while the Federal Reserve and other central banks may not be able to affect the inflation that is hitting people directly, you could do it through legislation and prevent credit card companies from charging you 35% for a fucking loan, right? You could cap interest rates on credit cards, mortgages, or car auto loans or something. You could do these sorts of things legislatively. And that would reduce the burden that society is paying as a result of that inflation without actually lowering the Federal Reserve lending rate or any of the other things, right? Because as we've talked about in the past, even if the Federal Reserve lowers the Fed funds rate, that doesn't mean that your credit card company is going to lower the rates. They're still a capitalist institution. They're still a bank. They're still, they're still profit-driven organization. They're going to charge you whatever they can. If they think you can pay for it, they're gonna ask for it. Believe me. It's the whole premise behind payday loan companies. That's why they exist. They don't offer you everybody who walks in there knows that they're getting a fucking shitty deal, but is their only option. And if the government did its job of regulating these things and preventing those sorts of predatory business practices, maybe people would see a little relief. But instead, the government is asking us for more money. $1.5 trillion, to be exact, for the Pentagon. And Pete Hegseth came to Congress to ask for that money with his number 2, Tim Kaine, and some other guy I've never seen before, who's apparently the chief operating officer of the Pentagon.
Well, shortly before Trump made those comments, his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, told a House committee that the Pentagon is asking for a war-fighting budget. Hegseth says the military needs $1.5
What do you call what we're
trillion
doing?
for the next fiscal year.
It's fucking
That's a
insane.
44% increase.
It's such a nonsense like term, a war-fighting budget. Every single war we have fought in the past has been under a budget smaller than we have right now, right? Hold on. All right, U.S. military budget, 2005, right? At that point, we're in Afghanistan, right? And the budget at that time was $417 billion. Less than one third of what they're asking for right now, right? And we were occupying an entire country. And they want $1.5 trillion. It's incredible how much that budget has grown in such a short period of time. 20 years, it's tripled.
This is ridiculous.
20 years, it's tripled, and yet, what else in your life has tripled aside from your costs? Aside from your healthcare costs and your mortgage and your rent and whatever it might be. What else has tripled for you? And your earnings? Have your earnings tripled? Are you making 3 times as much as you were in 2005? Maybe. Probably not, though. Almost. If you are, great job. My guess is most people aren't.
Every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that this department remains laser-focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our fighting force from the front lines to the factory floors. This is admittedly a historic budget. It is a fiscally responsible budget, and it is a warfighting.
It's a fiscally responsible. That's the most laughable sentence you could possibly say.
Give me a joke.
Fiscally responsible. $1.5 trillion for war, for a war that we're losing in the Middle East already, only 2 months in, is a fucking nonsense number. And the Trump administration promised to end all the forever wars before coming to office and end all of the unnecessary military spending, and now they want a 50% increase from last year, an already increased budget from the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that, to the point that we are now tripling the budget from 2005, when we first started around the time when we were first, getting the Afghanistan war. I mean, we were actually, at that point, we were like, multiple years deep into it. They want $1.5 trillion, and he wants to call that fiscally responsible. Give me a joke. I mean, how much does this already cost? Like $100 billion? Nothing about this fucking thing. It's an excursion, whatever you want to call it, has been fiscally responsible. Sorry, I'm not done with Pete. I'm sorry. I'm monologuing. Pete is bothering me. He's saying stupid words.
Al Jazeera's Heidi Jocastro reports from Capitol Hill.
The war against Iran has cost the U.S. at least $29 billion in the 74 days that it's been waged, and that is in munitions and equipment alone, not counting damage to military bases. The U.S. Defense Secretary...
Yeah, or... So if it's only counting the munitions, and it's only counting the damage... I'm sorry, not the damage to military bases. Sorry, say it again. Sorry. I just want to make sure
$9 billion in the 74 days that it's been waged, and that is in munitions and equipment alone, not counting damage to military.
So it's not counting damage to military bases. It's also definitely not counting paying the troops. It's definitely not counting paying for all of the gas and other maintenance on these boats. Since they're being used in this way, they're probably incurring a great deal more use than they would be otherwise. So you're incurring a great deal of cost all over the place. We gotta be at least at $100 billion, if not more. You know how many like billions, if not trillions of dollars are spent building all these fucking bases in the Gulf? Like, that's where at least that's where a lot of this money went over the last 20 years.
The U.S. Defense Secretary was back on Capitol Hill asking Congress for more money, $1.5 trillion, to fund the military over the next year. He said that's what the U.S. needs to maintain its posture as the most effective military in the world. Republicans were mostly supportive. Democrats pushed back, bolstered by a new poll from Reuters that says 2/3 of Americans are financially stressed by high gas prices.
Yep. I love how they threw up the Brent crude logo of the 107.37. Jesus Christ. Everything's gonna get better, Space Fan. We've been at this for 2.5 years. It only feels like things have gotten worse somehow, aren't they? I feel like I'm having less of an effect than I was previously. We're getting, been demonetized, and I think deprioritized as a result in the algorithm. It's very depressing. You ever thought we were on the road to success over here? At least in terms of reach. We were crushing it. Till we got demonetized by the YouTube overlords. I still don't know what I did wrong. Any different from anyone else who does what I do. But here we are. Not that I thought that I was ever going to make enough of an effect to prevent a war from happening or something, just based upon my stream alone. That's, of course, a silly thing to think, but I don't know. I just felt like things were going, at least with one thing, like the stream, the channel, at least was going in the right direction. And now it feels like absolutely nothing is going in the right direction. And the rest of the world is going even faster and faster into the wrong direction. I feel like I have like less and less solutions too every day. Actually, that's not true. I take that back. I feel like I've been coming up with a great deal of solutions, but it's just there's no way of implementing many of them. I'm actually full of solutions. Like end the war in Iran. It's boom. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm full of them. Got all sorts of ideas. And no one's asking me. How much can I deal with Pete Hegseth right now? You know, I'm going to skip some of this Pete Hegseth testimony. Let's go. Here. Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. I almost called her Laura DeRosso.
Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum, and good to be with you, Chairman Cole and Secretary Hegseth and General Kane and Undersecretary Hurst. Welcome to the committee. The president is requesting $1.5 trillion in defense funding for the coming fiscal year. $1.5 trillion is an extraordinary sum of money. Congress and the American people have concerns about what you plan to do with this money. In fact, we have concerns about what you are doing with the more than $1 trillion you already have from last year's appropriations and reconciliations bills. How much will the president's, quote, skirmish in CENTCOM cost? I know at a recent hearing, $25 billion was cited, but we don't know what that includes or for what time period. This was only supposed to last 6 weeks. We have thus far been unable to get any reliable information as to the true cost of this war. The current ceasefire is tenuous at best, with attacks on Gulf nations happening just over the weekend. The president tweeted he will not support the latest communication from Iran, which we might agree with if we knew what was in it. But there has been a consistent lack of transparency since this war began. Media reports suggest there is intelligence that indicates Iran can survive for months at the current standoff, which means the cost of deployment of 50,000 service personnel with their equipment will only increase, as every additional day this war goes on brings with it additional costs.
Yeah. Here's the thing about this. It just sickens me, because I listened to a bunch of these, and I listened to her. I listened to Congressman, what's his name? I think it was Chris Coons, or was it Senator Chris Coons? Senator Chris Coons. Is it Coons? I can't remember who asked him. But like, fucking hell. But like these, oh no, it wasn't Coons. What is this fucking guy's name? I can't remember. Point is like you see like these fucking Dems who come out here who have like all supported Israel, who have all authorized like the NDA, like national defense authorizations every single fucking time, to come out here and complain about the defense budget, and it just rings hollow, you know.
One, and I wonder if you could give me an update.
Like, none of these guys are, like, they're probably planning to vote for it. They're coming out and they're complaining about it a little bit, but honestly, none of them came out like fiery that I saw, at least, and it's just disappointing just how little they really had for Pete. Like, I was expecting fire at this committee. Instead, we got like sort of a couple of duds. Just on it, it's just disappointing. It's depressing, honestly. Did I spill like something sticky over here? What the fuck? Let son of a bitch. All right, let's go to. And now, while we got like milquetoast garbage from Democrats, Senator John Kennedy of Kentucky, right? Kentucky, or is it Louisiana? I always forget. I think it's Kentucky. He had some things to say. He's a Rhodes Scholar. You know, he's a serious guy.
Is that the classified information and unclassified, it's public, showed that our intelligence discovered that not that long ago, Iran had developed the supreme leader, now dead as fried chicken, but they have a new supreme leader, had developed a new game plan for their nuclear weapons program. And their game plan was to jack up missile, both ballistic and cruise missile production and drone production, and put together this huge stockpile of missiles and drones, at which point they would turn to the United States and Israel and the rest of the world and say, we're going to restart our nuclear weapons program. If you bomb us again, like you did in June, we will destroy the Middle East. And by the way, our missiles can now reach Berlin and London and Paris. Is that my understanding of one of the reasons, the main reason we went into Iran?
I think that's pretty well articulated, Senator, that they were trying to use the umbrella of their established conventional stockpiles to blackmail the rest of the world in pursuit of their own nuclear weapons.
Now let's talk about Iran today. Can we agree that Iran, both the public and the private sector, is being held together right now with spit and duct tape?
Spit and duct tape is not a doctrinal term, Senator, but I would agree with something along those.
Look at these guys. They're just having a good time, just making jokes. It's the entire Iranian economy held together with spit and duct tape, I do declare. I mean, what the actual shit, dude? So he just smarmily goes on and on about how great of a job the United States is doing for like multiple minutes here.
Louisiana term. I mean, 7 out of 10 Iranians are out of work. We bomb their infrastructure. They've got 70% inflation. Their internet's shut off. You know better than I do what we've done on the military side. Their launchers, gone. Their missiles, for the most part, gone. Their drones, gone. Do they have some left? Yeah. Their Navy, gone. Their Air Force, gone. You can get in an airplane, you personally, and fly anywhere you want to across Iran right now and feel safe, because they don't.
This is unhinged, dude, and there's no way that that's true. You cannot just jump into a goddamn plane and go flying it across Iran without checking in with the IRGC, or you probably will be shot out of the sky. It's a real dumb thing that Senator Kennedy just said over here, I do declare. I say you were saying really stupid things there. You're going to need to take a little break. You could hop in a plane. I mean, you yourself could just hop out. You'll be fine and perfectly safe. What a stupid thing to say. That's John Kennedy, a Rhodes Scholar. That man knows words. Now, it's weird. I mean, these Republicans continue to trot out this claim that Trump has been making over and over again and just repeating it like ad nauseum. Like, I'm getting pretty sick of it. But it's entirely clear to everyone that this is false. That Iran's navy, army, military, whatever, does not appear to be even close to gone, as Donald Trump has said, or as the senator from Louisiana was just saying. And, I feel like we have, in order for us to, have a functional government, we need people in the government who are willing to accept just the bare minimum, right, of reality. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Like, you can't run a government if you're not at least accepting the reality of things, right? Like, are you winning the war in Iran? No. Is inflation up? Yes. Are gas prices skyrocketing? Absolutely. These are things we should be able to accept because they're facts.
Explosive new reporting severely undercutting President Trump's claims about Iran's missile capabilities. According to the New York Times, assessments show that Iran has restored operational access to 30 of the 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz, which could threaten U.S. warships and oil tankers. Only 3 of the missile sites are totally inaccessible. The Times also notes that Iran still has about 70% of its mobile launchers and has retained another 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile. And as the war drags on, even some of the biggest hawks are beginning to lose patience.
I don't trust Pakistan as far as I can throw them. If they actually do have Iranian aircraft parked in Pakistan bases to protect Iranian military assets, that tells me we should be looking maybe for somebody else to mediate. No wonder this damn thing is going nowhere. So, I appreciate all you've done.
He says it's going nowhere. And Jason, we've talked about this with you on this show for several months now at this point. And we have been told that by this point, they would have to capitulate, that the blockade alone would force them to the negotiating table. That really has not happened. And not only that, but they're rebuilding their missile capabilities. They still have all the nuclear material in their possession. So, as Adam often asks, what are we getting from all of this bombing?
Well, we might get more bombing if they actually do get close to what the New York Times is reporting. I mean, obviously, the White House has pushed back on some of the claims.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. So what we get from the bombing is more bombing? Wow. Hot take from this idiot. Great job, Jason. Great job. You're a genius.
Or not, it's worth it. The pain that the American people are feeling, we should be having that conversation. It's important to have that conversation. He's taken a stance, and now the response is going to be political.
He can't.
I would point out this segment came out after Donald Trump said that he doesn't think about people's financial situations. I just find it fascinating that Republicans like this twerp over here are now taking this very awkward stance right here of we have to recognize that people are experiencing some difficulties while their supreme leader is simultaneously saying, I don't give a shit about those difficulties. It's awkward. It's an awkward situation.
6 months or a year, but he said a week. Like everything you're saying he can't do, he already has done, and he's done it incorrectly. And so then that makes people feel confused. And then you get reporting, you hear in June that their stockpile was under rubble. Like, well, just no, he didn't say under rubble. He said it was basically eliminated. Obliterate, thank you.
Obliterated.
That reporting doesn't match up. So I think I think the American people actually agree, you and I agree, and probably everyone at this table, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
And I think if the president from the very beginning was more honest and said, you know, we're committed to this until the end, and not put premature or unnecessary or just ambitious deadlines that we all knew were false, and said, and you know what, Americans, I need you to go with me on this.
No, I hate this argument. And it's not shocking to me that a Biden-Harris national coalitions director, the coalitions that they failed to build, is out here saying this sort of thing. If Trump just came out and said that he wanted to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon, well, everybody would have gotten on board with that. How did that go in 2024? This is insane. Like, I couldn't, like, when I heard this from her, I was like, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Because sometimes I've heard Ashley say reasonable things. Like, I was like, wow, really? Yeah, you think that we'd all just get on board if Trump. This is what Chuck Schumer is saying. He's saying he can't even take a position. I can't even take a position. He's all over the road. It's like, no, of course you can. And you should take a position. The fact that you're not taking a position is ceding ground to the man to some degree. It's a problem. Real problem. And for her to be like, if he just took a position, everybody would get on board for it. Like, fuck you. Get out of here, you psycho. This is why we have Trump. Because of people who think like you. Okay, Ashley? Write that down for later. And she's like super pleased with herself when she gets done with this point. Look at her. She's so excited. She's like, look, I made a great point.
But here's the thing. I mean, I think it feels to me like it's a lot simpler than this. You just said that at least he took a stance. Well, it seems like the stance that he took may have been a massive miscalculation. And if that is the case, that's a leadership test.
Yeah.
Leaders either make good decisions or they make bad decisions. And it's possible that right now we are living through a bad decision and the consequences of it. That seems like the simplest contrast that's out there.
So, and I think it's going to have ramifications not just at home, but really for America's place in the world, because a lot of other countries, adversaries and allies alike, are looking at this decision and being like, wow, this was so off base. This was, we've seen reporting his own cabinet was saying, unless you can be sure that people are ready to rise, and there is a figure, an internal figure within the country, which there isn't, that can rise up and kind of really, own what could be a counter-revolution, it's not going to work, and it's going to just carry so much pain. It also makes us look, frankly, the U.S. military look as though they're not prepared for a new age of warfare in which drones can simply take out, billions of dollars worth of battleships, in which, there's a commercial aspect to this. The insurers that actually back the ships that cart the oil through the Strait of Hormuz don't want to be there. They just don't want to be there at all. There are all kinds of geoeconomic considerations that just don't seem to have been thought of at all, and it makes us look very nice.
I love how this table is filled. This is the diversity of the CNN roundtables that we usually get. You get a Republican, like a random Republican with like a podcast or something. You get a former Biden official or campaign manager or something. You get a New York Times columnist. You get you find like one Gen Z neolib, and you get them all in the same place, and that's diversity.
Yeah. I just want to address the absurd reframing that I heard here 1 second ago. This idea that Donald Trump is willing to take some political hits as if this is all some intentional strategy on his part. When this war started, we heard 3 or 4 different things. No missiles, no nukes, no terrorists, and maybe regime change. That's what he was going for. Regime change has not happened. The IRGC is still in control. It's not going to happen. The IRGC the IRGC is so deeply embedded.
Cardboard cutout.
The IRGC is in Iran, and they're in charge. They are so deeply embedded in Iran's institutions that you can't.
Because here's the thing, right? Like, this is it, right? Like, the framing of the entire conversation comes from this neoliberal we can justify wars, right, attitude. is the attitude of there are justifiable things. Oh, if he just did the regime change properly. Oh, if he just, told us that he was going to get the nukes out. It's all like, look, there's all these great justifications, but he's just failing at all of them. And it's like, no, none of these are justifications for what the fuck we're doing right now. And we're missing that part of the conversation in all of this, right? Like, you just get a Republican who's going to support Trump no matter what, and then a bunch of people who support the war, but think it's a failure, right? You get three Chuck Schumers and 2 Republicans, and this is the conversation we get. It's just like, oh, we're not doing the war properly. Oh, no, we're doing it great. It's like, the war is stupid. Objectively a bad idea from the jump. No justification would have ever convinced me that this was a good plan. And it's achieved nothing, okay? And it's achieved nothing. That's the afterthought. This was never a justifiable war. And we've committed war crimes. And we are now joined forces with a genocidal fucking nation accused of literally genocide and ethnic cleansing and a number of other sorts of human rights atrocities. Like, and nobody brings up that issue. Like, we're literally fighting on the side of a nation committing genocide right now. Right? There's a problem that we're not really letting, I don't think, sink in enough. Israel's in the middle of committing a genocide, an ethnic cleansing, and is now expanding that effort to places like Lebanon. And we're now actively participating in it militarily, not just giving them the weapons for it, but fighting side by side in this war, this broader war in the Middle East. There was never a good justification for this. And all these neoliberals can think is, oh, the objectives are not being completed. The objectives were all stupid from the beginning, so shut up. Regime change was never a reasonable, never a valid justification for this, right? The nuclear situation was never valid because they never had nuclear weapons to begin with, nor did they have an active weapons program. Although Trump, of course, is the reason why they were closer to a theoretical weapon than ever before, for multiple reasons, right? The JCPOA and the murdering of the fucking Ayatollah. And it's honestly, it's like conversations like that like make it not sound like a war of choice that we are waging alongside a genocidal nation in the Middle East that's costing us, billions of dollars a day, and not just complicit to, but actively partaking in war crimes, like at the school, where over 100 children were killed. I don't expect us to necessarily face consequences, but, people have been accused of less at the ICC. All right, let's go to the Strait of Hormuz. Straight talk on the oil crisis.
Developments now with retired U.S. General Mark Kimmett, who's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. General Kimmett, thank you so much for being with us again. So we have now this draft UN Security Council resolution on Hormuz, sponsored by Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, among others. What do you make of this pressure that's now coming from a number of countries in this region, obviously, which has been the case, but now also from the UN itself. Do you think it can have an effect on Iran's hold over Hormuz?
Well, first of all, what it's going to do is crystallize for the entire world what's at stake here. The fact that it's not simply a regional issue, but it's a worldwide issue. Countries around the world are affected, particularly those in the global south, from the lack of access to fertilizer and to fuel products. Now, candidly, do we expect to see a Security Council resolution that gets through the permanent members without getting vetoed? Probably not.
Right.
But nonetheless, the UN still remains a bully pulpit, as Theodore Roosevelt once said. There's no other place in the world where the entire view of the world can be crystallized. And I think the most that we can expect from the United Nations, it makes it very clear to Iran through the debates and through the discussions and through the voting that there is very, very little support, if any support, for the actions they're taking regarding their blocking or their new.
Yeah, well, of course there's very little support for it. It's incredibly unpopular because it's causing a great deal of problems for everyone. But it's one of Iran's only leverage points right now in this war. And I don't think that a UN resolution is going to cause them to suddenly go, oh, everybody doesn't like this, we better just stop. You know, that seems unlikely to me. And maybe I'm being too much of a pessimist, but that's just where my thinking is at on the whole fucking thing. I don't see them rushing to go, oh, whoopsies, I'm so sorry when we didn't realize this was creating such a problem. Let us stop.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Doesn't seem likely. I don't know what the percentage chance is, Kalshi bet-wise, for those thinking in that sort of test, this, you know, horrible sort of terms, but like, you know, it seems low. Seems fairly low. All right, I gotta skip a couple because I'm just noticing it's taken us an hour to get through what we just got through somehow. I feel like I wind up slowing down later on and into the night. Also, I forgot my list got longer. I did the calculations before I realized that my list on China got longer. So I'm going to skip some of the Iran stuff. No, there's nothing like really new that we had to cover in the Middle East today. You know, like aside from like, you know, military budget stuff, like a lot of it's we already kind of to some degree know around here. Nothing crazy revelatory in this bunch today. Because a lot of stuff is happening in China. So, let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip way ahead to the live stream on Al Jazeera. Although I feel like that's going to be China related, isn't it? Let's just test that theory. Just make sure we're at least caught up on this. I'm going to rush to the bathroom really quickly. I got to pee. I'm going to leave you with the Al Jazeera live stream once I can get this full screen up and running. It's not quite a fire for law environment, but I gotta go pee. It's getting serious. And the live stream refuses to open. Thank you. You're being very helpful right now. And this is China. I just nearly got the hiccups. That was so close. That was a near disaster. Okay. So they are talking China right now. Yeah, Al Jazeera. So I'm going to skip backwards a little bit, see if they were covering the Middle East at any point recently. Yes, they were. Okay, this is from like an hour and a half ago. Oh my God. Now I have to pee even worse in the last 5 minutes, and somehow I've gotten at least 15% worse. Okay. Yes. Israel launches series of airstrikes targeting several areas across southern Lebanon. Shock of shocks. Fake ceasefire in Lebanon.
They are to bear fruit.
Rory Challen's joining us live from Beirut. Thank you. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia has launched more than 1,500 drones since the early hours of Wednesday. At least one person's been killed and dozens more injured overnight. Damage was reported in 6 districts of the capital, with civilian facilities and residential buildings hit. Emergency crews continue to search for survivors across Kyiv. Thursday's attacks come a day after Russia launched another nationwide assault. Let's go live to Audrey McAlpine, who joins us from Kyiv for more. Audrey, this assault coming immediately after that 3-day ceasefire expired. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Anna, we're actually at one of the sites that was hit in these recent attacks. You can see behind me search and rescue efforts ongoing. It's a somber mood here. You can see that orange stretcher. They have identified a body under the rubble. We don't know yet whether they're living or dead, but there's believed to be several people trapped under this collapsed 9-story building that was hit by a Russian drone just after 4 o'clock this morning here in the capital. Just before midnight, you heard the air raid siren here in Kyiv after a long day of attacks, as you mentioned, which began Wednesday at midnight. You can see rescue workers, you can see these cranes lifting up masses of concrete from this building. Even over to the left here, all of this shattered glass. This is what it's referred to as a sleeping area in Kyiv, meaning a highly densely populated residential area. It's basically apartment blocks next to a shopping center. And if we look a little over here to the right, we can see people who have gathered, possibly family members or those who live in these apartments who are looking to see, what the result is going to be. I mean, are these people going to be taken from under this rubble? And usually after these attacks, Anna, whole cities become erected to help survivors. We can see tents of police workers where they give psychological aid, where people can register the damage. But these attacks, as you mentioned, over 1,500 drones since Wednesday in the wake of a ceasefire over the weekend, a 3-day ceasefire mediated by the United States. Now, Zelensky has yesterday said that Ukraine was still seeking diplomacy, that it was still ready for a diplomatic solution to end the war. We also heard from Russian President Vladimir Putin over the weekend saying that he believed an end to the war could be close. But as a result of these attacks, one of the largest of the war in a single 36-hour period, just by sheer number of drones, Zelensky has responded saying that these, Anna, are not the actions of somebody who wants to end the war.
Audrey McAlpine joining us live from Kyiv. Thank you. Police say they've detained one person in connection with Wednesday's gunfire in the corridors of the Philippine Senate. The incident occurred during an apparent search for Senator Ronald De La Rosa, who's wanted by the International Criminal Court. De La Rosa, who was holed up in the Senate, has escaped. He's been accused of crimes against humanity and murder, dating back to his time as police chief under former President Rodrigo Duterte. Al Jazeera's Jamila Allen Dogan is in the Philippine capital, Manila.
We can confirm, well, because we are able to do that just recently with two independent and credible sources, that actually he was able to escape at around 2 or 3 this morning. Now, there are reports that he had flown out together with another senator. That remains to be verified. And actually, during an ongoing press briefing, the National Bureau of Investigators chief says that they need to actually access all of the CCTV footage of the Senate premises in order to do that. But it's something that's difficult, because since last night, since that event of a shootout where we were there, the Senate premise actually had been on lockdown. Around 7 p.m. local time, the Sergeant at Arms head of the Senate actually had supposedly a shootout with an unknown number of forces on the other side of the hallway. We witnessed that before we were moved out, and since then there had been scene of the crime operatives checking everything. But even sources here are saying that despite all of that, there seems to be a very, very clear indication, and an investigation is underway, that the shootout last night was staged and it's somehow connected to an escape plan of Senator Ronald De La Rosa.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera. Was the CIA behind this?
Okay, I am back. Okay, I just want to thank the person who bought the tea on Throne. It's a great new place, if you haven't heard of it, for us to, or for you all, Space Fams, to donate to the Galactic News Network and to help me, in this instance, stay hydrated. Somebody bought me tea. Somebody else bought some trail mix. So I'm staying snacked up over here, teed to the max. It's beautiful. I'm truly appreciative of it. So oftentimes I'm, like running out of food or whatever, and without snacks, it'd be difficult to do the stream. You need adequate energy to be going for as long as I do around here. What did I miss, by the way? Did I miss anything? I felt like I was away too long from you all. Hopefully nothing too pressing. You're having a tea? Tea it's refreshing. It's a refreshing, delicious drink. Everybody should have more of it. Alrighty then, to China.
China! I have to have my China. I have to have my China.
That's right, Donald Trump is in China, leaving yesterday and arriving, by yesterday, I guess technically I mean Tuesday, arriving on Wednesday. It's confusing because the time zones are so different. It's complicated to talk about this. Trump left on Tuesday afternoon in the United States, arriving in China about, how long has it been? When did he actually land? About 18 hours ago. Let's call it 18 hours ago. Before we get to the leaving and the arriving and everything else that's happened since then, we should talk about who's going with Trump to China.
What you talking about?
Well, two tech billionaires are going to be on Air Force One with Donald Trump. At least two. Elon Musk and Tim Cook, CEO of Apple.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk, Tim Cook, and Kelly Ortberg,
Those are just a few of some of the U.S. executives expected to join Trump this week on his trip to China, according to a White House official. Trump is set to leave Tuesday to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Aside from discussions about Iran, the two leaders are expected to discuss other issues, such as trade and artificial intelligence. Here's a look at why these executives are expected to join. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, led Trump's Department of Government Efficiency until leaving in the spring of 2025. The controversial agency was shuttered in November. Since then, Musk has refocused his energy into his other companies. Tesla has operations in China, and Musk has visited there before. Tim Cook remains busy as his tenure at Apple winds down. The CEO announced last month that his 15-year reign at the company will come to an end on September 1st, though he'll remain at the company as executive chairman. Apple's reliance on overseas manufacturing has required Cook to master the art of political diplomacy. Trump has insisted Apple shift its iPhone manufacturing from China to the US, even imposing some tariffs on the device. But Cook has managed to minimize the fees by shifting his production from India and by scoring some exemptions. And Robert Kelly Ortberg, CEO of Boeing since 2024, has spent time focusing on Boeing's recovery.
This is wild. So yeah, a bunch of billionaires are going with Donald Trump to China. People who do business in China. Elon Musk, in fact, I think at one point signed some sort of loyalty oath to the Chinese Communist Party so that he could continue to sell Teslas in the country. I'm sure that won't at all factor in to his conduct on this trip, or the fact that he still desperately wants to continue to sell Teslas in China, or like, you know, all sorts of other things that he wants to continue doing in China. Man, just manufacturing the cars there, for instance. He doesn't even need to have the cars being sold there necessarily, although he does desperately want it. He's of course got multiple super factories in China because of the integrated vertical supply chain there. It makes it a lot easier for him to do the things that Tesla needs to do. It's a little concerning that a guy like that is going to be with Donald Trump, potentially attempting to enrich himself. I mean, how many guys is basically, I feel like it's just going to be like a competition to see who can enrich themselves the most, like while on the trip, right? Rather than who can help, like, I don't know, America the most, or just more broadly the world. Or perhaps, I mean, there's a number of things I feel like aren't going to be the main focus. I could go down the list, but it might be easier to just go down the list of the things people are going to be focused on. And it's almost certainly going to be their own personal legacy and or wealth.
Now, as we mentioned, President Trump is bringing some high-profile executives on his trip. That includes NVIDIA's Jensen Huang and Apple's Tim Cook. The president once called him Tim Apple, which just...
Tim Apple! Tim Apple, Elon, and the guy who owns one of the biggest companies on the planet, NVIDIA. Great. So literally, I mean, they couldn't have more dudes like Tim Cook. Apple does a shitload of his manufacturing in China. And then, of course, NVIDIA is like, there's like a whole thing with NVIDIA, like needing to be able to sell its chips in China, as well as do some of its manufacturing overseas in places like Taiwan and stuff like that. And it's just, oh, so that guy is going to be there too. Good. So the AI oligarchs, at least 2 of the 5 I can think of off the top of my head, are going to be in China, able to represent their interests and their company's interests. So good. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot about Apple. Apple's doing AI stuff too lately. 3 of 6? However, there's a lot of them now. They've all switched to AI at this point anyway. It's great. So good and great. I'm glad there's a diversity of billionaires going with Trump. Okay, I couldn't take more than 10 seconds of that CBS clip. Oh, I'm sorry, 11 seconds. Let's go next to Al Jazeera.
U.S. President Donald Trump is on his way to Beijing for a 2-day visit. It's the first visit to China by a U.S. president in nearly a decade. Trump will meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. The U.S. president says he would, quote, have a long talk about Iran, but trade would be the main focus. China buys more Iranian oil than any other country. Washington and Beijing are currently in a fragile trade truce. Last year, both countries had engaged in a tit-for-tat trade war that saw tariffs hit 100%. Trump also...
That's a weird way to put it. That's a weird way to put it. Both countries engaged. Yeah, I mean, technically, remind me, who started the trade war?
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Ay, ay, ay. Yep, demented, unintelligent person in chief.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Yep, he departed for Beijing, saying this before leaving to the media.
Mr. President, what is your message to President Xi as it relates to the Iran war?
Well, I think number one, we're going to have a long talk about it. I think he's been relatively good, to be honest with you. You look at the blockade, no problems. They get a lot of their oil from that area. We've had no problem, and he's been a friend of mine. He's been...
What does that mean? In what way would China be a problem with the blockade? Are they going to send warships down and and start blasting like U.S. like Navy boats? What does he mean by that? No problem with the strait. That Xi Jinping, really great guy.
That we get along with, and I think you're going to see that good things are going to happen. This is going to be a very exciting trip. A lot of good things are going to happen.
Do you think he needs to intervene at all with the Iranians?
I don't
Do you think he can
does,
help
no.
in any way?
No, I don't think we need any help with Iran. We'll win it one way or the other. We'll win it.
You don't need any help. So that's the thing, is that what I have started to realize is that Trump is not planning to talk to Xi Jinping very much about the Iran war, besides for with one thing. Anybody know what thing Trump needs from China with regards the Iran war? It's quite specific. But without it, the U.S. cannot wage this war. Especially as we continue to run out of weapons, munitions faster and faster. There's a particular component which is quite necessary, intrinsic to things like rockets. Without it, they would just be canisters filled with explodey stuff. Wouldn't know where to go. Among other things that it would not work without.
Joining us now.
Nobody seems to know yet what it is that the United States needs from China. Not seeing anybody in chat. Nope, nobody's saying it yet.
Studio is Mohammed El-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. There's always a lot for the U.S. and China to talk about. Obviously, trade is going to be a big part, but how big of a topic in these talks do you think the Iran war is likely going to be?
I actually don't think it's going to be a huge part of the agenda. I thought it was interesting what Trump said in that little clip that you all just played.
Exactly. Chips, semis, and technically one other thing. Technically. Neodymium magnets. That's what they need more than anything, more than the chips even, is the magnets. Without the magnets, the rare earths, if you will, Without those, those missiles do not go and do the things they're supposed to do. And so actually, the U.S. military is at the behest of China.
I have to have my China.
The have to have my China sound shot has never been more real. Because as a result of Trump's trade war, China greatly restricted its output of neodymium magnets to the United States and other countries that traded with the United States. Now, technically, that was slightly paused. I can't remember if China dropped all of those or only some of them on the deal, but it's a big sticky wicket, if you will.
He said he doesn't need China's help on Iran, and I think that was kind of an acknowledgement that China isn't going to help very much on Iran. I think China, while they are being hurt to some extent, is in a much better position than many other global players. They've been able to find workarounds. They have very large reserves. And I think more importantly, I don't think the Chinese are willing to jeopardize the relationship that they have with Iran. I actually think they value that. They're not allies per se, but it is a kind of strategic partnership, if you will. And that's a kind of, they see it as an important counterbalance to U.S. hegemony, U.S. influence in the region. And I just don't think that they're willing to surrender the region to the U.S. and Israel.
What I think is going to happen is there's going to be some sort of deal where I think it's possible the United States will lower tariffs on China further in order to get our hands on these magnets and the chips and to get them to lower their restrictions on these things at this point. Because without the rare earths, we can't have our arsenal, right? We can't even really continue this war for I don't think another 2 months. We've already blasted through our supply of we'd have to switch to a ground war. We just have to start shooting bullets at this point because we've run out of rockets and bombs. So we've been giving them all to Israel and to Ukraine, and then of course we did 10,000 strikes over the last 2 months. So that really depleted the arsenal as well. Big time. It's a real kerfuffle. I think China's going to win in this theoretical battle of the wits, if you will, in this diplomatic tete-a-tete with Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. I think by the end of this, Donald Trump's going to be calling him Xi Dada. Sorry, that was a Chinese joke. Okay, look it up. It's the whole thing. It's like a Chinese meme. Goes back quite a ways, actually. I don't have time for it, but you'll see what I mean if you look it up. It's basically like a nickname that the Chinese people given Xi Jinping, which basically just means Papa Xi, right? And that's what I'm saying. Is Donald Trump's going to be calling Xi Jinping
Dead.
All right. Al Jazeera once again from yesterday. Asian neighbors pinning hopes on Trump-Xi summit to ease regional tensions. God damn it. We're 8 hours in. At this point, I feel like we need to take a break. Another break. Oh my God. But there were 10 hours. I just gotta blast through these. If we take a break now, I'll be here till too late. It'll be too late. I'll be upset.
Sometimes on the sidelines and often.
Fact is, unfortunately, this week, like, I got, like, serious shit going on right now. Like, very much anticipated stuff, but unfortunately, I have not really done as much as I need to do in preparation for the weekend. And there's although there isn't, though. I take it back. There isn't a primary this Saturday, though, is there? Because Louisiana's is canceled. Oh, well, it's a half a primary. Only the House is canceled. The rest of it's still on. Governor, Senator. I assume Governor, Senator, and State Senate, as well as Attorney General, must all still be on, I guess. Although, do they have all of those races even going? God damn it. This gerrymandering fight, mid primary gerrymandering fight is fucking ridiculous. It is ruining my life. It is destroying all of my plans, election-wise, that I've been working on.
Sometimes on the sidelines and often caught in the middle, much of Asia has been watching anxiously as the world's two biggest economies have been sparring with each other over the past 18 months. This time last year, President Xi Jinping of China came through Southeast Asia on a mission to build bridges, just as US President Donald Trump seemed to be burning them. Later in the year, the two leaders met for a summit in South Korea, the first since Trump's return to office. And this summit gives another chance for a complete reset of relations as China and the rest of Asia look on.
Is that going to be good for relations?
Relation will.
That is genuinely what we need, though. If we can manage to reset relations back to the way they were in 2024, and that wasn't great. Don't get me wrong. There was still a lot of tension. We still had literally banned the sale of all Chinese vehicles in the country under Biden and all sorts of other stuff going on with relation to chips and all this other shit. But it was significantly better than where we find ourselves right now. I think most of us would welcome a reset, if you will.
Promote the relations between China and the United States.
The turbulence in US-China relations has been especially felt by the makers of semiconductor computer chips here in Asia, who've had to contend with the dizzying and ever-changing array of tariffs from Trump's White House, driving changes in the way Asian producers work with each other and with their powerful neighbor China. I have
As
to
we
have
can
my
see
China.
now, also the geopolitical.
Yes, indeed. A very fraught, tenuous situation here in China. Just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And don't forget that your contributions keep the Galactic News Network alive. Things like Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos, Throne contributions, and, of course, your Patreon memberships, which we count on more than ever as a result of our demonetization on YouTube. Hopefully we'll get that back soon, but, you know, till then, we are depending on you space fams more than ever. Okay. How did that get in here? Got like a dust bunny on top of my tea somehow. I don't know where that came from. I haven't dusted my, like, a couple of things over here, but I didn't think it was that bad. Jeez. It's one of the things I need to do right now is dusting and cleaning. I've been very behind on that. All right. Let's get to it, people. 20 hours ago, Associated Press. Trump arrives in China for highly anticipated summit.
China!
With Xi Jinping. Whoops, I have no volume. What's happening? Oops, I accidentally muted it. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my god. I love how much energy from the Chinese on this arrival. You got a whole bunch of dressed up soldiers with bayonets, then a bunch of kids with flags just dancing. Oh god. Wow, MIDI is a Windows 3.1 type guy. Jeez, shots fired, Quaximus. All right, this is Donald Trump apparently being escorted to the Beijing Four Seasons. Oh my god, there's an entire fleet of Chinese police officers. There's like 1,000 Chinese police officers taking Trump to the Four Seasons. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, wow. China really trying to show out here for this Trump visit. I think the last president to visit China was Trump, wasn't it? It was Trump in 2017. Yeah. Before that it was Barack Obama in 2009. Jesus, I can't say words. I don't know how to say that name. O.C. Toily? O.C. Toily, thank you for the follow. All right, what's up next? Oh, yes. Let's go here next. A guy who just got back from China.
Hassan Parker.
Hassan Piker.
Trump heads to China for high-stakes summit. Let's keep going.
The U.S. in an awkward position when it comes to China. So as we mentioned, President Trump leaves today.
Living the dream, by the way. You hate to see a different queen thrive. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not glad that happened to you. It should have happened to me instead. That's how I feel about this. And I'm going to be open about it. I'm going to be honest about it. Because he was talking about how wonderful of a show that the Chinese put on.
Oh my God. Hassan is jealous that he didn't get the same fanfare as the president of the United States. I got to say, pal, you know, I think your expectations are maybe too high.
Every time the Americans get there, and I was thinking in my head, I'm like, F you. You don't even deserve it. You don't even deserve it. You don't deserve the Chinese showmanship. Okay? They're going to roll out the goddamn red carpet. You don't deserve it at all.
For a high-stakes visit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. And
He's
according
so
to
jelly
reports,
right
China
now.
could play a role in helping end the conflict if it gets concessions from the U.S.
As President Trump prepares to depart for Beijing for this year's most consequential bilateral summit, the Iran war will loom large. Trump had postponed the trip back in March, expecting the conflict to be over by the time he met with President Xi. Instead,
Nope. Nope. Didn't happen.
It's following him to China.
Hormuz has not been open. You know, U.S. really need exit, and this exit is in Beijing, I think.
Chinese analyst Henry Wang says Beijing has leverage over Iran as its largest trading partner. He believes Xi could provide a much-needed off-ramp for Trump, but it's likely to come at a price. Xi wants a reduction in tariffs, removal of export controls on advanced semiconductors, and sanctions lifted. But what he wants most is Taiwan. And that would involve the US changing its position on the self-governed island and reducing its decades of military support. It's almost 9 years since Trump was last in China, and a lot has changed.
Yeah, and one thing I've been hearing through the grapevine, if you will, well, not really the grapevine, but just hearing through the, you know, onslaught of media that I consume, is that Donald Trump is heading there to convince China to lay off of Taiwan. So it's really sort of fascinating. It'll be fascinating to see how any of this goes down. I hate to have high hopes about anything, but a reset like we just mentioned with China would be huge for really the world.
This country of 1.4 billion people has become a manufacturing powerhouse, as we witnessed last week when we visited a dark factory operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, run by AI and robots. It's a very different landscape, and Trump is no longer holding all the cards.
President Trump leaves today for Beijing for a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping, and the war with Iran is over.
Again, it should have been me! Sorry. I don't know what came over me.
Don't be creepy.
He's going to have the best food. He's going to have the best food. He's not even going to like it. He's going to be like, why is there no McDonald's? Chinese McDonald's, not good enough by my American standards. It's just fucking annoying.
I'm glad I left this in here. It's honestly hilarious to me to watch Hassan seethe over Trump getting a better treatment than he got in China. He's like so mad. Trump's not even gonna appreciate it though. Trump doesn't even like China like I do. Why does he get this? It's amazing. I feel a little bad for Hassan, but really, I mean, come on. He had quite the China experience, and he's just being dramatic.
Sit in a high-speed rail, or I think Xi Jinping has like a special train that they roll out for. It's a high-speed rail that they roll out for like foreign dignitaries and he's gonna get in that and be like, oh, I don't want to bring this to America. I will never bring this to America. I hate it. Oh, you know what the best method of travel is? A Ford F-450.
Foreshadowing and perhaps influencing what would have been the major issues at play, trade tensions and China's designs on Taiwan. The president says the ceasefire with Iran is on, quote, life support. The Strait of Hormuz remains essentially closed, and Iran has not conceded to the president's demands for peace. Let's get right to CNN's Elaine.
Just to be closer to Xi Jinping, I'd become president of the United States. I'd run just for that goal.
In a train at the White House. You know, this trip has been on the calendar, actually moved, but for some time, a lot of desires to get things done here. But what does it play now?
Yeah, look, I think initially the White House, John.
There's no guns in China. Why all the security? Good one. There's definitely guns in China. I can tell you that right now. That like millions of people in China own them. Although it's not nearly the level of, you know, ownership that you have in the United States. If you did, you'd have like billions and billions and billions of guns in China. It would just be, you know, be more guns than people. Just like America.
Really wanted this to be a visit about trade and the economy, and also, you know, almost a watershed moment for these two leaders of these superpower economies. But so much of it is being now overshadowed by the war in Iran and also this longstanding dispute over Taiwan. But I do want to get into a little bit about what the White House wants this to be about. We know, of course.
Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. I just figured we would check in with Hassan. See how he was handling the situation. Clearly bad. Clearly upset that he's not getting... He didn't get the same treatment Trump is getting out in China. I'll skip ahead a little bit. We'll watch a little bit more of... the Hassan cast.
Silver platter, just so he can get the satisfaction of saying he made a deal.
I just don't think Democrats should ever come across like the more militant party, because it just doesn't give them any benefit whatsoever. The base doesn't care about it. The base doesn't want it. And the broader electorate never will see you as the more militant party. It's unbelievably stupid. It's the same on immigration. You should never be we're going to be marginally less racist, but still racist party when it comes to immigration. It's so stupid. Why are you a protectionist? Buddy, I'm a socialist. What do you mean? If you have trade to protect, it's understandable to engage in a little bit of trade protectionism. I know. I mean, as a consumer, I would love for a Chinese electric vehicle. But, you know, as an American citizen who cares about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that would go away if there was no automobile manufacturing, of course I care a little bit about trade protectionism. Yes, why do you hate us? You don't own Ford stock? It doesn't matter. It's not about owning Ford stock. I also have the capacity to purchase whatever platinum healthcare coverage I want to purchase for myself, but I still want Medicare for all, right? It's called empathy.
And look, I think the Chinese will make a few purchases to please Trump. It's quite easy for them to do.
Yeah, everyone knows the game is up, by the way. It's not even, I feel like I'm not even capable of offering unique analysis right now, because the situation is so obvious that like you're hearing Western press basically have similar takes to myself. Normally, there's usually some significant disagreements, some big differences in the way that Western press approaches the issue of China, and someone like myself will approach the issue of China, and it's kind of glaringly obvious that Trump has no leverage coming into this meeting, and Xi Jinping is going to offer some niceties along the way, maybe some investment, maybe like some factories that they'll open, and that's it. And America is probably going to cave on a lot of stuff with regards to Taiwan. The real unique thing here is normally Western media would find a way to talk about this as like talk about this as though it's like unbelievably sinister. They're going to offer some benefits, but then they're going to try to do it Chinese style. Ooh.
have to have my China.
Okay, was there? I think there was one more spot in here that I wanted to hit before we move on from the Hassan stream here. But I can't remember where. Shit, I hate Hassan's stupid... Like, look, here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Whenever you have text this low in a video, it prevents you from clicking. Like, see... Like I'm clicking right now, and instead it just highlights all the text. It's very annoying.
Foreign policy.
Trump's military adventures also give China the opportunity to push the stable superpower narrative, but it does shed light on China.
I'm sorry, is that a narrative or is that just abject reality? At some point, we got to come to terms with that, right? Because, like, you're not American, you're British. From your perspective, I know the immediate inclination is like, we got to dick ride America, but...
Remember too, China doesn't mind one bit the US being distracted and depleted elsewhere. It has its eyes on Taiwan, the self-governing democracy it has sworn to retake by force.
Oh my God. This lady is definitely a liberal. China should deport her. Okay, shut the f up, dude. Don't behave like Chinese hogs. Okay, you can't be a right-winger for China. Okay, that's crazy. Deport her. You know what you behave like when you do that? It's gonna hurt to hear this, but you sound like Asmongold fans who are European who LARP as MAGA.
Ilhan Omar. Oh my God. Like the day that she gets deported, I will probably do like a 12-hour stream. I will be so happy.
I know it hurts to have a mirror reflected back at you, but...
How rude, how rude.
Wow, Hassan coming in his chat. As usual. Okay, that wasn't the part I wanted, but screw it. I'm going to keep this moving. Because this stream is going on very long. CNN up next here. To the great Harry Emden.
As the president is there, trying to forge trade deals, maybe trying to get help finding peace with Iran, how do Americans feel about the president's work vis-a-vis China? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. You know, China was a big part of the president's initial campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Being tough on China, a big part of the first administration. Kind of different now, but how have Americans' views of the president on China shifted?
You know, in term number one, China was a strength for Donald Trump. Americans really liked what he was doing vis-a-vis China. And no longer is that the case, because just take a look at Trump's net approval rating on China. In term number one, he was at +9 points. Hey, that's pretty gosh darn good, right on the positive side of the ledger. They liked the way Trump was dealing with China. But down he goes into the Red Sea, now at -15 points. That's a drop of nearly 25 points from where he was in term number one to now. Americans like the way that Trump was dealing with China in term number one. That is no longer the case.
Which groups might be fueling this?
What groups might be fueling this? Okay, two groups might be fueling this. How about independents? In term number one, Trump was at +9 points on China in terms of his net approval rating. Look at where he is now. This is the story of Trump's second term. Things that were strong for him, like the economy in term number one, have become major weaknesses, especially among independents. Now we're talking about minus 42 points among independents. That is a switcheroo of over 50 points in the wrong direction. Again, into the deep Red Sea. How about non-college whites? In Trump term number 1, it was plus 34 points. Again, now we're talking about a negative number with a group that is so important to him. So what we've seen here again is China is such an important country in this world, right? It's a big superpower. Dealing with them is so important to how Americans view their presidents. And in term number 1, Trump was much better liked than he is.
A worldwide markets, but it's also affected the ability of the U.S. and the U.S. president to effectively make a strong agreement or have a strong upper hand in these deals. So I am just struck by the vast difference of 10 years ago. I recall well being in Beijing with President Trump on his first visit. He's arriving in a weaker position, there is no question, and China is strengthened by that. So it's unclear what will come out of it, but the leverage, it would seem to me, is resting on President Xi's side, not President Trump's side.
Let me pose that question. Stay with us, Jeff. Let me pose that question to Mike, because the question of Iran that Jeff was posing there, and we're trying to get to bottom of, is one that is going to fascinate us for the next couple of days, because sources I've seen, Mike, have been telling us that China views the conflict with Iran, and in fact, the quagmire it faces, as having potentially strengthened its negotiating position with President Trump. What more can you tell us about this? And do we have a sense of how far, that question that Jeff was posing there, how far Xi Jinping would go and would like to see in return?
I think in return it's going to be either Taiwan, tech, or tariffs. We reduce it to the 3 T's here at 2 a.m. as we're running low on sleep in Beijing. But I think that Jeff is exactly right, that really why the card is so much stronger from Beijing's point of view, their Trump card, is because of rare earth minerals. That was the strongest card that Beijing had in the first round of trade negotiations in the nadir of the trade war. But when you think about it, Issa and Jeff, what has the United States depleted over the past month, 2 months of the Iran conflict? It's missiles, its supply of munitions, and that all runs on rare earth minerals. So the United States essentially needs that spigot to be open now more than ever. So it's not just help with the war in Iran and to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for the sake of global commerce that the Trump administration needs, but we're also hearing from analysts or people within the corridors of the Pentagon that rare earth minerals, as the United States rebuilds its stockpile of missiles, needs to continue to flow out of Beijing's monopoly over the processing of rare earth minerals. But it's interesting, all throughout the day today and yesterday, we were out on the streets of Beijing as we're sort of making our way from the second ring road where we are right now into the historic core of Beijing. People, to a person, everybody we interviewed, do not want China to get involved in this war that the
Yes, indeed. Chinese people want China to stay out of the war that Donald Trump started, no matter how much Trump asks for their help. And I don't think China is going to be rushing to help Trump right now when they have all the cards. By the way, thank you everyone for telling me I was muted. I know I was. But that is, what we were talking about here just a little while ago with regards to those rare earths. Because Trump cannot wage the war without the rare earths. All right, you can't build the missiles without the earths. Without those great rare earths, you can't have it. All right, let's take a quick peek at the check the temperature here on the streets of China.
I have to have my China.
中立方的话，就是我
As
们
neutral party,
就
I
是
don't think China should interfere too much in those kinds of issues. Strait of Hormuz. China's diplomatic principle has always been non-interference. So, it won't do anything. It only calls for something, not take concrete actions or specific measures. I don't have a good impression of Trump at all. The U.S.-Iran conflict is stirred up by him. Look at the trade and economic war before. Wasn't that him too?
Okay, so what China wants in return, let's talk about Taiwan. They certainly want to change in the United States' position from the United States not supporting Taiwanese independence, moving the semantics ever so slightly to the United States, potentially opposing Taiwanese independence. You know, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said a couple days ago, I think 2 days ago, that that's not going to happen. But this administration is certainly
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
With tech, you know, that last guy that we heard from, he said that he personally has took a major financial hit with his beauty business, relying on advanced American chips that have been cut off during the first Trump administration from flowing into China. So China definitely wants those advanced AI, specifically NVIDIA chips, to be able to be sold in China. Right now they can't because of American export controls, with the administration saying that they want to protect America's AI lead that is in place right now. And tariffs, you know, Jeff certainly knows this. There are a ton of tariffs, Section 301 investigations, that are still in place from the first Trump administration, kept in place by the Biden administration, and Beijing wants them out of the picture. And I think also...
That would be fascinating. If China winds up doing better off than it was in the Biden administration, it would be really a fascinating turn on this. But the art of the deal, apparently, is really just the art of the give everybody whatever they want. Because Trump has lost all of his negotiating power and is now in the middle of a war, and he needs help from everybody, and he's begging for help from everybody, and all of a sudden he does, in fact, need all these people that he's been saying he doesn't need, whether it's the United Kingdom or the EU or China or anybody else. It's just fascinating to watch it all just sort of come to a head here in this moment. You know, we're literally in a couple of short months. He went from saying, we don't need anybody, to being like, where are all of our friends? Why are our friends not here helping us open the Strait of Hormuz? Such a weird fucking moment to be alive. Okay, continuing with the trade talks, the diplomatic talks in China.
Right now.
Let's go here next to the majority report. Also, thank you, Omega, for keeping Leica fed. I know she loves those puppy treats. Everyone knows you put a magnet in water, no more magnet. Very true. Everybody's saying it. Put a magnet in water, and it is no longer a magnet. It's science.
It's science.
I feel like we can't leave our conversation without talking about this upcoming meeting with Xi Jinping that Trump has in a week or two. You know, Trump had wanted to go into these China talks with a very strong negotiating position, and given the obvious humiliation in Iran and the fact that Trump is forced into a position where he's effectively having to surrender here, at least based on what we know as of today, May 7th. You know, over the weekend, China told its refiners to ignore U.S. sanctions on Iranian oil buyers. This is after the U.S. sanctioned a Chinese oil firm in April. What does this mean for China's position in the region, and what is your sense of their relationships with the Gulf states as the one? I mean, the United States one is on shaky ground.
So the Gulf states, they've invested quite a lot in their relationship with the U.S. over the decades. I mentioned that they have options when it comes to the military side of things, but at the end of the day, all of their hardware, all of their gear is American, it's Western. So it's all hardwired deep into their system. It's not set up in a way that can pick up the phone and call China next week and just dump their current supplier, right? This is a long-term kind of process, and they've already begun the shift of diversifying. The Gulf is a big trading partner of China. China relies on the Gulf Arab states very much for its energy security, right? So this is a factor that I think a number of U.S. administrations have brought up in a kind of negative way, in the sense that they're saying the United States military is providing security in the Gulf so China can safely get energy from the Gulf. Gulf energy doesn't go to America, it goes to China and India. Those are the main customers, right? So the previous administrations called this kind of Chinese freeloading, etc. And then now you're looking at, okay, what potential role can China play in the region if the U.S. is to not fully withdraw but reconfigure kind of its posture in the region? I think this is a major question, and some of the conversation I've been hearing in recent weeks have been interesting. For instance, about how Iran approaches this issue of charging tolls.
Yeah, well, what would be interesting, I've been thinking about, is if China were to somehow do some sort of Middle East Belt and Road type of initiative, but instead with like military shit, right? Whether it be like drones or like providing help on like base construction. Although I'm not sure China, so much military base. Well, internally they have a bunch, but I don't know. It'd be interesting if China were able to fucking, parlay a U.S. created vacuum in the Gulf to install itself in one way or another. Or, insert itself to some degree.
Ships that traverse the strategic Strait of Hormuz, right? So I think if Iran has managed to brand this toll system that they have in mind, that they envision for the future, as a kind of fee of sorts, to maintain security, making sure that all these ships can safely get out of the region, get to China. If they kind of frame it in the right way, potentially as kind of environmental cleanup or what have you, something that's politically palatable, I think the Chinese would actually probably be open to that. And I think that's probably among the things that the Iranian foreign minister discussed with the Chinese during his recent visit to China. Another thing that China could do, I think, potentially on the Iran and the regional track is a role in the nuclear side of things. So one of the main sticking points in Iran-US negotiations is the fate of Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. And the Trump administration wants Iran to hand that over, and Iran's not going to do that. So the question is, what can Iran actually realistically do? They've offered to blend it down to a kind of grade that's less dangerous, so to speak. Another potential middle way that could maybe satisfy both sides is if Iran were to transfer this kind of stockpile to a third country. It could be either Russia, it could be maybe China. And it needs to be a big enough country that can provide some kind of guarantee that if Trump is to renege on any deal that may be signed, that China can actually return this material back to Iran, or make sure that Iran doesn't lose its leverage entirely. So
it's quite clear that countries like Iran and China have suddenly found leverage as a result of Donald Trump's very erratic actions, right? It's like a result of trade policy and other foreign policy, including the war, that have essentially taking the United States from being the center of world power to alienating the country in a little over a year, right? Whether it was with trade or with the military or whatever else, like going after NATO allies, threatening Greenland and Panama, and doing the trade, like the tariff war over, Liberation Day tariffs and the Re-Liberation Day tariffs and everything else. And then, of course, now in the Middle East. And all of a sudden Iran and China are looking much more reasonable in comparison as a result. And for some, that may, create a shift in the balance of power here. It already feels like it has to some degree. All right, let's go here. Ahead of Donald Trump and Xi Jinping's bilateral meeting 6 hours ago. So many happy children. Trump has no idea what to do. He is surrounded by thousands of screaming, jumping, flag-waving Chinese children who look incredibly happy. Meanwhile, the children back in the United States, most of them can't afford food. All right, that's not true, but you get what I'm saying. He does everything he can to ruin the lives of the children back home and make their lives worse. China's displaying all of its most happiest children. Like how he just stops and like points at the children and then just keeps walking. Okay, I think I've got the full live stream of this thing. I added this while we were streaming today. This happened like I said, like 6 hours ago. We've been going for 10 hours or 9 hours, so I haven't seen all of this yet. This is the new shit. Oh shit, there's the beast. This is some very Star Trek sounding fucking music right now. I can't see anything over this flag. Hold on, I'm skipping to, this is a terrible angle. I can't see anything. Hold on, skipping to this one. Is this a better angle? Yes, there we go. A much better angle. You're not hearing Star Trek in that? Okay, that's fine. I was, I was thinking the ceremony in the second movie? Is it the second or the originals? Where they get the medals? And actually, now that I think about it, it's more Jurassic Park than Star Wars. They're just shaking hands for like a really long time. It bruises really easily. Okay? Thank you. It's like a marshmallow. Or like a tomato. It's like a rotten tomato. You squeeze it too hard, it'll be bruised forever. And then the makeup artist, she'll have a really hard time. All the Chinese officials, I think it was the foreign minister, the top general, and some other guy, I forget who that is. But look at all the, look at all these people over here. Oh, wow. They brought out half the government here. We got little Marco, we got Scott Betson, then we got a bunch of billionaires. Jensen Huang, Elon Musk. Oh, we even got Pete Hegseth, that's good. Hegseth is there. Some really old guy in the back I've never seen before. Tim Cook. Jameson. Oh, good. Stephen Miller's there. Great. We brought our best. We brought our very best. When I heard the cannons, I was thinking to myself, you think they're trying to give Donald Trump a heart attack? I'm just wondering. Like, you can see his face on the first one. He almost freaked out. Like the way he saluted. He's like, oh my God, am I alive? Okay, I'm alive. I gotta salute. Like, he always salutes. He always salutes the national anthem. He doesn't know what you're supposed to, like, or he knows what you're supposed to do, but he's never given up on saluting it. Ever since the first time he publicly saluted during the national anthem, which everyone knew was wrong, he's just stuck to it like it's a totally normal thing to do. Nobody else does it. It's just him. Literally no one else does it. But he just has never given up on it because he'll look stupid. Like, he's that kind of guy. Right? He's unwilling to admit that he's wrong. So for the last however many years it's been, like, longer than that actually, for however long it's been, like, oh my God, for the last like 10 years, we've been not even pretending. Like, we've just been witnessing him pretend that we don't know that he doesn't know that he's wrong by like it's a farce. It's a fucking farce, and he's never gonna stop. I find it a little odd that they're doing the cannons through both of the national anthems. It's weird. We lost sound. We lost the sound. No. There we go. Hold on. Go back. Oh, yeah. We get sound back when the children start cheering. I don't know why. I just realized some of the children have American flags too. They have little Chinese and American flags that were all definitely made in China.
China!
Just like all made in China, just like the vast majority of all Trump merch.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Can you imagine if we just got done listening to Hassan complain about not getting the same red carpet that they rolled out for Trump? Can you imagine if China held such an event for him? Can you imagine if they brought out like hundreds of screaming children for Hassan with American and Chinese flags? And brass bands. That'd be hilarious. Comrade Hassan, thank you for coming to China.
China! China!
I'm so glad Laura and Eric are here. So glad that they managed to get here. Wonder what other dipshits made it. Oh, good. Trump's. Oh, what is. Odd Job is here. I always forget this fucking guy's name. Well, they really rolled out the red carpet for Trump. Trying to show Trump that China should be best friends with America, vice versa. A meeting happened between American and Chinese delegates in a very brightly lit room.
先生在做一个致辞。尊敬的特朗普总统先生，很高兴。
Oh no, we have no subtitles. Do they have subtitles in this other one? Let me see. Subtitles, please. Oh no. We have no subtitles for the meeting. Oh wait, maybe. Autogen? No autogen. Oh no. It's a disaster.
开创大国关系的新范式。
This camera is way worse than this one. Okay, well maybe we'll be able to hear what the American delegates have to say, I guess. We don't have auto-generated captions.
世界的利好。
Oh.
And I think I was
标志性年份，我就先说这么多，请总统先生讲。
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those.
Oh my God, the buttering up is working. China is slaying it right now. It was a perfect display, unlike any has ever seen before. Everybody's saying it. Big, strong Chinese guys, they're coming up to me, they're crying, they're saying, "Sir, that was incredible."
Children, they were happy, they were beautiful. The military
It was
is
beautiful.
obvious, it couldn't be better, but those children were amazing and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you.
It's working. By the end of this, Trump is gonna decide that we're gonna have communists in America, and then I feel like then bad things happen, right? You have a bunch of fascists switch to National Socialism or something similar to it, right? That's when things probably go off the rails for us here in America.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegates.
How people have managed to avoid cracking up during that, I do not know. They only say the truth.
A what now?
I don't want reality.
Truth. And I just want to saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I just want to go back a few seconds here. I'm trying to figure out something really quickly. I don't know if this is representative of who has the president's ear the most in this trip, but if I can pick out everybody here. On Trump's left is, I believe, little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
On his right, I believe, is Jameson Greer, although I can't quite tell. I could be wrong. That could be someone else. It could be like an interpreter, because this guy looks a lot like Jameson Greer, too. But there's like a bunch of duplicate white guys in the Trump administration, so it's difficult. Like, this guy looks a lot like Marco Rubio, but that's actually, I think... Actually, maybe not. No, I think this is Slender Man. I think this is... They all look the same. They all have the same fucking haircut. But I think Slender Man is all the way at either the end of the table or like four or five seats to the left. You got Nosferatu, who's 3 seats to the left. Pete Hegseth, 2 seats to the left, right? And then you got Scott Besson, 2 seats to the right. Either Jameson Greer or some other guy, 3 seats to the right. And then I have no fucking clue who these last 2 bald idiots are at the very end here. Cannot tell. It's too blurry. But if this is at all representative of who is in the closest position to the power position right now, closest to Trump on this one, might be Marco Rubio and Jameson Greer, Secretary of State and U.S. Trade Commissioner.
Omega 5 targeted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Omega Star, incredibly generous, gifting 5 sweet subs to the Galactic community on Twitch. Who got them? Boy Tifa. The name is Bond. D-Mac Marie. D at T. And no star so far. Thank you, Omega. Incredibly generous, keeping the Galactic News Network alive. It looks like a Chinese-themed casino in Las Vegas. Yeah, it looks like a card room. Yeah, it looks like a Chinese-themed card room in Vegas or something. 100%. Okay. Let's see. Boy Tiva, thank you for the follow. You now have a Galactic sub to go with that follow. Oh, thanks to a Megastar. Look how that works. Let's see the aftermath of this. I think this is the aftermath of the meeting. Forbes breaking news. Look, there's Jameson. There's... look at these fucking twerps. Actually, I think this is a different guy. Yeah. And if we go by order, it's this other guy who I can't identify. Little Marco, Scott, Pete, Jameson, then Stephen Miller. Hype train, let's go.
Yeah! Yeah! Come on!
Let's go halfway to a level 2 hype train already. Incredible stuff. We're approaching 1,300 followers on Twitch, too. Really making moves over there. I lost my place. Ah, yes. Forbes. Oh no, they're setting up for the meeting. Okay, no. Although I did like. Oh, hold on. We get to know exactly who is everywhere. Okay, hold on.
Sorry, sir, you cannot film now. You cannot film now after the two private comes to Hassan.
Okay. What did Marco Rubio? What was that? Hold on. What was that move, Marco?
What? You cannot film now after the two private comes to Hassan.
Really? Did he just do that? And oh my god. Okay, little Marco.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Do we have everybody?
Yeah, who is this guy? Anybody know? This is the guy who I thought was Jameson Greer, but this is not him. This is him over here. Anybody know who this fucking guy is? Is he the only guy in the room that speaks Chinese? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out who in the hell this guy is and why he's sitting right next to Donald Trump. Right? Like, he's sitting right there. Can you make out... I can't make out a name tag. I have no idea who that guy is. It's Jameson Greer's decoy. Yeah. That must be it. Because we need a decoy for Jameson Greer, but not Trump. And in the same room, like they're in the same
Many
room
doctors
somehow.
gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Many doctors, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch. To Lauren Pasta. Okay, what else we got left here today? Okay, from Forbes breaking news to live now from Fox of a tour through Beijing's Temple of Heaven. After the talks, apparently Trump went for a little walkabout.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. It looks like we are getting a live look from Beijing. President Trump there following his meeting with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. That meeting just wrapped up after about 2 hours and 15 minutes. It looks like President Trump may be talking to the press right now. If we do get some sound with those remarks, we will bring that to you as soon as we do right here on Live Now from Fox. President wants the U.S. and see if we can catch any audio from this live look coming out of Beijing right now.
Great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great
Mr.
place.
President?
Incredible. China's beautiful.
China is beautiful. Incredible. Oh, wow. Well, we completed a hype train just now. Hype train, level 2, 78%. I just got a new emote. They must have added new tier tier 1 hype train emotes. Let's go. Or tier 2, whatever it is. That's awesome. I ran out of tier 1 and 2 hype train emotes, so that's exciting for me. But did you just hear that? Trump is like drinking it all in here in China. He is loving it. It's beautiful. Never seen anything so great.
China's beautiful.
Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President?
I've never seen anything so great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Hey, thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
So President Trump not really answering any questions. They did ask how those talks went. President Trump answering with one word. He said, great, adding that China is beautiful. They are now at the Temple of Heaven, a historic site there in Beijing.
Quite a structure, that Temple of Heaven. I mean, look at it. Magnificent. Looks like Trump's going to be going in there. Is the devil allowed in the Temple of Heaven? Oh, wait, there's more. Wait. We got more footage.
Here live in the last couple minutes, a reporter asking President Trump if they did discuss Taiwan in that closed-door meeting. President Trump, though, not giving an answer to that question. If he does speak to reporters, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. This is now a live look from the Temple of Heaven. It's a historic site there in Beijing as President Trump and President Xi just wrapped up their meeting. A little more information on the Temple of Heaven, the site that they're visiting right now as we're looking live at this picture. This was built in the 15th century. It was a site where emperors in the ancient dynasties worshipped heaven and prayed for bountiful harvests. The site was inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage List back in 1998. It's located south of the Forbidden City in Beijing. The site's design reflects the ancient Chinese belief that heaven is round and that the earth is square. The main building there is the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests. It's an iconic blue-tiled building known for its circular design and triple-eaved roof. Now, this is not the only most complete imperial sacrificial building complex in China, but it is also the world's biggest building complex for offering sacrifice to heaven.
Oh, okay. That was the second to last clip I think we're going to do here tonight. I think we're just going to end with China tonight because I'm just exhausted. We're over 9 hours into this puppy. Oh, yeah, although, you know what? I take it back. I almost was going to cut it off, but I say screw it. We're already so deep into this. I may as well. I have a few errant Asia clips. Japan, Indonesia, Philippines, Australia. Like 5 clips. So, yeah. Our last China clip up next. Forbes breaking news. I don't know if this is still live, but this was one of the only live streams still going of what was happening here in China. I was going through videos here towards the end of the stream. Oh, nope, this is just bullshit. Okay, cool. Thanks.
A Europe and Eurasia Mission Center
Sweet.
lawyer, when the CIA Office of Inspector General did identify.
Great. Perfect. That's a good reason for me to continue with the rest of the clips I have. Let's go to Japan. Next.
Next business.
Manufacturers are doing whatever they can to avoid the problems being created by the Iran war. Like one manufacturer who has completely removed the oil-based dyes in their chips packaging. Or crisps, if you're from the UK.
Next, business. Yukiro joins us here in the studio. Great to see you.
Hi, Mark.
Global oil prices continue to rise as a stalemate over the Strait of Hormuz continues.
Well, crude prices extending gains as Iran rejected a US ceasefire proposal and stuck to its own counteroffer, which Donald Trump dismissed as garbage. Brent crude is climbing near $108 a barrel, while the US's WTI once again breached the $100 mark. Meanwhile, Bloomberg reported that Qatar had requested LNG tankers near its Ras Laffan port to switch off their transponders as part of safety measures. The effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz has left about 20% of global liquefied natural gas flows stuck inside the Gulf, and Qatar's key production site has been damaged by Iranian attacks, with its operator declaring a force majeure for up to 5 years on some long-term contracts. Over the weekend, though, one ship carrying Qatari LNG passed through the strait for the first time since the...
I'm sorry, I forgot that this had a bunch of different stories in here. I gotta find it. Hold on. Got distracted. Ah, here we go.
White packaging because of supply concerns. The change will affect 40... Kalbi, the biggest snack maker in Japan, has announced it will temporarily switch to black and white packaging because of supply concerns. The change will affect 14 of its best-selling products, including crisps and the Kappa Ebisen prawn crackers. And the special petrol-saving packets will start to appear in shops from the 25th of May. The company says it's taken the measure in response to, quote, supply instability affecting certain raw...
I gotta say, this is a pretty ingenious solution, and I wish more businesses would choose to do things like this, like actually find cost-saving measures rather than just jacking up prices. Like, just being like, you know what? There's an alternative to this. Doesn't have to look this way, or it doesn't have to be whatever, made out of this particular kind of packaging. We could switch to this or that and still provide the same exact product, same exact taste. And we just change this, and I don't know. It's brilliant. It's brilliant thinking. It would be great if we could have more businesses be like like, you know, like using ingenuity, innovating in such ways. Just makes sense, really. When it comes down to it, it just makes perfect sense, and maybe everyone else should get on that. You know? All right, from Japan now down to Indonesia, where oil prices are affecting people there in a very, very problematic way. Oil prices are getting so high that fishermen are left in perhaps one of the worst precarious situations you can imagine, where fishing costs more than the fish that they're bringing in to sell for on the market. However, the country of Indonesia relies heavily on fish to survive. So, you either go out and starve, or you either don't go out and you starve, or you go out and you run out of money and then you starve. It's really sort of a perverse catch-22.
Untuk dampaknya itu cukup besar sekali karena kita untuk
The impact is very significant. Fuel makes up around 70 to 80% of a vessel's operational cost.
untuk perbekalan kapal kurang lebih itu.
So for us as traditional fishermen, especially those without subsidies, this is very problematic.
Kita sebagai nelayan tradisional terutama
With current fish prices, the income is still not enough.
karena dengan harga jual ikan yang sekarang ini untuk pendapatannya masih belum cukup. Kalau kita sebagai nelayan
If we stop, we die. If we continue, we also die.
mau lanjut kita juga mati. Jadi
This is ridiculous.
We go out, we die. If we don't go out, we die. It is perverse. It is fucking perverse what this is causing. This war is causing across the fucking planet. Millions are under threat. And let's not forget we have an El Nino coming in, like I just got done talking about, which is going to lead to droughts and severe problems. Like worse climate problems than we were expecting, technically, this time last year, right? Although we technically knew the El Nino was coming on, but we weren't really talking about it. I guess my point is that things are just gonna get worse relating to the food supply. Of no making, technically, no cause of any, direct cause of any particular action. On top of it, we're adding in human problems, like the fucking war in Iran, which is causing fertilizers to be in short supply across the planet, which means that the food that's going to be coming in, right? Like, just understand, like, we got to realize this, right? People have already planted their crops for the year. In fact, I think at least the northern hemisphere has planted all of its crops for the year, or the vast majority of them have been planted, and the fertilizer for those have either been bought or they haven't been bought because of inability to access it. But those who are able to bought fertilizer for their crops and have been using what they have, right? Many don't have as much as they need, which means there's going to be a shortage in plant food, like plant-based food, right? In the meanwhile, people aren't able to even fish at a profit right now in places like Indonesia because of how expensive oil is. I mean, these things are going to start compounding on each other, and it's going to lead to devastating consequences. I just want to hear this guy say that sentence again. It's some nonsense.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Pendapatannya masih belum cukup. Kalau kita sebagai nelayan,
If we stop, we die. If we continue, we also die.
Mau lanjut, kita juga mati. Jadi untuk sekarang ini,
Right now, we're...
If we stop, we die. If we continue, we die. Really perverse system we have right now. Okay, now from India to the second to last story that we have tonight, and that is on a shocking a series of events in Philippines Senate earlier on Wednesday. This is from 20 hours ago. Gunshots reported in the Philippine Senate as armed officers rushed through the halls searching for a senator wanted by the International Criminal Court.
Okay, we have more breaking news. There are reports of gunfire at the Philippine Senate. A former police chief turned senator wanted by the International Criminal Court has been holed up in the Senate since Monday, fearing arrest. Let's go to our correspondent in Manila, Jamila Alingdogan, who is live for us there. Jamila, what's happening there?
Well, things escalated very quickly at around 4 p.m. local time. We've received information that there may be either an escape by Senator Bato de la Rosa, Ronald de la Rosa, or that they will try to push for an arrest. And since then, there had been a lot of movements. We are on the second floor. Let me just...
I did not mean to do that. I meant to pause it. Okay, we don't need this whole thing. Eventually, as you can see here, you got like a bunch of armed policemen in here. At one point, there's a bunch of loud bangs. I think it's around here.
Or people died. We don't know where Senator Ronald de la Rosa is. What we know is that this could probably take a few hours. As far as I know, in this position that where we are, journalists are not actually allowed to move much. We're just in the hallway. and we're hoping that we'll hear more about whether they've actually forced the arrest or he managed to escape. There's only two options at this point, according to...
Well, suffice to say, at some point, gunshots ring out. Like over a dozen of them. And more chaos ensued. Well, just complete and total chaos here in the Philippines as police attempt to execute a search warrant. It's not clear who's shooting in this video. I couldn't figure it out the first time I watched it. I still can't. It's not. You don't have clear sight in this clip of who is shooting. I'm assuming it's the police, but it's hard to tell from the vantage point. Wild scene nonetheless. Pure chaos. Final clip now in Australia, where the country is dealing with a real problem. Stagflation. SBS News from Monday.
To understand this year's federal budget, let's go back to one key statistic. Annual inflation climbed to 4.6% in March, up from an annualised 3.7% a month prior, its highest level since September 2023, when the economy was rebounding from the COVID-19 pandemic. That March figure covering the fallout from late February, when conflict in the Middle East sent shockwaves through energy markets. Even before that, inflation was rising again. Housing costs, especially electricity and rent, pushed it higher. So the Reserve Bank changed course by lifting interest rates. In March, it voiced fears of sustained inflation coming from a steep hike in fuel prices. Crude oil, which was around $56 a barrel before the Iran conflict, rising beyond $110 a barrel. Now, it's not just inflation that the RBA and the federal government are worried about. Higher inflation coupled with slower growth plus rising unemployment can equal stagflation, a scenario not seen in Australia since the 1970s oil shock. The Reserve Bank calls it a nightmare for central banks because tackling the inflation side through higher interest rates can cost jobs.
Yeah, no, it's not solvable. Like I said already, we cannot solve this with interest rate changes by the Federal Reserve. It's the same situation. It's like the same situation everybody else is dealing with right now, and nobody should trick themselves into thinking that that's going to be the solution. It's the end to Operation Epstein Fury. It's end to the crazy like trade protectionism and wars that have been going on here, and a number of other things. But it's not that. Not raising interest rates. It's not going to solve this crisis, I'm afraid. Can't solve everything with monetary policy, I'm afraid. All right, people. Well, we did it. Got through 100 clips. Only took us 9.5 freaking hours. Crazy week already, and it's not even done yet. We got We're only halfway through. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Minnie, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geo-Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Up, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, The Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herman Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Rain, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Zell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hakate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.